Hi Collective, welcome or welcome back to my channel. I am the Nosy Witch and this is my channel, Nosy Witch Tarot. I do collective pick a card readings here on YouTube. Just a little heads up, my readings do tend to be fairly long, they tend to be deep dives, so feel free to grab a hot or cold beverage of choice, get settled, get cozy, because we have a lot to get through today. Today's reading is titled Your Love Story, The Wedding, all about the big day with your person, a Valentine special. So yeah, happy February friends. Like I say, this is a Valentine's special, although of course the reading itself is totally timeless, so whenever you find it, that is the right time for you. Now with this reading today, I was very much feeling my usual nosy self, but I was also feeling very romantic. And I thought, what is more romantic than a list? Specifically a list of 10 very intentional questions all about your wedding day. So your big day with your future spouse, your person, your soulmate. In just a moment, I am going to go through the full breakdown of the reading so you know exactly what to expect today. But overall, we're covering as much as we possibly can when it comes to your big day. And I will go through that list in just a second so you know what to expect. But in terms of who this reading is for, honestly, this one is for anyone who has been married, wants to be married, has a significant other, wants a significant other, or anyone who just loves love, romance, and connection in any form. If you haven't met your person yet, but you know you want a wedding one day, this reading is for you. If you're in a relationship and you are not engaged yet, or even if you are engaged and you are currently planning a wedding, this reading is for you. If you are already married and just want to tap into some loving, reflective energy and reminisce about the big day with your person, this reading is for you. If you've been married more than once and you want to look at multiple pals, this reading is for you. And if you've been married several times and all of your spouses keep perishing under mysterious circumstances, but you still believe in love, that's your business. This reading is for you. And also, do you need an alibi? If so, comment below. I'm joking, mostly. Now, here's a quick disclaimer about inclusivity specifically, because on a more serious note here, when I talk about your big day or your wedding, this reading, I want it to be for traditional and non-traditional unions alike. If you want the full church or place of worship experience with all of the trimmings, amazing. If you want to elope, amazing. If you want something spiritual rather than religious, or if you want something quiet or unconventional or completely your own, all of that is welcome here, all of that is amazing. And I will try and give multiple examples within each pile so the messages can apply in different ways. But yeah, I do my absolute best to make my readings inclusive, and that can be difficult with collective readings because we're all so different, and I think that's a beautiful thing. But my readings fully support LGBTQ+ unions. LGBTQ+ folks deserve big, special, meaningful days too, whether they're labelled officially as a wedding or not. So this could be a traditional wedding we're talking about, it could be a civil ceremony or something entirely unique. There are lots of options here, you don't have to be boxed in. And of course, you know, it is impossible to encompass everyone's individual cultural backgrounds and beliefs and values and budgets and lived experiences, but I do always try my best. But gentle disclaimer, because I do get a surprising amount of hate whenever I post love readings, which is fascinating. So let me just say it plainly, everyone has different wants and needs and values and beliefs and budgets. And none of those things are wrong. You know, what sounds like an absolute nightmare to you might be someone else's dream wedding and vice versa. And that's why question 1 is going to be an energy check. I will talk about that in a sec, but it's meant to help you figure out whether the overall vibe of a pile is something you would personally go for. And if you're listening to that first question and you're thinking, absolutely not, I would never want that, we would never do that, that doesn't sound like me or my partner or anyone I could see myself falling in love with, that does not sound like a wedding I would choose, that's okay. I promise I'm not forcing you to get married in that way or to that person. I am not holding you hostage here. It's a free tarot reading on the internet. It's meant to be fun and uplifting and a cute little glimpse into a potential future, but nothing here is set in stone. So if something doesn't resonate, you're very welcome to choose a different pile. What you don't need to do is rant in the comments about how awful someone else's dream wedding or person sounds. That is just unkind. And honestly, if you lack the impulse control to not say something unkind, you are probably not mature enough to be entering into a lifelong commitment with another human being. Disrespectful comments will be banished, rebuked, and returned straight back to sender. That said, you can never overshare too much with me as long as it's respectful. If you are planning your big day, please tell me what you're excited about so I can celebrate with you. If you've already had your wedding, tell me your favourite part. If it's something you're dreaming of for the future, you are welcome to share that too and manifest it. You're welcome to call that loving energy in. I love hearing from you guys. Okay, now it's time for the reading breakdown. So we're going to look through these questions. I'm going to walk you through these because these have been very strategically planned. So like I say, we are asking 10 questions in total. I'm going to go through them one at a time. Each question will be answered using one oracle card clarified by one tarot card, so 2 cards per question. If you are familiar with my longer readings, I have used this format before. I think the reading I did that was all about the first date with your future person was structured in a similar way. The very long one, yes, the one that was almost like 8 hours. But yeah, let's have a look. You will notice it says January 2026 on the notepad that I'm using today. That's because that's when I started planning this reading. So yeah, I've been working on this for a while. Anyway, I wanted to do something special for Valentine's Day though. I'm just a big lover girl at heart, to be honest. But yeah, question number 1, what is the overall vibe and emotional atmosphere of your wedding day? Now, this is our opening question because, like I said, I think it works as a really solid energy check. If this is a wedding that has already happened or one you're currently planning, you will probably know pretty quickly if this sounds like your vibe. And if what I'm describing sounds absolutely nothing like a wedding you'd ever want, or it doesn't sound like you or your partner, even in a million years, that's usually a sign to check out a different pile. No hard feelings at all. So in this question, it's not just going to be about the vibe of the wedding. It's also going to be like who you are, who your spouse is, like details about your relationship, the relationship itself, and the overall vibe of the wedding as well. So it encompasses a few things just so you can see if it sounds like you or someone you love or could see yourself loving or your relationship. And this question will be a little bit longer than the others just so you guys can really get a feel for it and make sure that you've chosen the right pile. Then we have question 2, which is what is going through your mind and heart as the wedding approaches. So this is looking at your thoughts and feelings leading up to the wedding, how you are feeling about the event itself, how you're feeling about your partner and the relationship as a whole. So this can cover excitement, nerves, reflection, peace, whatever emotional state you're in as the day gets closer. Sorry, I'm actually just going to pop this down on top of the pile so you can see my notes properly if you want a little visual. But yeah, question 3 is what is your partner feeling or thinking about you leading up to the wedding or on the day itself? So this is very similar to question 2, but more from your partner's perspective. It can relate to the days leading up to the wedding, the night before, or the day itself. How they're feeling about you, the commitment, and the relationship. And just a little reminder, I often say this, but with love readings, energies can absolutely be flipped. So if question 2 sounds more like your partner and question 3 sounds more like you, that is totally fine. Then we're moving on to question 4, which is what is the energy of the moment when you first see each other? So this is about that first official moment you see one another on the day, whether that's walking down the aisle or turning around a corner, meeting privately, however that looks for you. The question focuses on the emotional energy of that moment between you and your partner. So question 5 is what does the wedding setting and aesthetic feel like? What does the vibe feel like overall? So this question is more focused on the event itself as well as the emotional energy. I didn't want to focus too heavily on the logistics because to me, the wedding is more about the emotions and the people than the details. But if the details give you extra confirmation that this is your pile, then I guess they matter too. So it can help you visualize things. So here we might get some clues about the environmental setting, the decor, the dress, the food, the music, the entertainment, or just unique touches that feel personal to you. It won't necessarily tell us everything down to the last detail, and of course not every example I give will apply, but it can offer confirmations or hints about the overall feel of the event. So question number 6 is what is the energy of the people closest to you on the day? So this is looking at your inner circle. So maybe your wedding party, your close friends, your family, your chosen family, the people who are most directly involved in your day. We're going to be looking at the vibe between you and them and what their energy is like as they support you. Question number 7 is how do your guests experience and remember this wedding? So this expands outwards to guests more generally. So extended family, friends, colleagues, depending on how big or small your wedding is. Some of you might not even have that many guests beyond your inner circle, and that's totally fine. But this question is just looking at the overall guest experience, how people feel during the day, maybe how you feel towards your guests, and what your guests remember most about this day afterwards too. So question number 8 is, what is a significant or unexpected moment that becomes deeply memorable? Originally, I considered breaking this question into things like vows or the first dance or cake cutting and so on and so forth, but I decided against that just because not everyone has a traditional wedding. People have different customs, and I didn't want this reading to feel repetitive or limiting in any way. So instead, this question focuses more on this one moment, and it's one thing that really stands out as meaningful, joyful, or surprising. So yes, it could be something traditional like vows or the first dance, something stereotypically romantic, but it could also be something completely different, something small and spontaneous and emotionally powerful. So I do think this is an interesting question because we might get some very different answers. Question number 9 is, what ends up being the most meaningful part of the wedding day? And this is such a sweet one because it's essentially asking, what do you and your partner love most about the day once it's happening or once it's over? What becomes your favorite part of the day? And question number 10 is, what do you need to be aware of, focus on, or release to have the best possible wedding experience? So this question is more guidance based, which is why it's at the end. So if you've already had your wedding, you are welcome to skip this or take it as confirmation if something comes up that's already happened. If you are planning or imagining your wedding, this is just gentle advice. If I mention potential challenges, they're symbolic. They're not necessarily predictions that are definitely going to happen. The examples are placeholders for the energy, not literal events. It might simply highlight something to stay mindful of, or redirect your focus towards, or let go of. Now, just some final notes before we begin. Overall, I think this reading is going to be really sweet and romantic and uplifting and fun, but if at any point this reading is creating more confusion than clarity, that's just a sign it's maybe not your pile or not your reading today, and that's okay. Don't let a free tarot reading on the internet affect your mood or your day. You always have autonomy. Energy shift, nothing is ever set in stone. I will always be honest about what comes through because I want you to have the wedding of your dreams, and sometimes honesty is part of that. If there's anything I feel like you should know, then I will tell you in the most gentle way I can. With that said, let's introduce the piles. So as usual, we have 5 piles to choose from today, and you are welcome to choose more than one. Over here, we have pile 1 with the Gourmet Tarot and the book sticker. Over here, we have pile 2 with the Inspired Neon Tarot and the Chandelier sticker. Over here, we have pile 3 with the Orchid Valley Tarot and the Cake sticker. Over here, we have pile 4 with the Healing Waves Tarot and the Shoes sticker. And over here, we have pile 5 with the Final Rose Tarot and the Typewriter sticker. Once you've chosen your pile, please head to the pinned comment or the description box below. Timestamps will be listed there and they will take you to the start of your chosen reading. Before we begin, I just want to say thank you so much truly for being here. Your kind and supportive comments lately have meant more to me than you could ever know. As a tiny little baby small creator, it can be hard to know whether readings are landing or resonating, and your words really do encourage me every single day. My last reading was more career focused. This one is love focused. We are on our grind and we are getting romantic. So let's spread some love, joy and kindness in the comments, and just please be respectful to other people's preferences and, like I said, budgets. Sometimes people have excellent taste, but their bank balance just doesn't reflect it. And as a Taurus moon, I understand that. And weddings are expensive, okay? So yeah, thank you so much for sharing this space with me and for sending me your beautiful energy. And I will see you at your chosen pile collective. Hi Pile 1 Collective! If you chose the Gourmet Tarot and you chose the book sticker and you chose Pile 1, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. This reading is titled Your Love Story, The Wedding, all about the big day with your person, Valentine special. If you would like a full breakdown of what this reading will entail, I highly recommend checking out my introduction. I do go through absolutely everything there. I will also leave some details in the pinned comment below for your reference. I recommend checking at least one of those out so you know what to expect from this reading today. With that said, just a very brief recap. I wanted to do a special Valentine's Day romantic reading, and honestly, I thought, what is more romantic than an organised list? Feel free to pause the screen if you would like to have a look at this list. I do go through all the questions in detail in my intro. But today we are going through 10 specific questions all about your wedding day with your person, your future spouse, your significant other, your soulmate. If you don't get a chance to look at the questions now, don't worry. As we go through the reading, I will remind us where we're at, and I will point out the start of each new question. It will be obvious, so don't worry. But like I say, if you're confused, please check out the intro. And just to be clear, this reading is for you, whether you are single, committed, engaged, already married, planning a wedding, or if you've been married multiple times and all of your spouses keep perishing under mysterious circumstances, that is between you and the universe. But this reading is still for you. This can apply to past, present, or future weddings, and you're more than welcome to choose more than one pile if more than one pile is calling to you. So without any further hesitation, let's get started and take a look at question 1, which will act as an energy check for this pile. So if this sounds nothing like you or your person or the relationship that you can imagine yourself having or the wedding you want, maybe that is a sign to choose a different pile. Just FYI, the energy check will be a little bit longer than the other sections, just so you can really get a feel as to whether or not this is your pile. So this question is, what is the overall vibe and emotional atmosphere of your wedding day? But it might not just be about the wedding day. Like I said, it can be details about you, your person, the relationship, and the overall vibe of the kind of wedding you might have. So we're going to be looking at 1 oracle card and 1 tarot card at a time to answer each question. I'm just going to move your little book to one side for now so we can focus on the cards in front of us. But our first card from the Blooming Cats Tarot is Aries. Passionate, motivated, confident, moody, impatient, impulsive. And the clarifying tarot card is the Hierophant. Just FYI, with the astrology sign cards, this card is representing an archetype. It's not saying that you or your partner have to be an Aries, although if you or your person do have strong Aries placements, you can absolutely take that as an extra confirmation that you are in the right place. So just to run through some possible synchronicities that might be relevant for some of you, dates between March 20th and April 18th could be important. Maybe a birthday, an anniversary, or an engagement, or the wedding itself happening during Aries season. You or your partner could have Aries placements as a Sun, Moon, Rising, Mercury, Mars, or Venus, but again, that does not have to apply. Fire sign energy in general could be relevant. The planet Mars might come up. The major arcana card, the Emperor, could be significant traits of the Emperor. Stones like diamond or bloodstone. And yeah, that could literally be like confirmation about a diamond engagement or wedding ring for some of you. Colours like red and yellow might show up. Some of you could look really good in those colours. Some of you could be redheads maybe. Lucky numbers 6, 8 and 9 could be significant, and I also want to throw in 1 because Aries is associated with the first house. Flowers like honeysuckle or thistle could also be little extra confirmations. Somebody here could be Italian, or they could really like Italian food, specifically lasagna. Somebody could have eaten lasagna recently. I'm just looking at the Hierophant card. Now, in terms of the overall vibe of this wedding day, Aries and Mars energy is very much about like knowing what you want and going after it. And like I said, this could reflect who you and your partner are as individuals, or the dynamic of the relationship itself, or just the way you approach the wedding and the planning process. And I'm going to give a few different examples of how that might show up, because this energy can apply, of course, in lots of different ways. But at its core, Aries energy is intense and it's action orientated and it's passionate and it's confident. There's a lot of drive here, there's a lot of spark, a lot of momentum. It's very much like, I know what I want and I'm not afraid to move towards it. And on the shadow side, that can sometimes show up as impatience or irritability, stress, or making impulsive decisions. But obviously not all of that is going to apply. Some of you might recognize some of those traits very clearly in yourself or your partner as people, but for others, this feels more like it describes the relationship maybe. So for example, this could have been or will be a very fast and intense connection, almost like a love at first sight situation. You know, that feeling of looking at someone and just knowing, like there's a lot of physical chemistry here too, very passionate, very magnetic. Sometimes that intensity might mean that you clash occasionally, or tempers flare quickly, but I feel like it also means they get resolved very quickly too. So there's not a lot of like sulking or dragging things out. It's intense, but it moves. This could indicate that one partner in your relationship was or will be very direct from the beginning, very confident, very like not beating around the bush, like, look, I'm interested in you and I'm going to make that clear. There's not much, like, I don't see much gameplay and energy here. Things move very quickly, but they move with a lot of certainty. You might have noticed that certain milestones in the relationship happened or will happen faster than expected. And it's not because you were reckless, but it's because it just felt right, or it will feel right. Like, yeah, this is it. You know, that kind of knowing that can feel very physical in the body as well, which makes sense with Aries ruling that first house. of the physical self. And I'm not saying everything has to be rushed, but you might notice that some things just happen very naturally and very speedily within your connection. So for example, this could be skipping small talk and getting into deep conversations, feeling comfortable straight away, that sort of thing. Or it could be those bigger moments like saying I love you quite early on, or moving in together after just a few months, or getting engaged within the year or earlier than other people might expect. For some of you, this could be physical intimacy quite early on, which I know is a controversial topic for some people. I just want to clarify there is no judgment on my end attached to that. I don't think it's bad, but I feel like there are these societally imposed rules that people are encouraged to follow when dating. And this could be like you broke those rules in some way, but it worked. Like people tell you not to rush these things, but something was kind of impulsive here, but it turned out to be the right decision. So I'm just getting that for some people. It doesn't have to be sleeping with somebody on the first date, but if you did, that's not a bad thing. Like if you did, maybe that just confirmed things for you. I don't know. I just want to mention that for somebody. It might not be for everybody. But yeah, this Aries energy can show up very clearly in how you guys approach the wedding itself. For some of you, this could look like not wanting a long engagement. It's like once the decision is made, both of you are like, okay, let's do this. Like you're already researching venues and booking dates and making big decisions. It's efficient and it's very decisive. It doesn't drag things out. I could also see you guys visiting a wedding venue and instantly just knowing that it's the one and putting down a deposit then and there, or trying on a dress and immediately thinking like, yeah, this is it, I found the one. And it could be like the first place you go to or the first dress you try on, and other people might ask you like, are you sure? Do you not want to look at more options? And you're just like, no, I'm certain. There's very strong like trusting your instincts energy here. There's also something about independence for some of you tied into this, and this next example won't apply to everyone, but for some of you this could look like, as one practical example, something like keeping your last name or double barreling surnames, or just making other independent choices around the marriage that could be relevant. So that could be a little bit of a confirmation for somebody. But then the Hierophant comes in with that tradition energy. And I'm really getting with this pile, with those of you who chose pile 1, some of you guys might, in theory, be very open to something more spontaneous, like eloping on a whim as just a random example. And that's not for everyone, but that Hierophant suggests there's also an element of tradition, maybe family expectation, maybe culture or religion is involved. So this could look like choosing to have a more traditional wedding because maybe it matters to your family, your elders, or your cultural background, even if you yourself, you don't follow that religion, let's say, or you aren't particularly traditional in terms of your lifestyle. And for some of you, that's genuinely what you want. But for others, it's more like, you know, I could take it or leave it, but I'm happy to do my wedding this way because I know it's important to the people I love. And honestly, either way, I see you being pretty happy with the outcome because it's like once you commit to a decision, you guys commit fully. I do want to gently mention the family dynamics at play here because with that Aries and Emperor energy kind of floating around in the atmosphere, some of you may have relatives who are very opinionated. And for some of you, this could show up in a really helpful way, like parents or elders offering guidance, explaining how things work, sharing what they did when they got married, kind of guiding you because you've never done it before. But if you know that you have someone in your family who can be like a little bit my way or the highway, a bit controlling, a bit overbearing, this is just something to be mindful of. You might have situations where somebody wants a bit too much say in how things are done, and you need to remember that this day is yours and your partner's, and you will know if that applies to you. Even then, I still get the sense that once the planning is underway, you are very much going to enjoy the process, even if not every single detail is exactly what you would have chosen completely on your own. As for the day itself, this feels like a big energy day. I want to say that. I feel like there's a lot of physical touch happening here. I'm seeing like big hugs and people grabbing each other and like firm handshakes. I'm actually also hearing clapping, and no, I'm not talking about the honeymoon. Please get your mind out of the gutter, pal one. I mean like actual, I'm hearing hands clapping together. loud laughter as well, lots of noise, but in a kind of celebration way, lots of presence, lots of big energy. I see tears of joy as well, potentially people getting visibly emotional during the ceremony, if you have a ceremony. I see a lot of movement and kinetic energy too, people on their feet, people dancing. I keep seeing hands, like hands up in the air, maybe games or activities at the reception. If you have got a lot of strong personalities in your family, there could be some bickering or people talking over each other. I don't see it as anything dramatic, but if you know that you have big personalities in your family, just make sure like the seating chart is how you want it to be in a way that would make sense, like putting people who won't clash together. I'm also seeing a lot of schmexual and romantic energy too, which makes sense. You and your partner may kind of struggle to keep your hands off each other. You guys sneaking away, it wouldn't surprise me. And honestly, I also won't be surprised if you notice that other people were kind of hooking up at your wedding too. Like maybe a bridesmaid and a groomsman hook up, or maybe two bridesmaids hook up. I don't know, it's 2026. Do what you want. Like you catch them making out at the after party or something like that. I'm also getting that leading up to the wedding, there's a lot of effort and discipline. Specifically, this could be working out, getting in shape, improving health, or maybe even giving up a bad habit so that you feel your best. The Hierophant really speaks to commitment here, and sometimes that's commitment to each other as a pairing, and sometimes it's just commitment to showing up as your best self. So overall, Pal 1, this wedding day feels passionate and it feels decisive. It feels very emotionally charged too, and very alive. There's a good blend of independence and tradition here, and a lot of confidence once decisions are made, and not a lot of beating around the bush. And if that sounds like your vibe, you are definitely in the right place. So with that said, let's move on to question 2. So question 2 is what is going through your mind and heart as the wedding approaches? I'm going to move these cards to one side so we can focus on our next ones. So from the Unmasked Truths Oracle, we have got romantic gesture. Gifts pave the way, needs lots of affection, too many expectations, showy, fragile, pressure. And this card is clarified by the Tower reversed. Emotionally, this looks like someone who is very invested and very in love, but also very aware of how big this moment is. There's a lot of heart here, Pal 1, there's a lot of tenderness, I see that. And as the wedding gets closer, I think you guys are thinking about love and commitment and really how to show up for this moment in a way that genuinely feels meaningful. There's this really strong focus on romance and affection leading up to the wedding. You may be doing lots of little romantic things for each other as a couple. I'm thinking of these meaningful gestures or small gifts or surprises, just like being extra affectionate and cuddly, maybe kind of calling each other pet names like wifey or hubby, that sort of thing. Just really leaning into it and letting yourself get excited about this next chapter and what's coming. For some of you, this could also show up very practically, like maybe you guys are really focusing on the gift list or registry, like which items you want on that list. You could be being very intentional about that, you know, working on refining it and tweaking it, thinking about what will be useful or meaningful to you. And maybe you're also excited about the gifts too, like you're looking forward to receiving some of the things on that list. And at the same time, this card does make reference to pressure and expectations, and for many of you this pressure might be more internal because you care deeply and you want everything to feel right, you want your partner to feel really loved, you want the day to feel special, and because it matters so much it can feel a little bit fragile emotionally. But for some of you this pressure could be more external, especially if there are family expectations or cultural traditions or a sense of like needing to keep everyone happy. If you're feeling like you need to balance romance with responsibility or love and how you want to do things with that sense of tradition, that absolutely fits here, and it links back to what we talked about in the energy check. And that Tower reversed is actually really important for understanding this emotionally, because upright, the Tower can symbolize chaos and overwhelm, and reversed, it can symbolize someone actively trying to avoid emotional overload. And you know, weddings, like getting married, this is a huge life transition, and you're doing your best to kind of keep calm and grounded rather than spiraling. You might observe that you are having thoughts like, you know, I don't want this to be stressful, or I just want this to feel very loving and very solid, or, you know, I don't want small things to ruin the experience. It feels like there's a conscious effort here to kind of regulate your emotions and not let that pressure take over. And because of that, you guys could find yourself at times going back and forth a little bit emotionally. Like one moment you could find yourself feeling very affectionate and just excited and really romantic. And then the next, maybe you're a little bit more quiet or reflective, or a bit more sensitive. And that doesn't mean that you're having doubts. It just means that you are emotionally present and that you are taking things seriously. Day to day, this can look like checking in with your partner emotionally, offering reassurance, wanting reassurance, or just generally being more physically and emotionally close than usual. You might overthink certain details at times, but I do think it's coming from care and not necessarily from fear. What I really love most about this combination is that it speaks to a relationship that feels worth protecting. You guys, you're not being careless with your emotions here. You're trying to handle this transition very gently because the love itself feels precious. So overall, Pile 1, this energy says you are excited, you are deeply in love, and you are very, very aware of how important this moment is, maybe hyper aware, and you are doing your best to hold it with a lot of care rather than letting it overwhelm you. Okay, so let's move on to question 3, and question 3 is, what is your partner feeling or thinking about you leading up to the wedding? So let's pop these cards to one side so we can look at our next couple. So from the True Love Oracle, we have got number 34, Spiritual Maturity. And clarifying spiritual maturity, we have got the Devil reversed. Straight away, to me, this definitely reads like a partner who is in a very intentional and conscious headspace about this commitment. There's a lot of clarity here. There's a lot of self-awareness. I can see that. This, contrary to like what we said in the energy check with the Aries energy, this does not feel like impulsive at all. It definitely doesn't feel surface level. It feels very thought through. Emotionally, your partner feels like they're coming into this marriage from a place of choice rather than pressure. And kind of going back to that Aries energy, again, there is that sense of, I know who I am, I know what I want, and I'm choosing this, I'm choosing you. That is what spiritual maturity looks like here to me. It's not necessarily flashy, it feels very grounded. And that Devil reversed adds a really important layer. To me, this suggests that like leading up to your wedding, your partner is actively letting go of old patterns. This could be old fears, old coping mechanisms, old defense mechanisms, old relationship habits that no longer serve them. There's a strong sense of personal growth leading up to this. Your partner could very well be reflecting a lot on their past, like past relationships or past versions of themselves, and they're feeling genuinely proud of how far they've come. There's this sense of release with it too, like they are kind of saying, I'm not that person anymore and I don't want to bring those patterns into marriage. And it's not saying that they were like a bad person before, but just they appreciate how much they've grown. What I really love about this energy is that it doesn't feel heavy or anxious. It feels very calm. There's almost a sense of relief with it. Like your partner is thinking, this feels healthy and this feels right. This feels good for me. They're not feeling trapped by commitment. It's actually the opposite, because the Devil reverse can talk about freedom. It can talk about liberation. So this feels like choosing love without feeling controlled by fear or obligation or unhealthy attachments. Your partner may also be very aware that marriage is a big deal, but it doesn't seem like they're panicking about that. They actually seem to be embracing it with a healthy dose of emotional responsibility. There's, like it says, there's a maturity here, and there's something that says like, I'm ready to show up consistently. So this could show up in very, very practical ways, actually. Your partner might be thinking about how they can physically show up in a tangible way to be a good spouse. Not just how to have a good wedding, but how to have a good marriage and what they can do to facilitate that. They could be thinking more about their communication. They could be thinking about how to support you in this relationship long term. There's less focus on fantasy and more focus on real love. Like if your partner has struggled in the past with things like jealousy or control issues or unhealthy attachments or just fear of vulnerability, this combination to me suggests that they're very consciously working through that now because they don't want those dynamics anywhere near this marriage. There's also something here about your partner really just reflecting on, like how much they've grown as a person since being with you. This can include overcoming a specific bad habit or unhealthy pattern. And I think this links back nicely to what came up in the energy check. So for some of you, this could literally be something like quitting smoking or cutting back on drinking, or letting go of just these toxic coping mechanisms, or just taking better care of themselves. It feels like your love has genuinely encouraged and actually like motivated them to do better. It's got them into that Aries energy of feeling like, I'm going to do this. And it's not because you force them, but because they genuinely wanted to show up as like a healthier and more grounded version of themselves. There's this tremendous sense of pride here, like they're saying, I'm not who I used to be, and I'm really glad that you get this version of me. There's also an energy here of gratitude. Your partner may be looking at you and thinking like, you brought out a better version of them. This relationship definitely feels like a safe place for growth rather than something that keeps them stuck in the same old patterns. And emotionally, this feels very steady on the day itself. There's some nerves, maybe, but like it doesn't feel unstable. There is a quiet confidence to it. So overall, pile one, your partner's thoughts and feelings leading up to the wedding feel very mature and intentional and grounded. They're not just excited about the event, but they're committed to the life that you guys are building together. It feels like they're choosing you with their eyes wide open. They're free from this old baggage. And that is a really, really solid place to be coming from, to be honest, pile one. So far, so good. Let's move on to question 4. Now, question 4 is all about the moment you first see each other on your big day. So yeah, the moment you first see each other on the wedding day, that first official look, however that happens for you. So let's move these cards to one side so we can focus on our next couple. And from the Green Witch Oracle, we have got number 4, Emotion, Cucumber. Oh, I don't know why I wanted to say totes emotion. I feel like I've not said that in years, but I used to say it all the time. Somebody's totes emotion. I'm sorry if that's like cringe millennial humour. And clarifying emotion, we have got the Queen of Wands. Oh, okay, this moment hits. For both of you, this moment hits. It really lands. I'm hearing wow. I'm getting this immediate wow energy. Like jaws actually hitting the floor. I can even see someone covering their mouth as you come out. Not covering their mouth in like, I'm gonna be sick kind of way. Like, just like, oh my god, wow. Like they're genuinely overwhelmed with emotion. It's that look of like, that is my person. That is my person. Like, I almost can't believe it. You look phenomenal to them. And the thing is, like, you guys are already very attracted to each other. You already know you desire each other, right? But there's just something about seeing each other in this moment on this day that just hits differently for some reason, even though you already see each other as hot and beautiful. And it's not just like, oh damn, like you scrub up really well. It's this thing of like, oh my god, this is the moment we are actually doing this. And with the emotion card here, I am kind of getting a shakiness and something that looks like nerves, but it's not necessarily being nervous. I don't know how to explain it. It doesn't necessarily feel like anxiety, but more like you know that feeling of like having too much energy in the body and nowhere to put it? Like when you've drank too much coffee or something and you're like a bit shaky. I don't know. It's like more like restless, I guess, like adrenaline, like excitement buzzing through you. And the Queen of Wands just really backs that up. There's this very like confident and magnetic and charged energy between you guys. And when you first see each other, I'm getting that there's this immediate urge to touch. I'm trying to keep this PG, okay? Like, but it's not even like that. It's not in a like hands all over each other PDA kind of way, although that element is definitely there. But even something simple like wanting to hold hands or someone touching someone's hair, like getting somebody's hair out of their face, something like that, wanting to pull each other closer, wanting to jump into each other's arms. And if this is a more traditional ceremony where you're standing at the front and you are meant to like wait while the officiant speaks, you might not be able to touch each other like that. But either way, you cannot take your eyes off each other. It's like there are only 2 people in the room. And yeah, I keep getting that phrase, wow, wow, wow. It's like one of you is mouthing something as the other walks out. Like, wow, just that, like they genuinely cannot believe what they are seeing. You might actually see them welling up a bit too, especially if this is someone who doesn't really cry. That could really surprise you, how emotional they get. Maybe you see them wiping a tear away whilst also smiling at you and very obviously looking you up and down. I want to say this moment hits them like a punch in the gut because I'm thinking of like that fighty Mars energy. It's like a punch, but it's in a good way. Like, oh my god, this is my person, this is really happening. And even with all of that emotion, there's still this sense of like joy and humour as well. Like, because I'm seeing smiling, I'm seeing laughing, I'm seeing like eye contact that lingers as well. I wouldn't be surprised if actually one of you makes like a jokey comment under your breath, something like, damn, something in reference to like how good you look, how hot you look, maybe something slightly inappropriate for the setting, but actually completely appropriate for you two because maybe that's just your humour. And yeah, this emotion, it doesn't feel like a fragile, easily knockable emotion. It feels very excitable, it feels very passionate. It's that feeling of, what do I do with all this energy right now? And I'm also getting this very clear thought from both of you, and that thought is, I cannot wait to get you alone later. There's definitely desire here, but also pride and a lot of confidence. You guys are looking at each other and you're thinking like, that is my best fucking friend right there, and they still really do it for me. Like, wow, they are doing it for me right now, stood in front of me. So there could be something about the way one of you looks, a dress, a suit, the way something fits, something that really highlights your assets, maybe in a way that you don't normally show day to day, especially if you guys don't dress up all the time, and it just really gets you and this person going. Like, that's my person and I'm so proud to have them, and I cannot wait to get them alone later. For some of you, you might have expected this moment to be more like unserious, is something I want to say. Like, you probably knew that both of you might end up nervously laughing at how serious this feels, especially if you guys are usually the type to kind of joke around with each other. And there is laughter, like I do see that, but there's also this unexpected wave of emotion. Kind of like 1 minute you're laughing and then you properly take in what's going on the day and you're like, oh my god, why am I crying right now? Even though it feels like it's just you two in that moment, I do think there could be some unexpected emotion coming from people around you as well. You might hear sniffles from the front row, you might hear quiet crying, like little emotional reactions, especially from parents, if your parents attend or theirs do. This could even be a surprising thing, like your dad who never cries and is usually really stern suddenly being in his feelings. And I'm actually going to use myself as an example here. Not that I'm anyone's unemotional father, although I could be. I am a Capricorn rising, so... But I am an emotional person, actually. I do cry a lot by myself, but I tend not to cry in public. And I've been to loads of weddings and funerals, and I don't usually cry at them in the moment. Like, I might cry later on, but I'm normally quite composed at the events themselves. But I was a bridesmaid at my friend's wedding this year, and I actually found myself tearing up, and it caught me off guard. I just had this wave of reflection, like, oh my god, I've known this girl since she was a teenager, and now she's getting married, and she's so happy, and I'm just so proud of her. And suddenly my usual, like, blank expression was not blank anymore, which was quite inconvenient, actually, because I'd had my makeup done, like, I'd had lashes put on and everything, so I didn't want it to run all over my face. But yeah, it's that kind of energy, like people around you are just unexpectedly in their fields. You and your partner are having that effect on the room. I'm hearing the word alive, like the energy feels alive. And this is a bit random as well, but I'm actually hearing a specific Drake lyric right now. I can't remember which song it is. It's kind of an inappropriate lyric though, but the lyric is something like, I can still get you wet and I can still make you laugh. And obviously, you know, that song is probably not going to be playing literally in the middle of the ceremony, but the energy of that song in the moment when you guys look at each other is kind of spot on. It's that feeling of like, this is my person and they're my best friend and they make me laugh, but they still very much get me going as well. You know, even if you guys have been together a long time, this moment reminds you both of that. Like, yeah, the spark is very much there. So that feels like a good place to move on to question 5. And question 5 is, what does the wedding setting and aesthetic and mood feel like? The overall vibe of the event itself. So let's move these cards to one side so we can focus on your next couple. And from the Oracle of the Fairies, we have healing. Now is the time for you to give or receive healing. Everyone has a natural ability to heal others, yes, even you. In clarifying healing, we have got the 9 of Cups. Beautiful card to represent the mood of this day. Okay, so straight away, this tells me that this wedding doesn't just look nice, it also feels very, very good to people. There's something about the environment itself that's like soothing or comforting and just feels really emotionally nourishing. This actually feels like a space where people can relax and enjoy themselves rather than feeling super tense or overly formal. The word that keeps coming up to my mind is ease, something very free-flowing. Now, even if the setting itself is very elegant and very traditional, it definitely doesn't feel stiff. It feels warm and welcoming and inviting, like people can kind of exhale once they arrive, and there's this sense that everyone belongs here. With the healing card, I'm getting something like this wedding almost feels like a balm, and for some of you, that healing shows up very specifically through the people present. I'm seeing something about, you know, maybe families who don't usually share the same space, maybe split families or relatives with differences, or even your family and your partner's family if they haven't interacted much before this. If you've had any worries about how that dynamic might go, this feels incredibly reassuring. There's something genuinely healing about seeing people put their differences aside and just laugh together and have a good time and show up for you. It doesn't feel forced at all, it feels completely natural. I'm getting like everyone understands the assignment here. And the 9 of Cups just really seals that energy for me. This is a card of like true emotional satisfaction and contentment. So aesthetically, I'm getting something that feels abundant without being overly showy. It doesn't feel like the wedding is trying too hard to impress. It feels like something that's designed to be enjoyed, and people are very comfortable. So people feel well fed, the music feels right, it feels ambient. There's something about sharing a toast. I'm seeing cocktails, obviously because it's on the cards, of course I'm seeing cocktails, but that could be relevant. Maybe people can get cocktails at this event. I'm seeing fancy drinks, clinking glasses, a real celebratory atmosphere. It feels like the ambiance you put thought and care into really pays off. And even, you know, if you have anyone in your life who can sometimes be like a little bit more domineering or opinionated or just prone to speaking before they think, I think even that person doesn't have a bad word to say. And that in itself feels very healing. There's kind of this quiet relief of like, okay, nobody's complaining. Everyone's happy. I think this is going well. And aesthetically, this feels pleasing rather than dramatic. I'm getting something about soft lighting, maybe comfortable seating, thoughtful decor that feels personal rather than overdone. If there is entertainment or music, it feels very well paced. It's not like overwhelming, it's just enjoyable background. There's also this really strong sense that you as the couple actually get to receive on this day. It doesn't just feel like you're hosting or managing. You feel like you're being celebrated and you get to relax into it. It's like you get to enjoy the fruits of your labor. This does not feel like a wedding where you kind of collapse at the end of the night completely drained. It does feel like one where you can, you know, kind of breathe that sigh of relief and think like, that went really well. You know, I'm pleased with how that went. Like your cup is genuinely full. So overall, Pile 1, the setting and aesthetic of this wedding feels very healing and satisfying and harmonious and emotionally abundant. It's not about perfection, but it is about people feeling good and getting along and celebrating something meaningful together. With that said, let's move on to question 6. So question 6 is all about the energy of the people closest to you on the day. So your inner circle or your wedding party, your close friends, your family, your chosen family, the people who are most directly involved and supporting you on this day. So let's move these cards to one side. And from the Mermaid Oracle, we have got the Crane Bag, Sacred Ocean Medicine, Clutter, Decluttering, Choice. And this card is clarified by the High Priestess. I really like this for an inner circle Pile 1 because this tells me that your inner circle on the day feels very intentional and instinctual. I feel like you guys, as soon as you know you're getting married, you almost immediately know who your people are. There's not a lot of back and forth or second guessing here. It feels very intuitive. You just know deep in your soul who will have your back on the day, who will actually show up, who won't flake, who can be relied on when things get a bit chaotic. So rather than choosing people out of obligation or tradition, it feels like you very deliberately curated a tight-knit support system. And when I say circle, that doesn't necessarily mean that these people are all best friends with each other, although that could apply for some of you if you have like a group who all know each other, but it's more like that each of these people has like a very deep and meaningful bond with you as an individual. These are people who kind of know you inside and out, definitely people I would imagine you've shared secrets with and a lot of history with. There's something very sacred about these connections, and the High Priestess really supports that because that's all about like unspoken understanding and it's about emotional intelligence, and these people have that in bucket loads. It feels like these people can sense what you need without you having to spell it out. There's almost this telepathic quality to it. It's like you make eye contact and they already just know. So for example, if you get stuck talking to some random uncle from your extended family that you've never met before, and this uncle is just going on and on and on, and you're too polite to like excuse yourself, and your eyes glance over at this person and your eyes are screaming, "Save me, please." One of these people will just swoop in and interrupt, like, "Oh, sorry, can I just borrow the bride for a moment?" if that's you. And you're like, "Oh my god, thank you. I thought I was never getting away from that person." And there's no explanation needed. Like, that's the kind of attunement I'm seeing here. Obviously, that's just one example. But yeah, it feels like everyone in your inner circle feels like they're quietly serving a role. And it's not in a sort of forced, "oh, these are my wedding duties" way, but in a very natural, instinctive way. It's like they're very tapped into you and they're acting accordingly. You know, with the Crane Bag and with this whole like theme of cluttering and decluttering, I was immediately thinking of getting ready for the day. And I'm sorry if this is a bit stereotypical, but I'm thinking of like when a bunch of women specifically are getting ready together, I feel like the mess just really multiplies. I mean, that's just my experience. Maybe that's not you, but I wanted to give this as an example because sometimes it feels like individually you don't have that much stuff, but when everyone gets together there are suddenly like piles of shoes and random lashes and chargers and clothes and bags and makeup everywhere. And I feel like in your group, there is absolutely someone who becomes kind of like the unofficial mom friend if you were the bride, let's say. It's the one quietly tidying the room and organising things and just making the space calmer. So if you're there kind of stressing, like, oh my god, I can't find my XYZ, it's chaos in here, they're like, hold on, I've got this, and they're already digging through bags to find it for you. It's in this very practical way, like maybe your phone's about to die, and before you even fully panic, this person is like, don't worry, I already plugged your phone in for you, or don't worry, I brought a charger, or even like, I started charging your phone because I knew you'd want pictures later. So it's like picking up on what you need without you having to ask. It's that kind of energy where they anticipate your needs. They're very thoughtful, almost psychic with it. And with the word bag specifically, I keep getting this image of someone literally holding things for you. Like, oh, do you want me to hold your bag? Or I've got your drink, go and do your thing. It's not in a way where they're like your servant, but it's just in this very caring and practical way, because maybe they know that you are being pulled in like a million directions. So they help literally lighten the load by holding things for you. That could be a very specific message for somebody. And this medicine energy feels like exactly what you need to stay grounded during what can be a slightly chaotic time. There may be a lot of excitement and noise and movement, but these people help kind of neutralize it and keep you calm. There's also a small side note here, and it's very specific. Might not apply for everyone, but it could be that someone in your inner circle might be dealing with a little minor ailment on the day, and nothing serious at all. It could just be somebody getting over a cold or having a sore throat or having allergies, maybe losing their voice slightly. Somebody could be taking antibiotics or allergy meds, nothing that would stop them being there and showing up for you, and nothing that affects the photos or anything like that. Everyone still looks amazing. It could just be a tiny confirmation of that medicine theme. I'm also getting like aesthetically too, there could be something very ethereal about this group. Definite high priestess energy. If you have a bridal party, you could all kind of look angelic, is something I want to say, like divine and soft and glowing. There's a real mystical quality to the way that you are perceived together. And again, I keep coming back to this idea that like whether it's one person or several, it feels like each person brings something different that you need. Like one person brings a sense of calm, someone brings organization, another person brings humor, someone brings reassurance, and together these individuals hold you through the day. So overall, Pile 1, the energy of the people closest to you feels deeply, deeply supportive. It feels intuitive, but also practical. This is definitely a chosen and sacred circle, and they are absolutely looking after you on your day. Okay, so let's move on to question 7, which is all about how your guests experience and remember this wedding. So this is looking a bit wider now at extended family, friends, colleagues, acquaintances, depending on how big or small your wedding is. So let's have a look at what we pulled for you. From the Modern Witch Spiritual deck, we have got freedom, and clarifying freedom, we've got the Two of Pentacles. This feels like a really nice energy for guests, to be honest. Straight away, I really get the sense that people feel like they can let loose a bit at this wedding, like they can actually relax and have fun without there being like this enormous pressure to engage in things that they just don't want to engage in. And I think we did get a bit of that with the Nine of Cups as well. But yeah, to be quite honest, Pile 1, nothing feels forced here. People aren't feeling trapped in like awkward conversations, or they're not feeling like they're being dragged from one thing to the next. It feels like there's a lot of choice here, like a lot of freedom to kind of dip in and out of things in their own way. And that actually makes a huge difference to how much people truly enjoy themselves. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, Pile 1, if you notice certain guests acting very differently to how they usually act. Like, for example, the person who's normally very stiff or uptight, you see them suddenly getting really into the dancing. Or the person who never drinks getting a little bit tipsy and loosening up. Or, you know, the person who usually never cracks a smile actually laughing with a bunch of people and genuinely having a good time. Not just doing the like, I'm here because I have to be sort of thing. And I really want to talk about introverted guests for a second, because I do relate to this a lot myself. But for some people, the idea of attending a big social event is honestly pretty daunting. Like mingling and small talk and chatting to people you don't really know, it can feel exhausting before you've even arrived. So a lot of the time those people think, okay, well, I'll just go for a couple of hours, I'll show my face, and then I'll head home. Especially with weddings, because you know, it's someone else's day and you want to support them, of course, even if socializing isn't really your thing. But what I'm seeing here is that even those guests who like approach these things more in that introverted way, they end up having way more fun than expected. Like, they really relax, they loosen up, and you can see that. Maybe they stay longer than planned, and then afterwards they're like, you know what? That was actually really nice, like, had way more fun than I thought I would. And that is what this freedom card is saying to me. Nobody is being forced to talk to people they don't want to talk to. And even if you have like something that keeps people in place, like if you have a seating chart for dinner, let's say, it doesn't feel like people are just stuck at one table all night. It feels like there's movement. People can kind of float from one group to the next. They can gravitate towards whoever they feel comfortable with. The birds imagery also makes me think there's like space for people to step outside and maybe get a bit of fresh air, maybe have a quiet moment, and then come back inside when they feel ready. So it does feel busy, but it doesn't feel like overwhelming. It feels quite social, but not in a really intense and forced way. With the Two of Pentacles, there are definitely like a lot of moving parts, is what I want to say. You know, maybe staff, vendors, food, music, conversations. I'm seeing a lot of different groups of people. It doesn't necessarily feel chaotic. It feels like things are being handled, the structure, but it is flexible. And if things shift slightly, it doesn't throw the whole vibe off, but it feels like a lot of people kind of working around each other. So maybe this is like vendors communicating with each other about how things need to proceed. If you guys have specific things, for instance, like these are just a few examples, but a photo booth or a guest book or little activities to do, it doesn't feel like this thing where it's like, okay, everyone queue up right now or you'll miss it. It feels more relaxed than that. Like, people can come and go to things when they choose to. It feels very free-flowing. If guests are getting up to sign the guest book, for instance, it's not like everyone is standing behind them watching them and they have to like rush through it and then they're panicking. There are lots of kind of little social pockets happening at once. People, you know, chatting on this side and then people dancing here and then laughing somewhere else. Like, not everyone is stuck in just this one area doing the same thing at the same time. And that actually keeps the energy really light. From your perspective though, Pal 1, I do think you guys are kept busy, which is understandable. People do want to talk to you. They want to congratulate you. They want to compliment you and catch up. And at times you could feel like you were kind of juggling multiple conversations. Like, you're talking to one person and then someone else wants a word with you and then you get gently pulled away for something completely different. And it might be a little bit overstimulating at times, especially if you are more introverted. But I don't see you getting too annoyed by this. It feels like you just accept it as part of the day. You kind of roll with it. You are able to multitask and you handle it pretty well. I also see groups kind of shifting throughout the evening. You know, you see people talking maybe who don't normally interact. You see people moving around and mingling in these ways that you wouldn't expect. And I actually think you find that really nice. And at the same time, if there are people who kind of need to stay away from each other, they also can do that without it being awkward. Nobody feels pressured to be involved in everything at the same time as somebody else. One little practical piece of advice that I'm getting, Pal 1, especially with that Two of Pentacles, because I'm getting this phrase like lots on your plate, and it's a reminder that you need to eat, okay? Because some of you might get so caught up like greeting people and with your bride or groom obligations that you actually forget to sit down and have a proper meal. You might just grab little bits here and there, which is fine if you're busy. Just be mindful, especially if you're drinking. You don't want to feel dizzy or anything. You need to keep your energy up for the day. For some of you, this could also indicate that you have planned food in a flexible way, maybe eating something that you can come back to or just snack on when you feel like something that is fine to be eaten hot or cold, which fits this whole freedom theme really, really perfectly, to be honest. So overall, Pal 1, you'll guess remember this wedding as like easy and relaxed, but also genuinely fun. People leave feeling lighter than when they arrived, like they were free to be themselves. And honestly, that's a really lovely thing for people to remember about your special day. With that said, let's move on to question 8. And question 8 is all about a significant or unexpected moment that becomes deeply memorable. Like I said in the intro, this isn't necessarily about the obvious moments, although it absolutely can be. It's more about the one moment that really sticks with you afterwards, the one that keeps coming back to you when you think about your special day. So let's just pop these cards to one side. So from the Wise Witch Oracle, we have got clarity. Light a candle for clarity, illuminate the path to your desires. And clarifying clarity, we have got death. Okay. A very interesting combination. Actually, this is really, really beautiful, pal one. Oh, what I'm getting here is a very quiet, kind of internal moment is what I want to say. One where things suddenly make a whole lot of sense. And it's not a moment necessarily that everyone else notices. This feels kind of private to you. You know, weddings, they are like pretty full of big emotional moments that are also very public, you know, the vows, the speeches, the ceremony itself. Even when those things come from a genuine place, I feel like sometimes in those moments we are very aware of being watched, and a lot of us were very focused on just getting through it and like saying the right thing, not crying too much and ruining our makeup, you know, making sure everything goes smoothly, and then the day keeps moving. Like you're talking to guests and you're talking to staff and you're being pulled from one thing to the next. There's like this huge whirlwind of energy where you don't always get the chance to kind of check in with yourself and how you're actually feeling. And this card combination feels like the moment where you finally do. So it might happen later on in the day. Maybe you're alone for a second, or maybe you lock eyes with your spouse across the room. Maybe you pause and watch your guests mingling and laughing, and suddenly it's like everything slows down for just a moment. And then it really hits you, you know, you realize how big of a new chapter this is, like how clearly you can see your future now. You think about where you've been in love and relationships and what you've been through and where you are now. And there's that quiet sense of like, that chapter is done, and that's that death energy. And it's not in a scary way at all. It's in a really, really deeply relieving way, like setting something down that you've been carrying for a long time without even realizing it. Old narratives or heartbreaks or versions of yourself, you might find that you quietly well up in this moment. I'm seeing like happy tears, very reflective tears as well. That feeling of like, this is the end of an era and I'm actually really, really excited for where I'm going. Everything feels very clear and very aligned, like you're exactly where you're meant to be. There's also a more specific message here that won't be for everyone, but you will know if it's for you. If on your wedding day, you are missing someone who meant a lot to you, like a grandparent or great-grandparent as one example, and you get that quiet pang of grief that they're not here to see you get married, I feel like this particular moment brings this unexpected comfort, almost like they make it known that they're still with you. It doesn't feel dramatic, it feels like something subtle, like a synchronicity that you notice, or a phrase someone says that reminds you of them. You could have even set this intention with the universe of like, give me a sign that this person is looking out for me, and if this person says this specific word and it's something really random that nobody ever says, then I know this person is watching over me. Does that make sense? You could have said that and then that word gets brought up, or it could be like a specific bird flying past, or you know, you mention their name, you think of their name in your head, and then candles around you start to flicker. Or, you know, maybe someone mentions this person during a speech, and instead of it hurting you, it actually makes you feel closer to them. And there's this really gentle sense of knowing, like, they will be so proud of where I am now. And it definitely reminds you that love doesn't just stop because someone isn't physically here. And that reassurance becomes part of why this moment stays with you so profoundly. I'm also seeing something very visual here, so something to do with candles generally, lighting, fairy lights, a lit pathway, something that looks completely different once the light changes. It's like the space itself feels transformed or illuminated. Maybe the venue looks lovely during the day, but at night it becomes almost magical, like it's come alive, like it's become this portal to another universe. And that external transformation mirrors your internal transformation. So this deeply memorable moment isn't about what everyone else sees, it's about that moment where things just slow down, just enough for you to realize, like, yes, a chapter has closed and another one has opened, and you can see where you're going now. And that's why it really stays with you. So let's move on to question 9, which is a really sweet one, because we're going to be asking, what ends up being the most meaningful part of the wedding day for you and your partner? And it's not necessarily about like the most impressive or the most talked about, but the part that you look back on and feel the most emotionally connected to. So let's put these cards to one side so we can focus on our next couple. So from the affirmations of fairy cats, we have Summer. And clarifying Summer, we have the Three of Wands. Oh, those are big sausages. Take that as it resonates. Okay, this feels really lovely and fun because it's less about like one specific event and more about the overall feeling of the day once you're actually in it. Now, for some of you, this could be a literal confirmation. You might be having a summer wedding, or there could be something significant about the weather. Maybe it's like you guys were told the weather wasn't meant to be great, and then on the day the sun comes out, or there's a rainbow or something. or you realise halfway through the day how relieved you are that it's warm enough to be outside, or that you're not freezing in your outfit or something. There's definitely something here about like the actual physical comfort of the day adding to the emotional experience. So feeling the warmth on your skin, being able to open up outdoor spaces, guests being able to move in and out freely instead of being trapped in a room, and you're just thinking like, this feels good. With that summer card, the energy is warm and playful and present. It doesn't feel tense, it feels very joyful and light. Like once the date is actually happening, you and your partner really relax into it. The Three of Wands definitely adds this sense of perspective. There's a moment where you and your partner step back and you're just taking it all in. It could be standing together outside, looking at a particular view, maybe watching the sunset on the horizon, or just having a quiet moment where you look out at everything in front of you and you think like, wow, like look at this. And that moment, that shared pause, it becomes one of your favorite parts of the day. I can actually see you two kind of standing together, maybe with a drink in hand, just truly enjoying each other's company and laughing and being playful, feeling that warmth emotionally and physically. There's romance here, but it's very natural and very comfortable. What's really important as well with that Three of Wands energy is that it's forward-looking energy. Some people, you know, sometimes talk about feeling a bit sad when their wedding day comes to an end, especially if they've spent like months or years planning that day. There's kind of this feeling of like, oh, like that's it, it's over. And I do not get that here at all. It's like you and your partner, the thing you love most is that you don't necessarily see this day as like the peak. You don't see this as like as good as it's going to get. You see it as just the beginning. There's actually excitement about what comes next. You're not clinging to this particular day because it's ending. You're like enjoying it fully and also feeling genuinely excited about what's coming next. You might be thinking about your honeymoon. You might be thinking about traveling together. You might be thinking about building a life, like what you and your person are going to do next. For some of you, it could be maybe starting a family if that's something you want. There's this sense of like, you know, I'm just so glad I get to do the next part of my life, this next chapter with you. So even though the day itself is special and it's meaningful and it's beautiful, it's not the only thing you're holding on to. Yes, you love the day, but you love this idea of going into the marriage even more. Emotionally, the most meaningful part is that shared feeling of warmth and happiness and possibility. It's like standing side by side, looking out at what's next and just feeling truly excited and not necessarily scared about what comes next. With that said, let's move on to question 10. So question 10 is, what do you need to be aware of or focus on or release to have the best possible wedding experience? So this is a little bit more guidance based, and that's why it's at the end. You can skip this if you want to, but I just wanted to put it in case it helps anyone. So let's have a look at what we pulled for you. So from the Believe in Your Own Magic Oracle, we have got number 24, Potion, Remember to Practice Self-Love. And clarifying that card, we have got Judgment. The main message here, Pal 1, is do not forget yourself in all of this. And I say that because I think it's very easy, especially if you are a considerate person or you've struggled with people pleasing, it's easy to spend a lot of time worrying about everyone else. You know, what will they think about this? Will they like that? Are they comfortable? Are they happy? Are they having a good time? But something that really wants to come through here is people are there to celebrate you, and don't forget that. And we've already seen this with your inner circle and with your guests overall. Their energy around you is really supportive. People understand that this day isn't about them and that it's not meant to be. They are there because they love you, they want to celebrate you, and they are happy to be part of it. Even if you do know of one or two people who can be a bit more like opinionated or domineering or fussy, they are very much the minority here. Like, most people are there just to enjoy your day and share in your happiness, and nobody is expecting perfection. Nobody is analysing every detail, and even though I do see things going smoothly and you being very happy with how the day turns out, this card combination is saying don't get so caught up in the details that you forget to take care of yourself in the process. Let me give a very specific example, because I know this is how people's brains work sometimes. But if, for instance, you're worrying that your Auntie Sandra is a fussy eater and she's going to turn her nose up at every single food option, respectfully, Auntie Sandra can cope. Like, your wedding does not need to be a 5-star Michelin standard restaurant for one day. Please do not be running around like, oh my God, Sandra, you don't like any of these 5,000 food options? Hold on, let me ask the caterer if they can do something special just for you. I will leave my own plate here and not eat my food because you're complaining, Sandra. No, like, Sandra can manage for one day. Let's be very, very real. And I say this as someone, like, I am mostly plant-based, and when I go to events, there are usually quite limited options for me. And you know what? I cope. I cope because it's one day, and if it's someone else's wedding, if it's someone else's event, it is not about me. If I know I'm going to be hungry because there isn't much for me to choose from, I will bring some snacks with me, or I will eat a lot before. People can make do for one day to celebrate a couple, and they will. And I'm not talking about like not providing food for hours on end. Like obviously cater to health concerns and dietary requirements, but just don't stress yourself out about it if you've already given loads of options and people are just being unnecessarily fussy about things that in the grand scheme of things shouldn't matter that much. Some of you might be worrying that people will complain about petty things, but I genuinely don't see that here for the most part. And even if someone does have a minor issue, you have got your inner circle. You've got people around you who will step in and handle things so that you don't have to attend to every last detail yourself. And that's part of why those people are there to support you. Judgment is also about release, letting go of guilt, letting go of the need to prove something, letting go of the inner critic that says that you have to make everyone happy at your own expense. You really, really don't. This day is about you and your partner, and you've done more than enough. You've created something joyful and meaningful, and people feel that, and they are not judging you, they're celebrating you. So the guidance here is to look after yourself and allow yourself to receive love and trust that everyone else is good. You don't need to micromanage everyone else's joy. Ultimately, you and your partner feel content with how the day goes, the people around you feel happy, and there's a really strong sense of like, this was good, we did this and we enjoyed it, and that is the overall energy that takes precedent. And with that, pile one, that brings us to the end of your reading. So that's what I'm getting for you, pile one, and that's where I'm going to leave you today, my loves. Thank you so much for being here and spending your time and energy with me. It truly means more than you know. If you enjoyed this reading, the best and easiest ways to support a small channel like mine are to like, comment, hype, subscribe and share. If you feel called to do so, it really does make such a big difference for a small creator. And on a more personal note, I genuinely just love hearing from you guys. I love reading your comments and hearing about your ever-evolving love stories, whether you're single, partnered or married or planning or just dreaming. It means a lot to me to be able to connect with you in that way. With that said, thank you again for being here. Take care of yourselves. I'm sending you lots and lots of love, and I'll see you in the next reading, pile one. Hi Pile 2 Collective! If you chose the Inspired Neon Tarot and the Chandelier sticker and you chose Pile 2, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. This reading is titled Your Love Story, The Wedding, all about the big day with your person, Valentine's Special. If you would like a full breakdown of what this reading will entail, I highly recommend checking out the introduction. I go through absolutely everything there. I'll also leave some details in the pinned comment below for your reference. I recommend checking at least one of those out so you know what to expect from this reading today. With that said, just a brief recap. I wanted to do a romantic Valentine's Day special, and honestly, I thought, what is more romantic than an organised list? So today we're going through 10 specific questions all about your wedding day with your person, your future spouse, your significant other, your soulmate, whichever label is most applicable to you. Here are the list of questions, so feel free to pause the video and take a quick look if you would like to. I'll also remind you of each question as we go through the reading, and I do go through this list in way more detail in the intro. But just to be clear, this reading is for you whether you are single, committed, engaged, already married, planning a wedding, or if you've been married multiple times and if all of your spouses keep perishing under mysterious circumstances. That is between you and the universe, but this reading is still for you. This can apply to past, present, or future weddings, and you're more than welcome to choose more than one pile if more than one is calling to you. So without any further hesitation, let's get started and take a look at question 1, which will act as an energy check for this pile. So for question 1, we're asking, what is the overall vibe and emotional atmosphere of the wedding day? But it's not just about the wedding day. The way you can use this as an energy check is if we also give confirmations about you or your significant other as individuals, what your relationship is like, and also the wedding. Obviously, if nothing sounds like you or your significant other or anyone you can see yourself being with, or a wedding you could see yourself having, that is maybe just a sign to choose a different pile. But hopefully you will find something that resonates in this energy check today. First of all, with you choosing the Chandelier sticker, I'm getting that song. Is it a Sia song? The one where she's talking about swinging from the chandeliers. So is it Sia? I think it is. I can't remember what the song's called, but that song could be significant. I'm just going to pop that to one side for now. We're looking at one oracle card and one tarot card at a time to answer each question, by the way. Again, I went through this in the intro. So yeah, starting over here, we have got Sagittarius, honest, caring, loyal, impatient, superficial, blunt. And clarifying Sagittarius, we have got the Five of Pentacles. Don't let this Five of Pentacles worry you, because I promise I have some thoughts about that. But before we get into that, I really want to talk about the Sagittarius energy and the synchronicities around it, because with these cards, I like how there's so much detail, so much potential for synchronicities coming through. So as a reminder, you know, these astrology cards, this Sagittarius card, it's more of an archetype, it's not a requirement. You or your partner could have strong Sagittarius or fire placements, but that doesn't have to be the case. This can also show up in the relationship dynamic or in the overall energy of the day itself. There could also be something about a fieriness in terms of shared synastry if you know your partner's chart, if you have already met your partner. That said, Sagittarius season, November 22nd to December 21st, could be relevant. That could be a birthday, an engagement, a wedding day, or just something significant. Again, fire sign energy feels really strong. The ruling planet Jupiter could be important. I'm thinking of the themes surrounding Jupiter, so expansion, optimism, look, big picture thinking, that could be relevant for someone here. Colours like purple and yellow. Lucky numbers are 5, 6 and 8. I'm also going to throw 9 in there because Sagittarius is associated with the 9th house. Flowers like chrysanthemum, I'm sorry I cannot pronounce that. I have a hard time with that word all the time, I'm not sure why. But that word and carnation could also be relevant. Yeah, but let's talk about what this actually means in more detail. This feels like a relationship between two big thinkers, is what I want to say. Two very free-spirited people, I would imagine. There is a lot of openness here, mentally, emotionally, and philosophically too. I see people who are very curious about the world, about life, and about meaning. Travel energy is coming through very strongly. That could be something you bonded over, something you will bond over, something you have already done together maybe, or something you're planning for in the future when time or finances allow. For a small number of you, this could have even started as a long-distance relationship. I'm also getting strong themes of different backgrounds, so different cultures, belief systems, religions, ethnicities or languages. Someone here may speak more than one language, or English might be a second language. Some of you could have met through higher education. I'm thinking university or a course, some form of shared learning, an apprenticeship. Someone here could also be very highly educated, maybe to postgraduate level. There's also a definite philosophical element. You know, I think we mentioned that, but like deep conversations, big questions. You and this person, I don't think you talk about just surface level stuff. You're talking about life and values and beliefs and the future, possibly from very early on into the relationship. With that Jupiter energy, for some of you, there's also a noticeable physical presence, someone tall or broad, or just with a big presence. I'm also getting someone who looks incredible in jewel tones. That could be everyday style, makeup, or even wedding attire for some of you, because obviously, you know, bridal wedding wear does not have to be white. And in many cultures, jewel tones are traditional and they are just as stunning, so that could apply for some of you, maybe not for all of you. But even if it's not the wedding outfit itself, someone just could really suit those colours. There could also be a connection to horses or stables for a few of you. And yeah, because of Sagittarius being the centaur, there may be something about someone being very well endowed, somebody being part horse. Take that as it applies, because I'm just moving on from that. But overall, regardless of which specific confirmations hit, if any, this definitely feels like a relationship full of adventure and a lot of humour and growth. I'm not seeing you guys as the kind of couple that lets things get stale. You definitely seem like a pairing where you're willing to try new things and kind of evolve together. I'm also getting a lot of laughter here. Like, sense of humour feels absolutely essential to this connection. I don't think either of you could be with somebody who didn't make you laugh. There's a lot of silliness and goofiness and teasing and sometimes playful roasting, even maybe during serious moments. I can imagine you guys probably cracking jokes and like rolling around like idiots. This is very much a friendship first relationship. And when I say friendship first, I don't mean in a friend zoney kind of way. I mean, like, this person is your lover and your best friend. It's this person who you can be completely honest with, no stepping on eggshells. And I'm hearing that quote from Stranger Things that Mike and Eleven say to each other, the friends don't lie. I feel like that really fits here, because you guys value honesty. You're kind of blunt with each other at times, but it just works. Nobody ever gets offended. In fact, it's like the more honest you are with each other, the more attracted you are to each other. Like, this is a really ridiculous, maybe kind of gross example, but if you ask this person to like sniff your armpit to check if you needed a shower, they would not lie to spare your feelings. But they also wouldn't be cruel about it. It's not about that, but they would just be honest. And somehow that honesty and that intimacy makes you closer, because in past relationships, maybe you didn't feel like free enough to be yourself, or this person didn't. And I really feel like freedom is huge here. Like, you guys cannot do super clingy, controlling, very suffocating relationships. You guys need independence and like your own space and your own autonomy. And it's not because you don't love deeply, but it's because control kind of repels you. You need somebody who allows you to be free to be yourself. And I feel like that's what you guys do for each other. Like, you guys might spend loads and loads of time together and love it, but it's very much mutual. It's not like ownership based. So you could be in the same room doing your own thing, or you could go off and do your own thing entirely, and there's trust there. And I feel like that balance really matters to you guys. With that Sagittarius energy, this could, for some of you, maybe speak to a wedding that is abroad. With that Five of Pentacles, I do want to mention that for just some of you, there could be some element to do with planning the wedding where someone feels a bit left out in the cold. And I do want to be honest about that, because of course this is an energy check, not like a sugar-coated fantasy. I try and be real with my readings, and you will know like if this applies. This could be, for example, because of guest list choices. Like, maybe you're not inviting certain people because you know realistically they would stress you out on the day. It could be like a split family dynamic. It could be extended family you're not close to, or it could just be people who expect an invite, but maybe for valid reasons you've not been able to include them. Maybe it's even for financial reasons, like you having a smaller wedding. For some of you, this could be cultural, like if you and your partner are from different backgrounds or belief systems or cultures, and you kind of decide between yourselves to honour like one set of traditions more than another, it could leave one part of the family feeling a bit sidelined, even if that was not your intention. So for example, if one side of the family is more involved in planning because they are familiar with those traditions, they know them better, the other side might feel like they've lost some of that input. Or if the wedding is happening in one country rather than another, the family who are further away might feel a little bit disconnected from the process. It could even be smaller things, like maybe you go dress shopping and you take your mum but not your mother-in-law, and then the mother-in-law feels a little bit sensitive about that or something. Or, you know, one side of the family expecting certain traditions to happen that just aren't going to happen because you're doing things differently. And I really want to say this extremely clearly, that doesn't mean you're doing anything wrong. It's just this wedding feels very much like it's being done on your terms. And, you know, that can maybe ruffle some feathers, especially if you're someone who's used to sort of accommodating other people. But this definitely doesn't feel careless. It does feel considered. You're not excluding people for the sake of it, but you are choosing what feels aligned for you and your partner. And, you know, if someone feels a bit uncomfortable with that, that's something they'll have to process in their own time. What I don't see is that energy carrying through to the actual wedding day. I really feel like once the planning decisions are made, even if they were a little bit frustrating or felt heavy at times, the day itself becomes very free-spirited and joyful and fun. That Sag energy comes back in full force. Now, let's talk about the Five of Pentacles, because I know this is where some of you are like, oh god, here we go. But honestly, please don't panic. I'm not seeing this as lack in the dramatic sense. I am seeing this as potentially having to make choices, and this feeling of like, if I choose this, I might lose that. And that can show up in different ways. For some of you, yes, it can be financial. You know, weddings are expensive, like objectively ridiculously expensive. And even people who are relatively comfortable financially say that wedding planning makes them wince a bit. And then if we throw in maybe being lower income or having a disability that limits work, or not having family support, or just having other responsibilities, suddenly it's not just about planning a wedding, it's like considering the logistics, and that can feel kind of heavy at first. There is this sense of wanting to do everything, like wanting the quality food, the nice photographer, the dresses that don't feel like a compromise, the music, the experience, and then kind of realizing partway through the planning that you might have to sit down and say like, okay, what actually matters most to us? Like, what do we need to prioritize? And that doesn't mean you're settling. It means you're being intentional with this though, because I'm almost getting the image of, do you know when you're online shopping and you get a little bit carried away adding loads of stuff to the basket, and you're like, oh, I'll just get a little treat. And in your head, you're thinking it's only added up to about 20 quid. And then you check and it's actually over 100. And you're like, okay, how did we get here? It's that kind of energy. You know, wedding planning cannot feel like that. You add things feeling like, oh, that's just a little thing, it won't be too bad. But then when there's tons of little things, suddenly you're like, right, you know, maybe we need to take some of this out, or maybe we need to reassess here. And, you know, that can be disheartening for about 5 minutes. But then, and this is very Sagittarius, you guys recalibrate. You don't have to be Sagittarius for this to apply, but I'm getting this in your energy. It's like you start looking at the bigger picture and you and your partner actually talk things through and you ask like, okay, what do we care about most? What would we rather put our energy into? What are we okay letting go of? So for example, some of you might be like, you know, part of me wants like a big all-out wedding, but I also want a really amazing honeymoon. And then it becomes a conversation. Do we splash out here and scale back there? Or vice versa, you know, or for some of you, this could be about location. Some of you might genuinely be considering a wedding abroad, and that can feel very exciting, but it can also be complicated because maybe then you're like, okay, this would be incredible. We could save money if we had a wedding abroad, but can everyone come? Like, can my friends who I want there afford flights? Can my great grandma fly? Or what if her health doesn't allow that? Or do we want to exclude people we love so we can do it this way? And that's where that Five of Pentacles feeling comes in. It's that temporary sense of like, someone is going to be left out no matter what we choose. But I really want to stress that I don't see that energy lasting. This feels like initial planning stress, not the energy of the day itself. Because the other side of the Five of Pentacles, it also talks about support existing even when you don't see it yet. And with Jupiter ruling Sagittarius, I absolutely see you having lucky breaks, you know, things working out that you didn't expect, like finding a venue you thought you could never afford, and then suddenly it's discounted, or you stumble across somewhere that's actually better and more aligned and more in your budget, and you're like, oh my God, thank God I didn't force the first option. Or, you know, smaller things, maybe like having to narrow down food choices and feeling a bit gutted that you can't pick everything. And then on the day, something works out in your favor anyway. Like there's a mix up in the kitchen that benefits you. There's extra options, but you don't get charged for them. Something thrown in. It's that kind of thing. It's very much like you thought you were losing something, but you actually weren't. This actually creates more opportunity for expansion. And honestly, I would imagine it's quite hard to be a Sagittarius on a tight budget because Sag energy is big and expansive and idea heavy, but Sag always finds a way. Always. You will still have a fun wedding, a joyful one, a very free-spirited one, even if it doesn't look exactly how you first imagined. It ends up feeling completely right. Overall, I see this going way better than you expect. You know, the planning may feel frustrating at times, like you are having to weigh things up and write your pros and cons, but once it's in place, it feels really joyful and aligned. And you're not losing anything, it just maybe feels that way for a moment, but Sagittarius always lands on their feet, so definitely don't worry about this. So with that said, I think that is a good place to move on to question 2. I'm just going to pop these cards to one side for now, so we can focus on the next pairing. So from the Unmasked Truths Oracle, we have got very blissful, having a joyful connection, building a prosperous union, tempted to see others, romance fulfilled desires, and we have the Knight of Wands clarifying that. So this question is what's going through your mind and heart as the wedding approaches. So this is your thoughts, your feelings, your emotional state as the day gets closer, how you're feeling about the event itself and your partner and the relationship as a whole. So I do think you feel very connected to your partner, and this is actually a little bit of similar energy to something that came up in Pile 1. It's this period of time before the wedding bringing you closer together. Every decision you make about the wedding, every plan that you guys talk through, it feels like it's kind of bonding you more. And it also feels like you're excited about every step of this process. I really feel like you're talking about the wedding a lot leading up to it, like a lot, but in a really cute way. You know, you might be saying things like, oh, I just can't wait to see the cake, or, you know, what do you think you're going to say for the vows, or, oh, I can't wait to see you dressed up on the big day. Even maybe silly little things like, oh my God, do you think this person will come? Or what do you think they'll wear? It's very active, it's very back and forth, and it's very invested. I'm also seeing these random little downloads, like maybe you're lying in bed together watching a show, and out of nowhere you just blurt out like, oh my God, I can't wait for XYZ, and it's then some random part of the wedding. Or you're trying to sleep and your brain just will not shut up and switch off, but it's because it's buzzing with all these ideas and fantasies about what the day is going to be like. There's a lot of anticipation here, and it's not just emotional, it's very physical. And specifically, I'm getting the word turned on. Like, turned on is very much the word. Like, you want to be closer to each other. There's definitely this maybe pent up energy in your head that you guys are kind of burning off, maybe through physical intimacy or just through being very close and affectionate. And it feels exciting. It doesn't feel overwhelming or anything like that. But I am getting this sense of like, let's make the most of it, that kind of energy. And suddenly it's as though normal things feel very meaningful to you. There's this mindset of like, oh, this is the last time we're going to get to do XYZ before we're married, so we have to make it special. Even when it comes to mundane things, you know, this could show up schmectually, but it could also be with really wholesome little things too. Like making a bigger deal out of breakfast or dinner or a night in because you're like, oh, this is the last breakfast we're ever going to have before we're married or something like that. And actually, when I pulled this Knight of Wands card, something really funny happened. I got one of those like Google screensavers on my TV. You know, random screensavers just rotate every few minutes, and the image that popped up, it was literally a man on a horse. Like, it looked like the Knight of Wands, except there was like a fire in the background. And I just kind of stared at it like, okay, universe is giving us an extra confirmation here of this Knight of Wands, because honestly it looks so similar, but like paired with very blissful. What I got was this feeling of like you feeling like you're in such a love bubble that the world could be on fire around you and you wouldn't care. And I don't mean you don't care about the world. I just mean you're so wrapped up in each other right now that you're not letting anything steal your joy. Now, about the tempted to see others line, if any of you are worried about that, I really don't read this as like cheating energy, definitely not for the vast majority of you. This feels more like just confidence and desire. I feel like leading up to the wedding, you guys are feeling very attracted, you're feeling wanted. You might notice that you are getting attention more. You might have people gravitating towards you, maybe people not clocking your ring or whatever and still trying their luck. And you're just kind of like, no, I'm good actually. And there's a little bit of a buzz to that. Like, yeah, I've still got it, but I've chosen my person who I want to be with. And for some of you, this temptation energy, it comes out as like impulses. I'm getting impulses, but it's not to be shady. It's just to do more of life, if that makes sense. Like, you might suddenly find yourself wanting to get all your friends together and go on a girls or guys trip. And again, it's kind of that feeling of like, oh, this is the last time we'll get to do a girls trip before I get married or something like that. And it's not because marriage would stop you from going on a girls trip, but there is this sense of like you being aware that things are shifting. So you kind of want to squeeze every drop out of this chapter of your life. There could also be brief reflective moments where people from your past cross your mind, maybe even exes, but it's not in a way where you're like stalking their Instagram because you want them back or anything like that. It's not like in that way. It's more like, wow, like I can't believe I ever liked that person, or like, look how much I've grown. It's actually affirming how aligned you feel now. And when you look back at the chapter you were in then versus the chapter you're in now, it just feels very validating. The only gentle thing I would say, and this won't apply to everyone, is just be mindful of who you share all this joy with. Not because I think you should dim yourself in any way, but just because I do think timing matters. Like, if someone close to you is really struggling, if they're talking about how they've just been through a bad breakup and they've lost faith in love or something like that, maybe that's not the best moment to talk about how you've never been happier. Like, it's not saying don't talk about your wedding, but just be mindful of other people maybe, because you are definitely in like a love bubble at the time. And most of you already know this instinctively. But I mention it because, you know, when you're this happy, it can be easy to forget the outside world exists. But overall, what's going through your mind and heart is definitely a lot of joy and desire and excitement and freedom, you know, especially for those of you who once said like, oh, I never want to get married, I never want to be tied down. This feels really, really big. You definitely don't feel tied down. You actually feel more alive than ever. And, you know, this relationship, it doesn't feel like it restricts you. It feels like it only has the potential to expand you further. So with that said, let's move on to question 3. And question 3 is, what is your partner feeling or thinking about you leading up to the wedding or close to the day? So let's pop these 2 cards to one side for now so we can focus on the next pairing. And from the True Love Oracle, we have got number 35, Worthiness. And clarifying worthiness, we have got the Queen of Swords. This is gorgeous energy. Your partner is thinking very clearly about you, pal, too. And it's not a detached or cold kind of clarity. It feels earned, is what I'm getting. There's this strong sense of like, I see you exactly as you are, and I choose you. This doesn't feel like you're being idolized in some unrealistic way, but you're not being picked apart either. This person sees the full picture, and that's exactly why this feels so solid to them and why they're choosing you. The worthiness card is huge. In their mind, you are somebody who's worth the effort, the commitment, the emotional work, the honesty for sure as well with that Queen of Swords. This relationship feels like something that truly matters. Like, this is worth doing properly is something I'm getting. And I don't know why, but looking at this card specifically, there's something very visual about the way your partner appreciates you. There's an element of them just liking to look at you and appreciating you from certain angles. And listen, I'm no better than a man. Like, I will say that, because what stood out to me immediately was the neckline on her dress. So if you wear tops or dresses with that kind of cut, I feel like your partner is definitely clocking that and appreciating that, respectfully, of course. There's also something about them catching themselves watching you when you are focused on something else. Like, if you're getting ready and you're looking in the mirror, doing your thing, putting your makeup on, whatever, they might steal little glances at you and just smile to themselves and think like, that's my person, like, and this is worth it as well. Like, with the Queen of Swords, there's definitely a lot of mental closeness here. I think they really respect the way your mind works. I think they admire how you think and how you speak and how honest you are. Like, they trust your judgment. You're someone whose voice carries weight for them. Like, your opinion matters. It's something I'm getting. If you guys come from a tradition where you're not meant to see each other the night before the wedding, I feel like that's actually quite hard for them. There's this sense of them just wanting to talk to you and hear your voice and know what you'd say about things. It's almost like they can hear your commentary in their head anyway. Like, oh, I know exactly what Paltu would say about this if they were here, and it makes them smile. For some of you, only take this if it resonates, but if you've ever shared spicy or teasing pictures with each other, your partner could be looking at those the night before the wedding, or you might even be like teasing each other a little bit, not necessarily anything wild, but even something innocent and funny, like a photo of an arm or a flash of bare leg skin or a neckline, and you send them that, and it's like that wish you were here sort of energy. And even if it's not pictures, I do see the strong desire to communicate. So maybe there's late night texting, or them wanting to call or FaceTime you, or wanting to check in, wanting that intellectual and emotional connection, even if you can't physically be together in that moment. Emotionally, they feel very calm and sure about this. It doesn't feel like they're panicking, doesn't feel like they're second guessing. This is someone who has thought about this and feels very settled in their decision. The Queen of Swords tells me that they're very aware of what they're committing to and they're happy about it. So what your partner is thinking as the wedding approaches, it isn't doubt or fear, it's a lot of clarity, it's a lot of admiration, it's desire for sure, and this quiet confidence of like, yeah, this is my person. So with that said, let's move on to question 4. And question 4 is all about the moment you first see each other on your special day. The energy of that moment, whether that's walking down the aisle or turning a corner or meeting privately. This is about that first official moment where it's just the two of you locking eyes. So let's move these cards to one side so we can focus on the next pairing. So from the Green Witch Oracle, we have number 13, Courage, Time. And clarifying courage, we have got the Knight of Swords. What really stands out here is that there are big nerves before the moment, I think, but once you actually see each other, I feel like those nerves drop off very quickly. Like with the Courage card, I do feel like there's that build-up beforehand. Someone might be feeling kind of restless or shaky, or even like a little bit sweaty or a bit hot and cold. That kind of buzzy, anxious energy in the body. And I don't think this has anything to do with like being nervous to get married, but this feels much more like nerves around the moment itself. So maybe the walk down the aisle or the thought of having eyes on you, like the attention that comes with that. And I'll actually use myself as an example here because this really reminded me of a wedding I was in recently. I was a bridesmaid for my friend this past summer, and actually when we were preparing to walk down the aisle, I felt so nervous, almost like I was the one getting married. And I'm not someone who loves having lots of eyes on me. Even though I knew logically like most people weren't really there to look at the bridesmaids, I still had like butterflies the whole time. And part of it was just this feeling of like, okay, don't mess this up, like don't trip over your dress, don't walk too fast, don't have resting bitch face, don't accidentally tuck your dress into your underwear. Like I remember checking and rechecking everything, and the bride kept saying to us like, oh, try not to walk too fast, because she wanted to come out at a certain point of the song that she'd picked. but it was genuinely really hard not to like rush, not to run down the aisle, because when you feel all those eyes on you, especially if you're more introverted, your instinct is like, oh, I just want to get this bit done so then I can sit down and relax. And that's the exact energy I'm seeing here. There's this sense of like wanting to be brave and get through that moment and like get to the part where you can actually be present with your person. And it's not because you don't value the moment, but it's because your focus doesn't want to be on the crowd, it wants to be on your person. But I feel like the second you lock eyes with each other, everything shifts. There's this very visible exhale, almost like a shared phew moment, like a sense of relief. Like, okay, I'm here, you're here, we're good. And from that point on, it feels like you know exactly what you're doing. The Knight of Swords brings that clarity and certainty back. I don't see anyone like stumbling over their lines or feeling unsure. I don't see panic. Once you're facing each other, the nerves subside and the focus takes over. I feel like hearing each other's voices grounds you. Seeing each other in the physical steadies you. So yeah, like nerves beforehand for sure, and definitely a lot of courage when it comes to like stepping out initially. But the moment you see each other, it's just like this huge wave of relief and this strong sense of like, we're here now, we've got this. So with that said, let's move on to question 5. What does the wedding setting and aesthetic feel like? So this is going to be about the feel of the day, the atmosphere, the emotional tone, and any other details that want to come through. So let's move these cards to one side so we can focus on your next pairing, pal 2. So from the Oracle of the Fairies, we've got Lost and Found. What was once lost is about to be found thanks to the Lost and Found fairy. Sometimes she can help us find things we never even realised were lost. And clarifying that card is the Sun. Okay, first of all, on a very literal level, the sun can absolutely point to a summer wedding. So that could be a confirmation for some of you. Or if we tie this idea back to earlier themes, if you are considering a wedding abroad, somewhere sunnier or where good weather feels more guaranteed, this could also be an extra confirmation of that. But energetically, this wedding feels very bright, very warm and joyful. There's a sense of openness here, like people feeling relaxed and at ease and just genuinely happy to be there. It doesn't feel stiff or overly formal. This feels like a celebration where people can actually enjoy themselves. And I think, you know, the Lost and Found card adds a really beautiful and rich emotional layer to this, because this isn't just happiness for the sake of it. There's actually something really, I want to say, meaningful and nostalgic about the setting. I get the sense that this wedding carries a feeling of rediscovery, and that could show up in lots of different ways. For some of you, this might literally be a place that has personal history, you know, maybe somewhere connected to your childhood, your past, your family, or a time in your life that really mattered to you. Maybe it's even a place you hadn't thought about in years and suddenly it just feels right again. Yeah, I love what this brings up about personal history for you guys. It could definitely be a place that connects to childhood in some way, even if it's in a subtle way. It could be somewhere you visited once as a child, or a place that kind of sparks this buried memory you didn't even realize you were still carrying. It's just like something clicks and you think, oh wow, this reminds me of XYZ, and suddenly there's this emotion that you weren't expecting. That rediscovery theme could be very literal. Old photos might come into play, pictures from childhood or throughout the years becoming part of the decor. I know some people have like photo slideshows or projectors at their wedding, you know, images of the couple growing up or meeting or changing over time. That fits this energy beautifully if you had something like that. There's also something really sweet here about items you thought were lost. Like maybe, for example, a family member gives you something when you're getting ready. Maybe it's a charm or a keepsake or something from your childhood that you assumed was long gone, but it's like they kept it safe all along. That could even be something that represents your something old or something borrowed if you're doing those traditions. And yeah, aesthetically, I'm definitely really drawn to natural light, sunshine, open spaces. Even if this is indoors, it doesn't feel somewhere that's dark or closed in. It feels very airy, alive, lots of warm tones, things glowing once they're all set up. There's a sense of stepping back and thinking like, oh, this actually came together better than I imagined. The sun also brings children into the picture for some of you. That could be your own children or nieces or nephews as flower girls or ring bearers, or there's just the energy of kids being around, laughing and running around and adding to that light or joyful atmosphere. Obviously that won't apply if you're having a child-free wedding. It could just be like that's the energy of the adults attending the wedding, like there is a childlike joy to those people. But as well, like with that sun card, what I want to say is this wedding feels authentically you. There is a strong sense of self-expression here. It's like your free spirit comes through in the details. So people look around at this wedding and they're saying like, oh, This is so you. This is very pal too. There's something unique, something personal, something that doesn't feel just like copy and pasted. There's also a really lovely social element here. You know, lost and found can show up as people reconnecting, maybe, you know, guests who haven't seen each other in years, catching up and laughing and reminiscing. The vibe is very warm and friendly. It doesn't feel awkward or forced. And just as a kind of funny, very literal side note, for just a few of you as an extra confirmation, this could actually show up as people literally leaving things behind at your wedding. Like during the cleanup, you might find random forgotten items like jackets or bags or sunglasses or shoes even, like little bits and pieces left behind because people felt so relaxed and in the moment that maybe they forgot some of their belongings. That's just an extra confirmation for someone. So yeah, overall the wedding setting definitely feels sunny, first of all, like nostalgic, emotionally healing, and just full of life. Like things come together, things are rediscovered, people feel good. And when you look back, I think you'll remember how warm and happy it felt above anything else, not just how it looked. So that feels like a good time to move on to question 6. And question 6 is all about the energy of the people closest to you. So for this question, we're looking at the energy of the people closest to you on the day, your inner circle. So it could be your wedding party, your close friends, your family, your chosen family, the people who are right there with you and directly involved. So let's move these cards to one side for now so we can look at the next couple. So from the Mermaid Oracle, we have got reflections. What you contemplate can actualize. And clarifying reflections, we have got Temperance, which is cool because the Temperance card is associated with that Sagittarius energy. So I guess that is an extra confirmation. And straight away, what I want to say is this feels like a really cool, emotionally regulated group of people. These are not chaotic energies. These are not people who tend to panic easily or like stress you out or make everything feel 10 times harder than it needs to be. I feel like these people are matching your vibe and energy. These people feel very good at keeping their cool. These people are capable of being patient. They're very grounded. And because they're calm, it helps you stay calm too. With Temperance here, I keep getting this image of your inner circle, like quietly keeping the flow of the day balanced. If something needs tending to, there's an issue, a slight hiccup, a decision that needs to be made, I feel like these people can step in and handle it and moderate it and keep everything moving without much drama. It doesn't seem like you're having to micromanage people. You're not having to like soothe other people's emotions. They're just very capable of taking care of things. Yeah, I definitely don't see anyone panicking unnecessarily. I don't see anyone rushing you either. I don't imagine these are the kinds of people who are going to be like standing over you on your special day while you're trying to get your hair and makeup done and going like, are you nearly done? We're going to be late. Like everything just feels kind of chill, like it feels fluid and streamlined and with this sense of calm. And I feel like this patience doesn't just show up on the actual wedding day. I feel like it's been there or it's going to be there throughout the planning process too. So for example, this is just one example, if this is your bridesmaids or it's your maid of honor, I can genuinely see them being by your side while you tried on what felt like 100 dresses, and then maybe you were getting angry because you hated every single one. But from these people, there was no impatience or no eye rolling or no pressure, like, oh, you just need to pick one, you just need to decide right now, like, what's it going to be, pal two? It felt more like steady and balanced feedback and this willingness to go with the flow. Like maybe they said to you, you know, it's okay if you don't find one today, we can go looking again next weekend or something like that. Same energy if you made them try on loads of dresses and you were like, oh no, I don't like that. There's no rushing you or complaining. They're just kind of rolling with it and going with the flow. And that reflections theme feels quite literal in places. I'm almost picturing these moments where maybe like during fittings or planning, your bridesmaids are literally standing still so you can properly see the vision. Like they're not fidgeting or like picking at their dresses or playing with their hair and distracting you. They're acting kind of like as a blank mirror, a blank canvas, because that's what you need in the moment. Almost like a mannequin kind of thing. And one other thing with this reflections energy, I'm also really thinking about mirrors and images very literally. When you're getting ready, there could be lots of photos being taken, maybe people really wanting to capture the vision while you're all dressed up. Someone might be very particular about like angles and lighting and backgrounds, trying to capture the perfect image, trying to make sure it looks very cohesive and beautiful. They're like, oh, stand there, now turn slightly. Yeah, that looks amazing. Like somebody getting all the good angles. This could be someone in your inner circle who's really good at that stuff, or it could be your actual photographer getting some really gorgeous, candid or semi-candid getting ready shots. It feels very temperance coded though, balanced and flattering and thoughtful and very intentional. There's also something really nice here about blending opposites. It feels like your inner circle might be made up of very different people, maybe with different body types and styles, like different aesthetics, but instead of that being stressful, it actually comes together in a really harmonious way. So for example, if we're talking bridesmaid, it's like you manage to curate a look that's cohesive without it feeling forced. Everyone meets in the middle and people are willing to compromise. Like if you've got bridesmaids with totally different makeup styles, as just one example, maybe one is very like clean girl and one loves dramatic goth looks and one hates makeup completely. It's about finding that middle ground. Like the goth bridesmaid tones things down slightly but keeps her signature wing, and the makeup hating bridesmaid agrees to just the tiniest touch of eyeshadow and mascara, and they're actually like, okay, I feel good in this. Like no one feels stripped of their identity, but the overall picture still looks very balanced. Same with dresses. Like if you've got different body types, different preferences, different comfort levels, this group is really good at meeting halfway. It's not that everyone gets exactly what they choose on a random Tuesday if it was completely for themselves, but it's more like, you know, this works, I feel comfortable, I feel good, and I'm happy to do this for you. And that makes it so much easier on you, pal, too. You absolutely respect your inner circle's autonomy, but because they're so reasonable and they're so like go with the flow, compromise doesn't feel like pulling teeth. Like there isn't that one person who hates every single suggestion and refuses every colour and insists on doing things on their way only. And, you know, I feel like there's a big difference between bridesmaids, for example, saying like, oh, I prefer a dress with a bit more bust coverage so that I'm comfortable, versus poo-pooing every single option. And this group totally understands that. So overall, this inner circle feels very supportive and balanced and adaptable and definitely like emotionally mature as well. They are essentially reflecting back to you the calm, loving energy that you bring to them. They're helping things flow smoothly. And because of that, it feels like you're able to actually enjoy the experience instead of just surviving it, because you're not dealing with super difficult, critical people. It's a really beautiful energy to have around you on a day like this, pal, too. So I feel like that's a really good time to move on to question 7. And question 7 is how your guests experience and remember this wedding. So for this question, we're looking at how your guests experience the day overall and what they remember most once it's all said and done. And also maybe how you're feeling towards your guests too. So let's move these cards to one side so we can look at the next pairing. From the Modern Witch Spiritual deck, we have got Joy. Oh, and clarifying joy, we have got the Two of Swords. Okay, obviously the first thing that really stands out to me is the disco ball imagery on the Joy card. That immediately makes me feel like dancing is a huge part of this day. Like once the lights go down and the party part really kicks off, if you have a party, which I feel like you probably do, the dance floor feels busy, like fully busy. I feel like you get a full dance floor. You guys have picked really good music, I think, a lot of crowd pleasers, songs that definitely make people go like, oh my god, I have to get up and dance to this one. And they do it without even thinking about it. I'm also getting the sense that the music spans different generations. So maybe you've got some like modern songs, but you've also thrown in tracks that like maybe older guests would enjoy too, things your parents or grandparents recognise. And then on top of that, maybe there's also some deliberately silly, cheesy, goofy kind of songs that everyone knows the moves to. I won't be surprised if there's like a Macarena moment or a conga line, or you know, one of those songs where people kind of groan at first, like, oh no, not this. And then 2 minutes later, they're right in the middle of it, having the time of their lives. If there are kids at this wedding, I feel like they actually play a role in getting the party started too, because I'm seeing that classic image of like an empty dance floor and then a handful of toddlers or young kids just absolutely going for it with no shame and no self-consciousness. Just total vibes, and then the adults follow afterwards. There could even be some child-friendly songs, songs that maybe get on people's nerves a bit because they've heard them so much, but in the end everyone like sings along. I'm thinking of something Disney or Frozen or like, what's that song, Baby Shark or something like that. And it actually adds to the joy rather than taking away from it. Even guests who wouldn't normally dance end up joining in. You know, there's always those 1 or 2 people who are like, nope, not me, I'm not getting up, I'm not doing that. And then somehow you find that they are doing it and they're laughing at themselves and they're just fully involved in the moment. That is the joy that people remember. It's the lightness of it and the silliness, this feeling that nobody was really taking themselves too seriously. The Two of Swords feels like an interesting layer to this because I don't see conflict on the day itself. I don't see arguments. I don't see fights or anything like that. But I do see that maybe in the planning stages, you may have gone back and forth about guest-related decisions. So this could be something like, struggling with who to invite versus who to cut because of budget, maybe feeling torn about friend groups, like thinking, oh, if I invite these people, do I have to invite the whole group? It could be navigating split families and awkward dynamics, or, people who maybe don't always get along, or just trying to figure out seating plans and how you can keep the peace. It feels like there are moments where you hit an impasse, like there was just no option that felt perfect. And so maybe you kept going around in circles trying to find the most fair solution. But what's really important about this is that once the day actually arrives, that tension seems to dissolve. People are able to put things aside, definitely for the sake of your wedding. Even guests who don't normally get along, as one example, they will manage to coexist just fine. They might avoid each other at first, they might keep a bit of distance, but I feel like by the end of the night, honestly, everyone's just on the dance floor. Like, any awkwardness gets totally swallowed up by the fun. There's almost like a funny side to this Two of Swords as well. I'm seeing guests like struggling maybe to decide between two good options, like food choices, because everything sounds good. People are genuinely torn, and later on maybe they're comparing notes, like, oh, I got the curry and it was amazing, but your lasagna looked unreal. I wish I'd chosen that. Like, I wish I could have both. So it's indecision, but it's in a very positive and abundant way. So overall, guests definitely remember this wedding as like joyful and lively and very inclusive. I feel like they remember how good the music or the disco was, how much they laughed, how unexpectedly everyone got involved, and they remember that any potential awkwardness or tension just didn't matter in the end. When people talk about your wedding afterwards, it's not about any kind of drama, it's just about how good the vibe was, like how everyone ended up having fun, even the people who didn't expect to. So I feel like that's a good point to move on to question 8. And question 8 is about a significant or unexpected moment that becomes deeply memorable. So let's just move these cards to one side so we can focus on that next question. And from the Wise Witch Oracle, we have got balance. Harmony with nature is key. Connect with the elements for balance and wisdom. And clarifying balance, we have the Hierophant reversed. Yeah, this definitely feels very on brand for you guys. This feels like a moment where you and your partner consciously choose to do something in a way that makes sense for you guys, even if it's not the most traditional or expected option. And what I really love about this is it doesn't feel jarring. It actually fits the vibe of your wedding perfectly. It feels grounded and it feels harmonious and intentional. There's something here about stepping slightly outside of rigid or more dogmatic traditions while still keeping the overall balance of the day very much intact. So for example, if you are choosing to follow a certain cultural or religious structure overall for your ceremony, this could be you keeping most of that format because it matters to you to honour that, but then choosing to remove or tweak one particular element that just doesn't align with your values. And a really clear example I'm getting for this, one that just sprang into my mind, it doesn't have to be this one for you, but you know how like certain old-fashioned vows tend to get removed? Like, you know how in some traditions there used to be that line about a wife like obeying her husband, and most people don't really use that anymore. A lot of couples nowadays, like, they still honour the general structure of traditional vows, but they will consciously remove that part because it doesn't reflect an equal partnership. I'm getting that kind of energy here. It's like you're not rejecting tradition entirely, but you're choosing what actually feels right for you. And I feel like this moment might be something you weren't sure about beforehand. Maybe you wondered if people would have opinions or if someone would say something, or it might feel too different. But when it happens, it just works and it just flows. And, you know, the reaction feels more like people recognizing you in it. Like, yeah, of course they did it that way. Of course Paltu did it that way. It feels authentic and it lands really, really well. This could also show up in things like writing your own vows instead of sticking to a rigid script, or maybe doing a first dance that's less formal and is like a bit more playful, or maybe wearing something that isn't traditionally structured or expected, but it just suits you perfectly. Whatever it is, it feels like an expression of your autonomy and your shared values. It's not rebelling for the sake of it, it's just being honest with yourself about what you want from this day. And I think that's why this moment stands out so much. There's a sense of confidence and alignment in it. You can feel that you've honoured yourselves without throwing the whole structure of the day off balance. And it ends up being one of those moments you look back on and you just feel really proud of it. And it's not because it had to be flashy, but it's because it just felt true to you and your partner, and everything just flowed beautifully around it. So question 9 is what ends up being the most meaningful part of the day. So let's just move these cards to one side for now. And from the affirmations of fairy cats, we have affection. And clarifying affection, we have the Ace of Wands. So this is kind of like, what do you and your partner love most about the day? So these are some really cute cards to get. And I'm getting like, what stands out most here is how close you guys feel to each other. Not just in a physical way, but emotionally too. And what's really beautiful is how those two things actually mirror one another. The emotional closeness you feel is very tangible. You can feel it in your body. It's grounding, but it's also exciting at the same time. I'm seeing lots of little moments throughout the day where maybe you're near each other, even when you're busy. So for example, when you're sat together during speeches maybe, you might be next to each other with your arms just barely grazing, but you feel the warmth and you feel the closeness and you feel the familiarness of that contact. And there's something really real about that moment. Like, oh, this is it. Like, this is official now. It feels solid. It feels like the beginning of a new chapter in a way that is actually sinking in. Even though weddings can be very hectic, I do see you guys stealing those small moments whenever you can. Maybe there's a hand on the back as you pass each other, or a quick hug before you get pulled in different directions again, or a gentle stroke of the hair or a squeeze of the hand. It's these little affectionate gestures that remind you both of how good it feels to be together and how loved you are. There's definitely an electricity here too with that Ace of Wands. I'm getting that spark, like this buzz you feel around each other. You might literally get a lot of tiny static shocks when you touch, or, you know, just this rush of energy when your eyes meet, this feeling of like, oh, this is my person, and I just feel so alive and so myself around them. I also keep seeing mirrors and photographs being highlighted. Maybe it's you catching glimpses of yourself together and thinking like, we actually look so good together. There's a real sense of harmony in how you move and how you stand and how your body language mirrors each other. It's giving this strong like, oh, we just go together energy. Like, we just fit together like two puzzle pieces that naturally fit. The way you fall into each other's arms and that feeling, it feels like exactly where you are meant to land. And yeah, there is absolutely a layer here of wanting to be alone together. That Ace of Wands is feeling a little bit spicy to me. I feel like one or both of you are thinking all day, I cannot wait to get you to myself. Like, there's that excitement and anticipation and pent up energy, especially if you guys didn't see each other the night before, or you haven't had a chance to have much like one-on-one time during the day. But for a lot of you, I am getting this vibe of like merging and blending. You were close before, but now it feels even deeper. It feels more intense, like you belong together in a very embodied and instinctual way. There's a lot of desire there, yes, but it's also wrapped up in love and comfort and something familiar. So yeah, it could absolutely be like your favorite part of the day is the spicy time, the alone time you get after. But for some of you, it doesn't even have to be like anything physical. It could just be like finally getting in bed together at the end of the night, exhausted, and you're lying there cuddling and holding hands, and there's lots of forehead kisses and romance, just like honestly being alone and in each other's company after such a full day. Someone might even say like, oh, I've just been wanting to do this all day, like this is what I wanted all day. And they might mean nothing more than just being close, uninterrupted by other people and obligations. Definitely this closeness being highlighted, that feeling of like, we are here together and this is ours. That's what really stays with you. It's what you remember most fondly, the way you guys fit, the way you guys feel around each other, and the way the spark is very much there. So we are moving on to question 10, which is our last question. And this question is, what do you need to be aware of, focus on, or release to have the best possible wedding experience? So let's pop your cards to the side so we can focus on this last pairing. So from the Believe in Your Own Magic Oracle, we have got number 40, Mourning, the world awaits you. And clarifying mourning, we have got the King of Swords. This to me feels very practical. It feels like no nonsense guidance that we're getting, but it's in a way that actually feels quite freeing, to be honest. The biggest thing coming through here, part 2, is about taking action instead of staying stuck in your head. If you are someone who tends to procrastinate or overthink or leave things until the last minute, not because you don't care, but because maybe you care so much, this feels like a gentle but firm nudge to start things earlier where you can. The Mourning card makes me think of like momentum, like, oh, the world is my oyster. And it's also making me think of this idea of like, the world keeps turning regardless, you know, time keeps moving, and no decision is still a decision. Sitting in the oh, I'll figure it out later space, or like the, oh, I'll do that tomorrow, might feel safer in the moment, especially when it comes to things that feel tricky to navigate, but it actually keeps your mind more tangled than it needs to be. What I'm really getting is how good it will feel for you guys once you can go to bed at night knowing, like, we made a decision and we made progress today. Even if it's small progress, even if it's just one minor decision, it's like one thing ticked off is one step closer to the wedding you actually want. And that clarity is everything for you. It frees your mind from the loop. Because I do feel like sometimes you guys might get yourself in knots, not because you're indecisive as a person, but because you guys are always thinking like big picture, you're always weighing consequences, always trying to be fair and trying to be thoughtful. You know, that Two of Swords energy we saw earlier links straight to this. You guys think about things so deeply that it can sometimes freeze you into inaction. But this card combination is saying you will feel so much clearer once you commit to a solid plan and stick to it. So if, for example, this is about the guest list, if that has been stressing you out, narrowing down the guest list, this is about being honest with yourself and saying, you know, these are the limits, this is what we can afford, these are the tough cuts we have to make. And yeah, it might feel uncomfortable in the moment, but once that decision is made, it frees up so much mental space to focus on other things. And this might apply to smaller things too, you know, even right down to like the morning of the wedding. If you have bought 2 different necklaces to wear, or you're torn between 2 different pairs of shoes, or you've got multiple options sitting in bags somewhere, I'm getting this message of like, try them beforehand, like decide in advance. Don't leave yourself rushing around on the day with like jewelry everywhere thinking, oh my God, which one do I go with, in like analysis paralysis. Make the call early so that future you can breathe a little bit. With the King of Swords, you are allowed to be decisive. You're allowed to take the lead. You're allowed to say like, this is what we're doing. And it doesn't make you cold or uncaring. It just makes things clear. There's also a very strong message about not avoiding hard conversations just because they're hard. So again, those things you keep telling yourself you'll deal with tomorrow, they have a way of like quietly haunting your mind. And sometimes it's actually kinder to yourself and everyone else to be direct sooner rather than later. So if, for example, you've decided like you can't invite a certain person or group and you're putting off telling them because it feels awkward or emotionally loaded, this card is saying it can be hard now or it can be even harder later. You know, especially if that person thinks they're still getting an invite and they're like, oh, I've just booked my flight, and then you have to tell them they're not coming. Like, getting it out of the way now might sting, but it kind of clears your conscience and stops that constant background noise. This is very much about truth giving you freedom. I feel like you are a very honest person and you're blunt when you need to be, so definitely lean into that. And yeah, just don't be afraid to do things your way on your terms. You don't have to constantly prioritize how every decision affects everyone else. You are allowed to choose what makes the most sense for you and your partner and your circumstances. You're allowed to make the smartest decision, even if it doesn't always feel like the softest decision. And yeah, once you start clearing these mental blocks, once you stop procrastinating on some of these things that feel heavy, you open yourself back up to joy and to excitement and to like actually enjoying the process instead of feeling trapped in it. So pal 2, that's what I'm getting for you, and that's where I'm going to leave you today, my loves. Thank you so much for being here, for choosing this pile, and for spending your time and energy with me. If this reading resonated or it felt like confirmation, please feel free to like, comment, hype, sub, or share, only if you are called to. Those really are the best and easiest ways to support a channel like mine. And on a personal note, I genuinely love hearing from you guys. I love reading your comments and hearing about your ever-evolving love stories and your journeys and how things unfold for you over time. It means more to a small channel like me than you probably realise. Thank you again for being here. Lots of love. Please take care of yourselves, and I'll see you in the next reading, pal 2. Hi Pal 3 Collective, if you chose the Orchid Valley Tarot and you chose the cake sticker and you chose Pal 3, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. This reading is titled Your Love Story, The Wedding, all about the big day with your person, Valentine's special. If you would like details regarding everything this reading will entail, please check out my introduction. I do go through absolutely everything there. I will also leave some details in the pinned comment below for your reference. I really recommend checking at least one of those out so you know what to expect from this reading today. With that said, just a very brief recap. I wanted to do a special Valentine's Day romantic reading, and I thought, what is more romantic than an organised list? We are going through 10 specific questions all about your wedding day to your person, your future spouse or soulmate. The list is on screen now if you would like to pause the video and take a proper look. But just so you know, I will also remind you of the questions we're moving on to as we move through them. I do go through the list and the questions in more detail in the intro, so we know what we're covering today. But yeah, whether you're single or committed, or you're already married, or whether you've been married several times and your spouses keep just perishing under mysterious circumstances, this reading is for you. Without any further hesitation, let's get started and have a look at the first couple of cards we pulled for you. We're going to be taking one oracle card from this pile and one tarot card as a clarifier to answer one question at a time. For our first question, we're asking what is the overall vibe and emotional atmosphere of your wedding day? Now, I want this portion of the reading to be an energy check. It is likely to be a little bit longer than the other sections, just so you guys can know whether or not you've chosen the right pile. I guess the idea is, if you've already had your wedding, you will know if this sounds like your day. I'm also going to try and include details about you as an individual and or your spouse as an individual, or what the relationship dynamics are like as a whole. That way, if you have met your person, you will know if it's for you. And even if you haven't met your person, you're not planning a wedding or anything like that, you will know if it sounds like someone you could see yourself falling in love with, or a wedding you could see yourself having. And if nothing is resonating in that way at all, that's maybe just a sign to choose a different pile, that's all. But yeah, hopefully you will find something that resonates in this energy check. I'm just going to move your little cake sticker to one side so we can focus on the cards. But over here from the Blooming Cats Tarot, which I'm using as an oracle card for this question, is Capricorn, hardworking, disciplined, loyal, stubborn, workaholic, stoic. And clarifying Capricorn, we've got the Queen of Cups. We love to see her. Now, before I go into the full interpretation and energy check, let's go through some confirmations because there are quite a few here. Some of which are more specific than others. These don't have to apply for this to be your pile. The dates December 22nd to January 19th could be relevant for a birthday, an engagement, a wedding date, or just significant timing in your relationship. Strong earth placements could be relevant for you or your partner, especially Capricorn, Taurus, or Virgo, although that does not have to apply for this to be your pile. Saturn placements feel important here. I'm also getting like a very strong father figure energy, or authority figure energy coming through. So that could be the vibe that you or your partner kind of gives off, or somebody could have like an authoritarian parental figure. It could be literal or it could be more symbolic. It's just more of a vibe. And yeah, the major arcana card tied to Capricorn is the Devil. And for some reason, when I was looking at this card, I immediately got Music by The Weeknd coming through, but specifically the song Wicked Games, which is an older song. I think it's from one of like the first albums. I remember listening to that song in like 2011 or something, so that time period could be significant, or that song. I don't know who that's for, but if that means something to you, take it as a little nod from Spirit. We also have stones like garnet and lapis lazuli, colours black and brown, and these colours could be literal for some of you. This might relate to physical appearance of you or a potential spouse, dark features, brunette or black hair, brown eyes, brown skin, thick eyebrows as well for someone, or someone with a lot of hair or the potential to grow a lot of hair, that is coming through. And I'm also seeing lots of different shades of brown now, from light to dark, so it's including like caramel or golden tones in a complexion or in somebody's hair. That won't be for everyone, but if that's a visual confirmation for you, you can take it. Flowers like carnation and pansy could also be relevant to you, either literally or more symbolically. Now, with all of that said, the Capricorn and the Queen of Cups themes we're about to talk about can relate to you, your partner, both of you as individuals, the relationship itself, and even how your wedding or big day is approached. So I'm going to give lots of tangible examples to ground this, but just know it can show up in different ways, and not all of them are likely to apply to you because we're all at different stages on this timeline. Some of you have met your person, some of you have not, some of you are planning a wedding, some of you aren't that far along yet. So yeah, just take everything with a pinch of salt. But yeah, Capricorn energy immediately makes me think of someone who is very ambitious and driven, someone who doesn't just talk about wanting a good future, but actually works towards it. Often quietly though, like often over a long period of time. It can be about building. So this could be someone who is financially successful, or someone who has built stability through like sheer discipline and effort. And even if they're not at the finish line yet, it feels like things are paying off or will pay off, like success is guaranteed here. There is a strong sense of maybe being career orientated or at least like if it's not career in a traditional sense, like very goal orientated. This is someone who gives their all to what they do. With that Capricorn kind of 10th house energy coming through, this could be someone who has a reputation, as in not a reputation in a bad way, but maybe someone who's known for being the go-to person, being reliable or competent or capable. People might tend to trust them easily and lean on them because they just come across like they know what they're doing. I also get the sense that this is often like the responsible one. I don't know why I'm hearing designated driver, but like the responsible one in a friend group, someone who is the planner or the organizer, the person who follows through. This person feels practical and logical, usually quite composed as well, more stoic on a surface level. In terms of style and presence, this feels understated but classy is something I want to say. It's not overly flashy, but it's elegant in a timeless way. So somebody could have a classic beauty or handsomeness about them. There's like a quiet power when this person walks in the room. Like they don't need to demand attention, but they often naturally draw it. They have a presence. Humor-wise, I'm getting like a dry or sarcastic kind of humor, or maybe a deadpan delivery. Someone who can like crack a joke with a straight face and leave people wondering whether they're serious or not. I feel like they tend to take some time opening up to people. I think they prefer to observe and analyze things first, and then maybe let people in more once that trust has been built. There's also something here about early pressure, like pressure to work hard or to succeed or to present a certain way to the world. This could come from that father figure we mentioned, or a strict parent, an authority figure, or even in a more metaphorical sense, maybe like a strict cultural or religious upbringing, someone maybe who had to grow up quite quickly or who took on responsibility early and kind of had to learn how to hold themselves together even when things felt heavy. Now, bringing the devil energy into this, I want to be very clear about this. This doesn't feel like chaotic or out of control. If this person or you has vices, I feel like they're more private. Not necessarily obvious to the outside world. So for example, if someone has a vice to do with drinking, let's say, I don't see this being like they go out and get sloppy drunk in public, embarrassing themselves in front of everyone. If they have a vice, it's more like, not inwards, I don't know if that's the right word, but private. Like not everyone gets to see it, but maybe you would notice. Let's say this is your partner and they know that they drink too much. It could be that when they're so focused on work, they end up having like more glasses of wine than they really want to. And that's something you notice, like when they're hyperfixated working on their laptop, that could be something that they do as unwinding. So maybe like just little habits they know aren't great for them to deal with stress, things they might want to cut back on, but nobody else would ever really know to look at them. Like, and I'm not saying this is like they have an alcohol problem or something like that, but I just mean there might be things they use to de-stress or decompress that they would rather give up maybe, or rather cut back on. And they have their little vices. Not all of them are bad. For some of them it could be like working out, like being very rigid with having a gym routine or something like that. They could channel it in a healthy way, but some of the vices they have, some of the coping mechanisms could kind of turn into that like addictive thing. You could recognize that in yourself or this person. I just wanted to mention it in case it's an extra confirmation. I'm not predicting that they will be that way if you haven't met them yet, but it's just an extra nudge for someone. There's definitely a very strong, like, I'll take care of you, I'll take care of it kind of energy here. And this isn't necessarily gendered at all. It could be you, it could be your partner, it could be both of you, but it's very much like a father figure energy, like protective and grounded and confident, slightly dominant, but in a very calm and capable way. This is giving very much power couple vibes. It's the kind of energy where you feel safe with this person because you know things are being handled and vice versa. Like, you know you can rely on each other. It's something I'm getting. I'm also getting someone who potentially looks more serious than they actually are. I'm getting like resting bitch face, strong brows, a very focused expression that can come across as stern, especially when someone is concentrated. And yeah, somebody who's very good at keeping a calm and composed exterior, even if there's a lot going on underneath the surface emotionally. And that's where the Queen of Cups kind of comes in, because emotionally this connection runs very, very deep. I keep hearing the phrase still waters run deep. Water sign energy could also be relevant. Yeah, there's a lot beneath the surface here. Someone could have like heavy earth placements but with a water moon, meaning they feel things very intensely but also kind of privately. This relationship feels intimate, exclusive, and protected. It feels kind of secretive, but when I say that, I don't mean it in a shady way. I mean like secretive or private in the sense of like not everyone deserves access to this. So it feels like you guys really protect the sanctity of the relationship. You guys don't tend to overshare. You don't really air things out publicly. And you keep each other's secrets, and you hold the relationship in really high regard, like it's something sacred, which it is. And I'm getting you guys don't need like big public displays of affection to prove anything. You don't need to perform your love online is something I'm getting. And that doesn't mean like you'd never post about birthdays or anniversaries or little moments. Of course, like that can be nice, but you're not one of those couples who feels the need to constantly show or explain your relationship to anyone else. That feels like sacred and intimate between the two of you. Some of you might barely use social media at all. Like all of your posts are really old, or if you do, it's subtle. It could be like if you post a picture of each other, you only have a few people following you, so private profiles, or just small glimpses like a hand-holding photo or pictures of your meal where your partner's just in the background. You might not have like hard launched your relationship in a significant way on social media because you wanted to protect it while it grew. What I really love about this energy is that to the outside world, you might both seem kind of serious or stoic or maybe even a bit intimidating, but behind closed doors, you guys are soft with each other. Like, you are actually very romantic and affectionate and a little bit soppy. Like, you guys, I can see you being the kind of people who might sort of roll their eyes at like grand romantic gestures, at couples who are maybe like extra, but in private, you are actually incredibly tender with each other. This feels very much like, oh, this person is grumpy with everyone else, but they're sweet with me. Or, you know, they hate everyone, but they love me. They hate the world, but they're obsessed with me. You'll go the extra mile for each other in ways you just wouldn't for anyone else. There's a lot of dedication here. When one of you wants something, the other doesn't give up, whether, you know, that's tracking down a rare gift or planning something meaningful, or even in terms of like physical intimacy too. There's a sense of focus and follow through and not stopping until both people are fully satisfied. I'm trying to keep this PG, but yeah, you get what I mean. Take that if it resonates. You understand each other deeply though, and that's not something that just happened overnight. This definitely feels like a connection where you've really peeled back the emotional layers together. Maybe you've had uncomfortable conversations, honest conversations, conversations where you don't just like skim at the surface, but you actually go there. You also read each other instinctively, like tiny changes in tone or body language, routines. You notice absolutely everything. Even if to anyone else they say something and they sound exactly the same, you can hear when something's off. You know, even if they say I'm fine, you just know when they're not. That level of attunement can only really come with time and trust and like feeling very emotionally safe with someone. And I really want to talk about the quality of love here, because this doesn't feel superficial at all. This feels like, I want to say true grown-up love. And when I say grown-up love, I don't mean it's like better than or more valid than love you've experienced before. You know, a lot of people have loved before genuinely, but this feels different. This feels like something that's been earned. Like, this feels like the kind of love you find once you've worked through some stuff, once you're less interested in surface level connections and you're truly more interested in building something solid. You know, what I mean is, like, one example, it's not that teenage kind of love where you're convinced that you've met the love of your life after a week and you put their name in your MSN screen name, and then 2 weeks later you've got a crush on someone else and you're like, oh well, never mind, like, you forget about that person. And I'm not saying that that kind of love isn't real, because when you're a teenager, it absolutely feels real and all-consuming, like, especially when you're younger and everything is intense and it's new. But this feels different. This feels very steady and like something that can be very long-term, which, I mean, you'd hope for if, like, you guys are getting married. But it just feels like I choose you and I keep choosing you rather than just being swept up in the moment, if that makes sense. This also feels like a relationship where both of you have probably been through things before. You've had experiences, you've had disappointments, you've had lessons and heartbreaks. And because of that, when you commit to each other, you do it with your eyes fully open. You're not like rushing or idealizing. You are choosing each other because you know what you're choosing, like, you're serious about this. And for some of you, this could be someone you meet later in life, and it's not because you were unlucky before, but because maybe you needed time to grow into yourselves first. And for others of you, you might meet when you're younger, but by the time you get married, maybe you've been together a long time and you've done a lot of growing already side by side. and you kind of look back and you think like, wow, we were just babies then, whether that's like emotionally or financially or practically. But that maturity really shows up in how the wedding itself is approached. This doesn't feel like something that's just impulsive and off the cuff. It feels very thought through. It feels like something where every detail has been considered, not in a controlling way, but in a way where you guys have said, we want this to work smoothly and feel right. I can absolutely imagine like spreadsheets and lists and timelines and categories and color-coded stuff, all of that very like Capricorn coded energy coming through. Someone here could be good at organization, whether that's you, your partner, or a parent, or even a wedding planner you bring in because you want things done properly. There's definitely thought put into the order of the day, into the timing, into like maybe where people are seated, for example, or just how the event flows generally. And this definitely includes practical decisions that other people might not even think about. So as just one example, it doesn't have to be this one for you, but I can imagine someone saying like, oh, actually, we're going to have a child-free wedding, because you've thought to yourself, you know, well, I want Sandra there, but Sandra's just had a baby and I know she's going to want to sit near the front and I don't want a screaming baby during the vows. Or, you know, we want people to be really present, or like this is the atmosphere we're trying to create, and it's something that's very deliberate. I can imagine you properly thinking about how your guests are going to feel, not just what looks nice. You know, it's about thinking where people will be comfortable and how the space will work, whether things make sense logistically, whether the environment supports the emotional tone you want for the day. Aesthetically, this feels very timeless. I keep getting the word clean, like it's clean, it's understated, but it's also very elegant and classy. There's nothing over the top for the sake of showing off, but it does have a kind of fanciness to it. But it's fanciness, not flashiness. It's more like, you know, this will still look beautiful in photos in 30 years, rather than like, this is what's trending now. There's also something about money being handled responsibly here. This could be something you and your partner have saved for carefully, or it could involve parental contribution, especially with that strong father figure energy coming through. But regardless, this doesn't feel reckless. It feels planned. It feels like something has been set aside for this. But at the same time, it's not just about the practicalities and the spreadsheets, because the Queen of Cups makes sure that this isn't cold or clinical in any way. There's a lot of romance here. There's a lot of like softness and emotional consideration. I'm getting little touches that make people feel seen and appreciated. Maybe a meaningful favour for somebody helping you with the wedding, or a thoughtful note. Something small but really heartfelt that shows you really considered your guests as people and not just numbers to fill up seats. One thing I'm getting is that this wedding will feel like an extension of the relationship itself. It's structured and it's intentional, but it's also emotionally deep, and it's not performative for like social media. It's not for clout. It's not superficial. It's very, very real. And one thing I really want to mention here, because it keeps coming through so strongly with this Capricorn and Queen of Cups combination, I can absolutely imagine a speech on this day that surprises everyone in the best possible way. This could be you, it could be your partner, or it could be someone else entirely. But for some of you, I'm really drawn to like this image of a very stern, serious, maybe slightly grumpy father figure, someone who never really shows emotion or never says how they feel, suddenly getting a bit choked up and saying things they've never said before, expressing pride and love and tenderness, and maybe even struggling to get the words out. And I'm seeing a room go silent because nobody expected it, and it's just so touching, and people are like, oh wow, I didn't even know they had that in them. They never show emotion. And that to me is like the perfect embodiment of this energy. It's that contrast between, you know, that stoic Capricorn demeanor and that deeply emotional and nurturing Queen of Cups underneath. I feel like even the most reserved people soften on this day, and it becomes one of those moments people remember for a really long time. And honestly, part 3, this feels like the kind of love where you didn't even fully realize what you were waiting for until you found it. And it could have taken a long time for some of you guys, but when you look at this person, you think, oh, this is it. This is the one that actually lasts. And you know that it's true deep in your soul. So if that resonates, you are exactly where you're meant to be. And we are going to move on to question 2. So for question 2, we're looking at what's going through your mind and heart as the wedding approaches. So I'm going to pop these cards to one side so we can look at the next 2. So from the Unmasked Truths Oracle, we have got Fierce Protector, Guarding Your Heart, Treasure What You Have, Stand Up For Yourself, Alchemy, Blessed, Courage. And clarifying that card, we have the Moon. With this Fierce Protector energy, the biggest thing I'm seeing is how strongly you are guarding what you have leading up to the wedding. There's definitely that sense of like, this is precious, this is sacred, this isn't something I'm letting just anyone touch. You guys, you're not in the headspace of sharing every single detail with everyone, or letting lots of different conflicting opinions into your space. It feels like you're being selective. And for some of you, that could be misunderstood by some people as secrecy, but it really isn't. It's about discernment. Again, it's about protection. It's knowing not everyone deserves access to something that feels that important. So you might notice leading up to the wedding that you're being more careful about who you talk to about it, or about your relationship generally, or your emotions in general. You're choosing to share with people you genuinely trust, like people you know want the best for you and your partner. And for some of you, this could be very specific, but if there's someone you already feel unsure about, or confused by, or just a little bit wary of, this energy is saying, like, protect your vulnerability there. So, you know, for example, that could be a slightly overbearing parent or in-law, or a sibling who oversteps, or your partner's best friend who's a bit too involved, or just someone who doesn't respect boundaries 100%. So this isn't about you being paranoid, but it's about, like, not oversharing with people who you feel might interfere or project or push where they shouldn't. For others of you, if that doesn't apply, this could show up more generally as you just feeling extra protective of your partner, almost fiercely so. Like if your partner, for example, casually mentions someone at work being a bit off with them, you're immediately like, they said what? Right, what's their address? And your partner's like, no, it's fine, like, I've got it, I'm an adult. And you're like, I just want to talk, I just want to talk to them, I'm going to pull up. Like, it's that kind of energy. It's very instinctual, very, like, don't mess with my person. It's loyalty, like, dialed all the way up, essentially. And yeah, the moon adds a lot of sensitivity here too. You are definitely feeling things more deeply than usual. You might be more reflective, more intuitive, and just a bit more sensitive overall. This could show up emotionally and physically, like mood swings, hormonal shifts, feeling teary at things you normally wouldn't, or, you know, looking at old photos of you and your partner and remembering how you met, like thinking about how far you've come, and suddenly you're choking up and you're like, why am I crying right now? It's that kind of thing. There's a lot of tenderness, and it comes from love. It's like the weight of the moment hitting you in these waves. I feel like you're very aware of how big this moment is. It doesn't seem like it's in a panicked way, but it's more in a reverent way. Like, wow, my life is actually changing right now. And sometimes it feels like that realization comes late at night when things are quiet. I'm seeing somebody laying in bed, thinking about the future, maybe replaying memories or imagining the day itself. Some moments feel magical and almost surreal, and others could feel overwhelming in a way that's hard to put into words. I definitely don't see, like, fear of commitment here. That's important to say. I don't feel like this is cold feet. This is just a weird kind of surreal understanding of the magnitude of what you're stepping into. Like, you know how rare this kind of connection is, I think, is the thing, and that awareness makes you want to protect it even more. There is also this theme of standing up for yourself, so you could be just less willing to tolerate nonsense during this time, less patient with unfounded opinions or pressure, or people trying to bulldoze their way into decisions that aren't theirs to make, if that applies. You're choosing what gets shared and who gets input, and what has to stay between you and your partner. And it feels like you're doing things on your terms, and you're okay being a bit firm about that. At the same time, this period is incredibly intuitive. I'm getting, like, strong gut feelings and very vivid and emotionally layered dreams. You could get sudden emotional downloads that don't always make logical sense, but they feel important. For just one or two of you, this could show up as dreams that feel very real, but maybe even a bit unsettling. So I'm getting this example of, like, you waking up from a dream, and in the dream, your partner just wasn't themselves and they were doing something wrong. And you felt it so intensely that you momentarily want to react in real life, because that's how real it feels. If you ever get dreams like that, you might understand. And I just want you to know that that isn't a sign that anything bad is actually happening in the relationship, but it could be an invitation to sort of pause and ask, like, what is this showing me? Is this an old insecurity? Is this a shadow I haven't fully worked through yet? Do I need reassurance, or do I need to self-soothe rather than self-sabotage? And that's really the key here. It's about having grounded self-awareness. You are so sensitive because you care so much about this, and because you know it matters, and because you want this chapter to be, like, healthy and honest and secure and real. So if those old feelings or patterns of self-sabotage or overthinking or emotional reactivity pop up, this energy is just encouraging you to gently observe yourself without judgment and ask what you need in those moments, and try to be kind to yourself. So practicing self-love during this time feels really important, especially if there is any shadow work around, like, worthiness wounds or fear of loss or vulnerability that you've been avoiding. None of this defines this period, it's just something surfacing because you're standing on the edge of this huge transition. But overall, what's going through your mind and heart isn't chaos. There's a lot of depth and protection and emotional honesty and awareness. You are holding this relationship, this moment and the transition with a lot of care. And even when it feels intense, it's because you understand how meaningful it is. You know what you have and you're not taking it for granted, pal 3. So now we're going to move on to question 3, which is all about what your partner is feeling or thinking about you and the relationship and the wedding leading up to the day or on the day. So let's move these cards to one side so we can focus on our next pairing. From the True Love Oracle, we have got number 6, Connection. And this card is clarified by Justice. Aww. I feel like these cards say a lot about your partner's integrity and how seriously they take the role that they're stepping into with you. There is a big theme here of wanting to do things properly. And when I say properly, I don't mean by the book. It's in terms of pressure or tradition necessarily. I mean properly in the sense of something that honors you and them and this relationship. It's in the sense of like, you know, this matters and I want my actions to reflect that. When something feels right to them, this person, they don't tend to rush it, but they also don't cut corners. They want to do it justice. That really applies to you, and it really applies to this commitment. So this is someone who isn't just thinking like, yes, I love my partner and I want to marry them. They're also thinking like, how do I show that? Like, how do I honor this connection in a way that's fair and considered and true? That can show up in lots of practical ways. Like for some of you, for example, it could link back to the proposal. This could be someone who took their time, maybe longer than you expected for some of you, because they wanted everything to feel right. They wanted to save up and plan carefully, thinking about what you would love and getting you the perfect thing. And just to be clear, I'm not saying that like a proposal has to have like an expensive ring or plan to be valid. This isn't about money or status. I'm not saying like the more expensive the better. It's more that if they saw like 2 options that were both gorgeous, but one of them felt perfect for you, they wouldn't settle for the other option just because it was easier or quicker to get. They're so connected to you that they know what would mean the most, and they want to give you that. And the same energy carries into the vows and the wedding planning, the way they're thinking about the day itself. It's very thoughtful and deliberate and very, very personal. Emotionally, they feel very connected to you. Justice with connection tells me that this is someone who values honesty and balance and accountability in the relationship. They care a lot about being fair to you, especially if you're feeling more sensitive or more reflective during this time. They're not confused by that. They understand why this period might bring things up emotionally, and it feels like they're meeting you with patience and awareness rather than just dismissing you. And for a small number of you, this could tie to a very specific situation where you have felt uneasy or a little bit vulnerable. It could be around someone specific. You know, maybe that person we mentioned who was a bit overbearing, it could be a family member of yours or theirs, someone who has overstepped boundaries in the past. And if you've ever felt like, you know, am I being dramatic? Is this just me? I feel like your partner during this time is really seeing the truth of things now. Justice is very much about clarity. So where they might have previously brushed something off as like, oh, you know, that's just how they are. You know, they're not being rude to you. There's now more recognition of how the way this person shows up actually affects you. So if, for example, you've said something like, oh, you know, the way your mum speaks to me sometimes makes me uncomfortable, and in the past this was minimized, this feels like a shift where they fully see it, like they understand why it hurts. And most importantly, they're willing to act on that understanding. They're not prepared to let you be treated unfairly, especially as you're stepping into this next chapter together. Like, they have your back, and that is such a big part of this energy. If there's something that needs to be addressed, they are not avoiding it. They're not just choosing the path of least resistance at your expense. They're choosing integrity, and they're choosing you. And that creates this huge sense of reassurance on your end and feeling a lot safer in the relationship, especially if you've been in like a kind of protective mode lately. If you've had underlying fears like, you know, what if this causes tension, or what if someone else's opinion matters more? This is a clear no. They are telling you that you are the most important here, and they are prepared to prioritize you. Your partner is very confident in this connection. They're not wavering. If anything, this period is making them more connected to protecting what you have, and just making it clear this relationship comes first. Overall, this feels like a partner who is clear-headed and very intentional about how they show up, and they want this relationship going forward to be built on honesty and respect and mutual understanding. They want to honour you, be able to stand beside you and do what's right, not just on the wedding day itself, but as the general foundation for everything that comes after. So now we're going to move on to question 4, and question 4 is all about the moment when you very first see each other on the day. So I'm going to pop your cards to one side for now so we can focus on the next pairing. So from the Green Witch Oracle, we have got number 9, Protection, Onion, and we have got the Hierophant, clarifying that. This is definitely like a who's cutting onions moment. There's such a strong sense here of someone trying very, very, very hard to hold it together, maybe failing a little bit too. But somebody's really committing to being like the solid one, being stoic, being the strong foundation. But underneath that, yeah, it's emotional. You can see it in their eyes. You can see them welling up, or kind of swallowing back tears, blinking a bit harder than usual. Like doing that thing where they take a really deep breath to try and steady themselves. And this actually ties really beautifully, I think, with the protection card we mentioned, because I don't think this is just about them holding it together for themselves. It could be they're doing it for you too, because both of you come across as like these deeply emotional people underneath, but not necessarily people who are like super comfortable being vulnerable in front of an audience. And we've already seen that sensitivity kind of ramping up in the lead to the wedding. Like we said, you might be crying more than usual or getting emotional over small things, even happy things. And so I can really imagine a conversation before the day where one of you says something like, please do not cry when you see me, because if you cry, I'll cry and then I'll fully lose it. I will ruin my makeup and I don't want that in front of everyone. So there could be this quiet agreement, almost unspoken, of like, okay, we're going to try and be strong here. But when they actually see you, it's hard, because this isn't just about like the dress or the suit or how you look or the moment itself. This is like the culmination of months or years or sometimes a lifetime of growth together. And they're standing there trying to like, I'm getting honor your dignity, not in a weird like controlling way, but in this deeply loving and protective way, because they know how private you are. They know how vulnerable this moment could feel for you. And there's this instinct to kind of shield you from the world, to be that sturdy presence that you can lean into and you can trust them not to like fall apart. And the Hierophant really amplifies that too. This moment feels heavy with meaning. I'm getting lineage, history, commitment. There's this sense of like, this didn't just happen by accident. And whether you frame that more spiritually or practically, it comes through here really strongly. For some of you, this could genuinely feel like a past life sort of moment. Like this is the first time you are getting married to this person in this life. But there is almost that sense of like, we've done this before, and that brings up some buried emotions maybe in both of you, that recognition, like this idea that you'd find each other again and again in any lifetime. And if that language doesn't resonate to your belief system, it can show up in a much more grounded way too. Like when you lock eyes, there's this moment where they're not just seeing you as you are now, they're seeing every version of you. You know, they see the younger you, the version of you when you first met, the person you were before life tested you. They see the present version of you, more grounded and more mature and more yourself. And then they also see the future. They see you growing older together, building more of your life together, maybe having kids, maybe shared projects, just the quiet intimacy of growing old side by side, still holding hands decades from now, and the privilege in all that too. It's all there in one look, like past, present, and future folded into this single moment. That is what's coming through. And I also keep getting this really poignant thought about ancestry, and there's this overwhelming gratitude. And I saw this quote online, and I think it was about self-love or loving your appearance or something like that. I'm not quoting it directly, but it was something like, one of the reasons you should love how you look is because your face is a culmination of like thousands of people before you who chose to love each other, or something like that. Like your face came from love. I'm not quoting it directly, but it's something like that. So there's this moment where I think your partner is thinking like, or both of you are thinking, you know, thank God for every ancestor who chose love, who survived, who created the chain that led to this person standing in front of me now. Again, there's that reverent feeling, this sense of honor, like this connection didn't just start with the two of you, it's part of something bigger. And woven through all of that is this fierce, quiet realization that you will protect each other against anything, against opinions, against institutions, against tradition. If it ever tried to stand in the way of your love, it's like nothing gets between you, nothing overrides this bond. So yeah, there are tears being held back. There's a big lump in the throat feeling. There's thick emotion in the air. It's not spilling everywhere. It's being held with intention. It's being protected, but it is definitely there. So with that said, let's move on to question 5. And question 5 is, what does the wedding setting and aesthetic feel like? What's the overall mood of your big day? So let's pop these cards to one side for now so we can look at the next pairing. And from the Oracle of the Fairies, we've got celebration. Get ready to let your hair down and celebrate. It's time to go out to dance and play. An invitation could be on the way. And clarifying celebration is the Six of Wands. Very nice. So what I'm really seeing here is that you've absolutely nailed the balance between Capricorn elegance and Capricorn humour. There's class, there's taste, again, very much intentional with your choices with things, and there's a structure to the day. But I'm also seeing some goofiness and fun and laughter and letting loose. You know exactly what you want from the occasion. And yes, you want it elevated. Yes, you want it curated to an extent. Yes, you want things to run smoothly and feel special. But you haven't forgotten that first and foremost, you want people to actually enjoy themselves, and that is at the heart of it. I'm getting this really clear example right now of like a show home versus a home that's lived in. And I'm getting this message with your wedding that the vibe is it's both. Like it has that wow factor, the kind where people walk in and they think like, damn, this is stunning. But it doesn't feel untouchable, you know, like it's not one of those events where everyone's scared to sit down in case they ruin something. It's more like, oh, look at the beautiful cushions, but then move them aside so people can actually sit on the comfortable sofa. Or, yes, that table looks gorgeous and delicate, but let's move it out of the way so the kids can play and no one's stressed about knocking anything over. That's the vibe. It's beautiful, but it's also functional. It's usable. It's stylish, but it's also welcoming, is what I'm getting. You have got that balance spot on, and I really feel like this shows up across the whole day. Like the ceremony itself feels poised and more composed, very elegant, very meaningful, and a bit more structured. But then as the day moves into the evening, it's like the energy shifts and that pressure kind of evaporates and everyone can exhale. And that's when the fun really kicks in, pile 3. I wouldn't be surprised actually if some of you change outfits between the ceremony and the evening event. The ceremony look feels more delicate. Maybe you have a long train, or you are wearing something you don't want to eat in, or you don't want wine spilled on. And then later you switch into something more dance appropriate, more comfortable. That's just one example. But there's this moment where it's clear everything has come together perfectly and you and your partner are able to finally relax. I keep seeing you during moments like, for instance, the first dance together or later in the evening, and it's like you're genuinely laughing together. It doesn't feel stiff or overly choreographed. It's just like you guys hanging out and being yourselves. And there's this kind of relief, this shared like, oh, we did it feeling. And from that point on, it's pure enjoyment. And the Six of Wands is huge here because people are genuinely like cheering you on. Guests aren't just there out of obligation. It feels like they're fully invested. And one example I wanted to give is it feels like people are watching you like you are their favourite couple on a reality TV show. People are whispering to each other, kind of like, look at them, like they're smiling and they're getting emotional and they're getting excited just watching you interact. It's like how people are obsessed with celebrity couples. I'm getting people are fangirling over you, like they're shipping you. You as a couple are basically like what people are saying they would write Wattpad fanfiction about. Watching you together warms people's hearts. It's not just that you look good and you go together, it's that your connection feels very genuine too. I see a lot of chatter and it's just all good vibes, like people talking about how well you guys go together, how natural you look, how sweet your interactions are. People looking at you like, oh, they're just so right for each other. Yeah, that kind of thing, like celebrity couple energy where people are low-key obsessed with your dynamic. And yeah, fun is a massive theme here. Dancing, games, silliness, kids getting involved if you allow kids at your wedding, people being a bit goofy. It doesn't feel forced, it feels very organic. Some of you could have something that would help facilitate that goofiness. I'm thinking like an open bar or some form of party style entertainment. That's not for everyone. Or you could have like little surprises that make people laugh during the evening event. There's a definite point in the evening where it's like, okay, now it's time to go wild. That's what I'm getting. Especially if older relatives, for example, head off earlier. It's like the night really opens up after that. This is absolutely the kind of wedding that people talk about for a long time afterwards. And it's not just like, oh, that was nice. But people are like, oh my God, that was such a good wedding, or that was such a good night. And it's people remembering specific moments, specific details, specific bits of fun or songs that came on. I'm getting the word legendary, like it feels like you throw a legendary event. I'm also getting strong visuals to do with confetti, cheering, big reactions, maybe fireworks even for some of you. Or that could just be how it feels. It feels like fireworks. There's movement and colour and noise and joy. The bouquet moment, if you have one as well, there's something about that coming through. It feels kind of chaotic in the best way, like kind of funny, like people crowding round. Even like, let's say you're the bride and you throw the bouquet, and even if your friends don't, like, they're not taking it too seriously, but they pretend that they are or something like that, like everyone goes nuts trying to catch the bouquet and fight over it. Like everyone wants a piece of the moment. And I'm also getting that everyone wants a piece of you. And the compliments that you're getting, they aren't just like the polite, obligatory comments. I feel like the bride and groom, or whoever is getting married, whether it's two brides, two grooms, whatever, I feel like everyone always compliments the people getting married, right? Like, you usually say you look nice, you look good or something. But with you, people are genuinely blown away. Like, wow, you have absolutely nailed your look. You know what works for you, and it shows, and people cannot stop talking and kind of gossiping about how phenomenal you look, like how beautiful everything is and how stunning the whole setup feels. You're in the spotlight not just because it's your wedding, but because this whole thing has been crafted with so much care and intention. So yeah, the wedding does feel polished to some extent, like it's ready for the red carpet, but it also feels joyful. It feels stylish and fun at the same time, elegant but also full of life. You've thought about yourselves and what's important to you, but you've also thought about your guests, and somehow you've honoured both. It's festive and it's very warm, and it feels like a celebration people are genuinely grateful to be part of. So with that said, let's move on to question 6. And question 6 is all about the energy of the people closest to you on the day, your inner circle, so your friends, your family, people in the wedding party directly. So let's move these cards to one side so we can focus on question number 6. So from the Mermaid's Oracle, we have got Endurance, keep going. And clarifying that, we have got the Hermit. The energy of the people closest to you on the day feels very familiar, Pile 3, almost like they're cut from the same cloth as you, is what I want to say. It would not surprise me if all of your inner circle, or most of them at least, are very thoughtful, emotionally deep people who also tend not to show everything on the surface. A lot of big feelers, a lot of introspective people, but also private people. The kind of people who tend to feel a lot but process quietly and don't really need to make a big song and dance about everything. I also wouldn't be surprised if many of the people you've chosen are more introverted, or at the very least, they have a need for decompression. These don't feel like loud, in-your-face, high-octane personalities. These feel like calm and more observant and emotionally intelligent people who understand you inside and out. I feel like these people are tapped into the pressure you're under. They know how much you care about this day going smoothly, and they know that you're probably holding a lot, emotionally, socially, or energetically. And I feel like these people are quietly keeping you going throughout the day, not by pushing you, but just by supporting you in a way that actually works. There's something really specific here about social energy or a social battery. You feel like the type of person who will always show up politely for people. You'll smile, you'll engage, you'll give people your time because you respect that they've made an effort to be there. You're probably not the kind of person who would ever just say abruptly, like, sorry, you're draining me right now, I'm going to leave this conversation, even if you feel completely wiped. And your inner circle knows this about you. So for some of the time, they could act as buffers. Like, they watch you, but they notice when you're starting to fade, like when your social battery is starting to take a dip, even if you're still smiling. And then those are the moments where they can step in quietly. I can really see moments like someone leaning over to you and saying, like, do you want to step inside my hotel room for 5 minutes? Or, you know, let's go outside and get some air, just so you can have a break from like the socializing. I see people bringing you water without making a fuss, reminding you to drink, noticing that you've been run off your feet. It's very nurturing, it's very attuned, very much like I see you energy. And if you were to say something to these people like, oh, I'm having such a good time, I'm so grateful that everyone came, but I'm just absolutely exhausted, like I'm knackered. These are not people who would shame you for that. They're not saying like, don't be silly, it's not that hard to smile at people, or, you know, it's your wedding, how can you be saying you're tired? Everyone's here for you. They get it. They understand how overwhelming these events can be, especially when you're the one that everyone wants to speak to. And they're the ones saying like, yeah, of course you're tired. Let's take a minute away from this, and meaning it. I'm seeing like quietly redoing your makeup for you in the bathroom, like repowdering your nose, something like that. There's also something really sweet here about mutual endurance, especially if your wedding party or inner circle are similar to you, especially if they're people who don't naturally thrive in constant social situations. I feel that there's this quiet appreciation between you and your circle, almost like you lock eyes with your maid of honor, and you can see that she's been talking to your cousin who goes on and on and on and tells the longest stories, and she's just enduring it for you. And you know she's tired, you know she'd normally shut that conversation down, but she is doing it because she loves you, and that kind of warms your heart. I can literally hear the kind of exchange where you both joke later, like, should we just disappear for a power nap and then come back later? And you're fully serious about it. Like, yeah, actually, go on, that sounds perfect. We should have a nap for a few minutes. Because, you know, being in a wedding party isn't always just a couple of hours. It can be like a full, long, emotionally and physically demanding day. And, you know, everyone here understands that, and they're there for you. And, you know, with Endurance and the Hermit together, it feels like resilience through quiet strength. There's no drama and no complaining. It's just people showing up and staying present and getting through it together. For some of you, there may be one individual in the wider inner circle orbit who's more demanding or more high energy, not necessarily someone you chose, but someone who's there because of family or obligation. Maybe someone who just doesn't really understand that introverted need, and they're like, oh, come on, come over here, let's get photos together, go and do this. Not really understanding that need for downtime. And yes, that could be draining, but what I love is that you're not dealing with that alone. You've got people beside you who are quietly saying, like, it's okay, you've got this, like, we're all here for you, it's not forever, and like, once you've done this bit, you can rest, or, you know, I'll handle this and you sit down for a minute. They're helping you keep going without burning out. So overall, the people closest to you feel patient, and they feel emotionally intelligent and resilient, and also deeply understanding. They help you protect your energy and make sure you don't lose yourself in the noise of the day. And it's a very beautiful and understated kind of love and support. Okay, so let's move on to question 7, and this is all about how your guests outside of the inner circle experience the day, what they remember most about this day, maybe how you are feeling towards your guests as well. So let's pop these 2 cards to one side so we can look at the next pairing. And from the Modern Spiritual deck, we have Profound. And clarifying Profound, we have the 9 of Pentacles in reverse. Okay, so I feel like this wedding really challenges people's assumptions about you and your partner, especially guests who maybe don't know you that well. And I know that sounds odd, because why would you invite them if you don't know them that well? But I'm thinking of, because this is about like wider guests, I'm thinking of maybe like people on your partner's side who you don't know that well, like your partner's colleagues or distant relatives, or, you know, maybe people who only really know you through photos that they've seen or social media or reputation. There could be a strong sense that people arrive with a very surface level or presumptuous idea of what this wedding and what you as a person are going to be like, especially if you are successful and you're well put together and you're elegant and you're financially comfortable, or if you're just very attractive. There's this sense that some people assume like, oh, this is going to be all about image, or, you know, these people must be a bit up themselves, or they just want to show off, or yeah, this wedding is probably more about like showing off how rich they are or something like that. And they're proven very, very wrong, because once guests actually spend time with you and they talk to you and they see how you and your partner interact, they realize how grounded you are and how down to earth you are. Also how warm you are and how easy you are to be around. Yes, you might have nice things. Yes, maybe you are beautiful, but it becomes very obvious very quickly that this wedding isn't about like flexing or appearances. It's about something much deeper than that. It's about love and connection and depth and meaning, and that's where that profound part really sinks in. People walk away surprised, but in the very best way, like, wow, I didn't expect that. Not because the wedding isn't elegant, but because it's so emotionally real. It's not shallow, it's not hollow, it's not trying to prove anything. The love between you and your partner is unmistakable, and that's what overshadows everything else. Now, for a small group of you, I do want to mention something a bit more specific, because if you know, you will know. But if there is a more difficult individual in your life or in your partner's life who's invited out of obligation, this could be someone who's very focused on appearances or material things and how things should look. They might be the type who notices the wrong things, the type who nitpicks, the type who cares more about image than experience. Very much like the don't touch the fancy cushions person. So this could show up as someone making little comments that are a bit snarky about your choices, like, oh, you shouldn't change outfits, you need to keep your dress on all day, or, you know, you can't eat that in your wedding clothes, or you're being a bit wild on the dance floor, like tone it down, or calling deeply personal choices like music or decor, or this sense of nostalgia, like tacky or not classy. They're like, oh, that's not chic enough or something. Like they have a smile on their face, but there's a layer of judgment running underneath it. But the thing is, you see right through it. And also there's this sense of like, what's the point of a beautiful wedding if you can't enjoy it? Like, what is the point of you paying for all this nice food if you, as the person getting married, is not allowed to eat it? Like, yes, you want things to look good, but you also want them to feel good, and you want to live in the moment. It's not just about optics for you. And this person doesn't get it because maybe they're just not that deep as a person. They could worry about what people think instead of how things actually feel. And honestly, I feel like that person's energy stands out because the rest of the wedding feels so sincere and emotionally rich. So I don't feel that you're letting that dampen the day. And for most guests, it barely registers at all. What really sticks with people is how the wedding made them feel and how welcome they felt and how real everything was and how refreshing it was to see a couple who are elegant and warm and successful and humble and polished but also human. This doesn't feel like a wedding people remember because of like surface level luxury or flashy independence or like, look how perfect I am and look how perfect everything is. What people walk away with is a feeling, and it's a feeling that lingers. There's something about this wedding that just hits people deeper than they expect. Guests don't necessarily arrive thinking like, this experience is going to change me, but afterwards they find themselves still thinking about it and talking about it. It stays with them in a way that's kind of hard to put into words, I think. And yeah, that Nine of Pentacles reversed. Instead of like that hyper-polished, self-contained, look how put together everything is energy, this feels a lot more vulnerable and more human and more like a shared experience. Guests don't feel like they're observing something from the outside, they actually feel included. Like they were part of something meaningful rather than just invited to witness it from the outskirts, if that makes sense. I get the sense that people feel emotionally closer to you after this wedding, or even closer to each other. I feel like conversations go deeper than small talk. People tend to open up in ways they don't expect here. Someone might leave actually thinking, I didn't realise how much I needed that, even if they can't quite explain why. So when guests look back on this wedding, they don't just say like, it was beautiful. They say it was special, it meant something. And that's the legacy of this day. With that said, let's move on to question 8, and question 8 is all about a unexpected but deeply memorable moment. So let's have a look at the cards we pulled for you. From the Wise Witch Oracle, we have got alignment. Align your energy, crystals can heal and amplify your intentions. And the clarifying tarot card is the Two of Swords reversed. So with alignment and the Two of Swords reversed, I feel like the moment comes when you finally get to sit back and actually take it in. There's this sense of you shifting out of planning mode, out of like monitoring everything or out of questioning yourself and just being able to enjoy the day for what it is. And what hits you is this real grounded acknowledgement of like, this is exactly what I wanted. So it might be a moment where your partner leans into you throughout the day and asks you like, are you having a good time? And it's not one of those automatic polite answers where you feel pressure to say like, oh yes, darling, it's perfect. Because that's what you feel like you should say. That's what you're supposed to say on your wedding day. This time, it's like the answer is genuine. You actually feel it in your body. You're not forcing the feeling. You're not trying to convince yourself. You just know. You're like, yeah, I actually am. Like, this is perfect. And I keep seeing this moment happening while you are watching rather than doing. So maybe it's watching your guests talk to each other and laugh. Maybe it's seeing people go up for food and hearing them compliment it. Maybe it's looking over at the dance floor and noticing how relaxed everyone is or how much fun they're having, or even just noticing how smoothly things are flowing. There's like this quiet internal click of everything has just come together. And this feels especially significant if, like during the planning stages, you had people in your ear questioning your choices or offering unsolicited opinions or putting pressure on you about how things should look or what you should do. Things like, oh, are you sure about that dress? Or, you know, shouldn't you pick a bigger venue? Or don't you think you should invite this person? Or that's not the right order to do things. A lot of noise, a lot of outside voices, if that was something that came into play. But in this moment, none of that matters. The Two of Swords reversed is you no longer being stuck in that mental back and forth. You're not paralyzed by doubt. You're not wondering if you made the wrong call. And you're not bracing yourself for regret. You just feel content. There's this deep sense of trust in yourself that comes through here. Like, I knew what I was doing all along. Even if somebody else wouldn't have planned it that way, even if someone else wouldn't have made the same choices, this was never about pleasing everyone. It was about creating a day that felt right for you and your partner. And now it's like you're seeing that reflected back to you in real time. That's where this alignment really lands. It's like your mind and your heart and your body being all on the same page. You're not questioning whether it's enough or second guessing your decisions. You're not thinking about what you could have done differently. You're just leaning into the moment and letting yourself enjoy it. And that's what makes this moment so memorable. It's that release and that relief, the quiet confidence of knowing you trusted yourself and it damn well paid off. So now we're moving on to question 9. And for question 9, we're asking what you and your partner end up loving most about the wedding day. So let me just move these cards to one side and we're going to look at our next pairing. So from the affirmations of fairy cats, we have wild. And clarifying wild, we have the 6 of cups. Oh, that's sweet. I feel like one thing you love most about the wedding day is getting the opportunity to let loose. And I don't mean that you don't already have fun together, because I'm sure you absolutely do. You guys do bring each other a lot of joy. This feels more like, for the first time in a long time, the day is just about you two. So it's not about work or other responsibilities. It's not about being the reliable one or the composed one or the capable one. It's a day where your life obligations finally step aside and you just get to enjoy each other fully. There's such a strong 6 of Cups vibe here of being reminded of like when you guys first got together, that young and in love feeling and that sense of like novelty and excitement and silliness. Especially if at the time this happens, life has been busy, like with work or with childcare or routines or stress or wedding planning. This day feels like a huge reset. And I'm getting like, oh, there you are. Like, there's the person I fell in love with. And it's not because the spark ever disappeared, but if the noise of life got in the way for a while, it's like you're remembering that there's a spark under there and that it's allowed to shine. I keep getting this image of both of you laughing like teenagers. So maybe being ridiculous on the dance floor, like doing silly moves, maybe even recreating something you used to do years ago, a dumb routine or an inside joke or a way you used to dance together when you were younger. And it's so nostalgic in the very best way. It reminds you of a time where everything felt lighter, when you were maybe at uni together or first dating, or when you just had fewer responsibilities. There's this mutual joy in seeing each other totally wild and unburdened again. Music feels like a big part of this. There's almost definitely a song or a few songs that transport you back in time. Maybe a song that was popular when you first got together or that you bonded over early on. And when it comes on, you're like singing it to each other on the dance floor, half joking but half genuinely emotional. And it's like for a few minutes, nothing else exists. You don't care about looking cool, you're just in the moment. And honestly, the energy is a little bit chaotic in the best way. I can totally imagine something a bit mischievous happening too, like you guys sneaking off from the after party to like go and make out in the gardens like you're teenagers doing something naughty. Or like taking your shoes off and running barefoot somewhere just because you can, or doing karaoke and fully committing even if you'd normally die of embarrassment. It's that thing of like, we're allowed to do this, we're not on duty, we're not performing, we're allowed to go a bit wild. And yeah, the wildness really peaks later on in the evening. It feels like this happens at the after party and that's your favourite part. Like once the formalities are done, once the pressure is lifted, maybe once the great grandparents have gone home, things can go a little bit crazy. And that's when you can kind of relax and go like, right, now we can have some fun. And you absolutely do fully take advantage of that. And yeah, there's something really nostalgic about seeing everyone else let loose too. So this could be old school friends, uni friends, people you've known through all sorts of phases. It's like you've all grown up, maybe you've got jobs or responsibilities or families, but then that song comes on and suddenly you're all feral again for 3 minutes and it's hilarious. It's very healing and it's like no time has passed at all. For some reason, I keep thinking of like very specific throwback songs, like elder emo anthems or club classics that instantly just make everyone lose their minds. The kind where the intro starts and the room just starts screaming. I'm hearing Panic at the Disco, the bit that's like, what a beautiful wedding. I'm also thinking of the opening of Black Parade. I'm also thinking of Get Low by Lil Jon, the kind of song where everyone suddenly just goes a bit crazy and they're singing every word and laughing and not caring how they look. It's that kind of energy. There's also something really sweet here about looking back. Maybe there's a slideshow or old photos, pictures from when you first got together through different eras of your life. You and your partner could be laughing at bad haircuts or questionable fashion choices. It's very playful and affectionate. And I feel like it reminds you both of how far you've come without feeling too heavy. So yeah, one of the most meaningful parts of the day isn't the perfection of the event, but it's the freedom. It's the wildness. This feels like a day where you are given permission to kind of drop the armor and forget who you're supposed to be and just be two people in love having the best time with each other. I also really want to add something here about the looks you're giving to each other, because with that wild card, I'm getting a very, I know it's the affirmations of cats, well, fairy cats, but I'm getting a very feline kind of energy. There's a very smouldery vibe with the looks you're giving each other. So there's definitely moments where maybe you catch each other's eye, and it's that bedroom eyes kind of look, like you don't need to say anything, but you just know, like there's this tension, there's this desire, there's this mischievous spark where you're both thinking like, yeah, we're definitely making the most of this energy later. It's playful, it's very magnetic, it's feral, but in the best way. You can feel that this person is in the same headspace. Like, it could be a bit of like a tipsy kind of energy. You're ready to be silly, ready to be bold, or ready to be a bit wild and out of character. And yeah, there's something very animalistic and primal about it. It's flirtation without words. There's just this understanding of like, I want you, I choose you, and I cannot wait to get you alone. And it feels like it makes the day more exciting. With that said, let's move on to question 10. And question 10 is closing guidance. So what do you need to be aware of or focus on or release to have the best possible wedding experience? Let's move these cards to one side so we can focus on the final pairing. So from the Believe in Your Own Magic Oracle, we have number 27, which justice is coming, clarified by the Ace of Cups. Yeah, this feels like a gentle reminder about trusting yourself and your heart, pile 3, and releasing the need to over-justify to anyone else. What keeps coming through is emotional justice rather than anything that feels like dramatic or punitive. Things are already balancing themselves out in your favour, is something I'm getting. Like the love you've poured into this relationship, patience, the boundaries, the way you've tried to be fair without losing yourself in all of this, it all comes back around in a really full and open-hearted way. You don't need to fight for it. You don't need to explain yourself. You don't need to convince anyone that this wedding or this relationship or your choices are valid. They already are. And I do want to come back to one specific message here because this might only apply to a smaller number of you, but if it does, you will know exactly what I'm talking about. If there has been any issue with someone on either side of the family, you know, that person we've been mentioning who is kind of rude or opinionated or wants things done their way or subtly looks down on you, I really don't see you worrying about them on the day, like at all, because if things are exactly how you want them to be and you realize in that moment just how important that is, it's almost like you look around and you think, I've got my people here, like I'm surrounded by love, I'm being celebrated, and you allow yourself to actually receive that. You're so tuned into the people who truly matter that whatever this one person thinks just doesn't really register anymore, it doesn't hit. And there's justice in that too. Like, even if this person is going to be sat sulking in the corner because not every single thing about your day has gone exactly their way, you genuinely don't care. Like, you're just having the best time. You can see clearly that their reaction is a choice. And if they can't put their own beliefs or ego aside for one day, that says far more about them than it ever could about you. So there's a real exhale here, like you finally breathe out and you just think, I'm not carrying this anymore. I see tears of laughter and that kind of laughing where you're just overwhelmed with happiness because everything has come together because you did your best to accommodate people without sacrificing yourselves. You didn't abandon what you and your partner wanted, and that's why this feels so good. I feel like this Ace of Cups is a reminder that it's okay to be vulnerable now. If something hurts, it's okay to acknowledge it. If someone crosses a line, it's okay to be honest about it. You don't have to bend over backwards trying to be fair to people who aren't being fair to you, because justice is about balance. And first and foremost, that includes fairness to yourself. Some of you could have been overly accommodating in the past, you know, telling yourself, oh, I won't make a fuss even though what they just said was rude, or it's fine, I'll just let it go. And this card says that that's not actually fair to you. So the guidance here feels pretty simple. Like, even if it's not always easy, you are allowed to lead with love without abandoning yourself. And you've done enough, you've been fair, you've been thoughtful. You're allowed to prioritize your wants and needs, and nothing about that is in any way selfish. And honestly, this day feels like the moment you are fully realizing that. So that's what I'm getting for you, Pal 3, and that's where I'm going to leave you today, my loves. Thank you so much for being here and for spending this time with me. If this reading resonated, the best ways to support a small channel like mine are to like, comment, hype, subscribe and share, whatever you feel called to do. It genuinely is the easiest and most meaningful way to support me. And on a personal note, I really truly love hearing from you guys. I love reading your comments and hearing about your ever-evolving love stories, your journeys and how these messages land for you. So thank you again. I'm sending you lots of love. Please take care of yourselves and I'll see you in the next reading, Pal 3. Hi Powerful Collective, if you chose the Healing Waves Tarot and you chose the shoes sticker and you chose Pal 4, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. This reading is titled Your Love Story, The Wedding. all about the big day with your person, Valentine's special. If you would like details regarding everything this reading will entail, please check out my introduction. I do go through absolutely everything there. I will also leave some details in the pinned comment below for your reference. I highly recommend checking at least one of those out so you know what to expect from this reading today. With that said, just a very brief recap. I wanted to do a special Valentine's Day romantic reading, and I thought, what is more romantic than an organised list? So we are going through 10 specific questions all about your wedding day to your person, your future spouse, your soulmate. Here it is if you would like to pause the video and take a quick look. But I will also remind you of the questions as we move through them. I do go through the list and the questions in more detail in my intro. But yeah, whether you are single, committed, already married, or whether you've been married several times and your spouses keep perishing under mysterious circumstances, this reading is for you. And without any further hesitation, let's get started and take a look at the first question. And this is going to act as an energy check. So this question is, what is the overall vibe and emotional atmosphere of your wedding day? So this sets the tone not just for the wedding itself, but for you, your partner, and the relationship dynamic as a whole. So if this section doesn't sound like you or your partner or anyone you can see yourself falling in love with, or a wedding that you want, that's maybe a sign to choose a different pile. So I'm just going to move your little shoes sticker to one side for now so we can focus on the cards. So over here from the Blooming Cats Tarot, which we are using to represent an oracle card today, even though it is technically a tarot card, but we have Aquarius, clever, reliable and creative, pessimistic, stubborn, impulsive. And clarifying that, we have got the Nine of Cups. Yeah, good start. So this tells me that we are dealing with a very specific kind of energy, definitely one that is heart-led but unconventional. This doesn't feel performative, this doesn't feel people-pleasing, this doesn't feel like it's done for appearances at all. But yeah, before we even get into the overall vibe of this, let's try and ground this energy just with some extra confirmations, because there's so much detail on these astrological cards, and these things don't have to resonate for this to be your pile, but I do like to mention them. So of course, Aquarius energy, sun, moon or rising in you or your partner's chart, or any prominent placements in Aquarius, Venus, Mars, Mercury even. Aquarius season, January 20th to February 18th, could be relevant in terms of a birthday, an engagement, a wedding, or just a significant moment in your relationship. Heavy air placements are coming through for you or your partner, so again, Aquarius, but also Gemini and Libra. Somebody could have a strong Uranus placement specifically. The star as a major arcana energy also feels relevant. These stones, amethyst and garnet, could be important. Somebody might love these or wear them a lot. You might have them in jewelry or decor, or you might just feel drawn to them. The colours blue and violet keep coming through. These could be favourite colours. The lucky numbers 3, 4 and 9 are coming through on this card, and I also really want to add 11 here too, because Aquarius rules the 11th house, and themes of that house are like community, chosen family, friendships, a shared vision, soul family energy, so that could be really big for this pile and this wedding. The flowers, orchid and, I'm sorry, I really can't pronounce this one, gladiolus, I'm sorry, that definitely wasn't it. I'm just not going to bother because I'm having like a brain glitch right now. Sometimes I will just go and Google it and see how you actually pronounce it. But do you know what? It's there on the card. Like, if you want to read it, you can read it. But yeah, that anyway, there's definitely something unexpected with this energy. It doesn't feel cookie cutter, but it feels beautiful nevertheless. Now, I want to give some more like unofficial confirmations, less what's on the card and more like just what's coming through in my mind. Because Uranus always brings like a little element of chaos and humour with it, and I'm not ignoring that. So with Uranus, I'm sorry, but someone here either has a very nice butt or really appreciates a nice butt, which, I mean, who doesn't? Maybe you and your partner are always complimenting each other's asses, or maybe butt stuff is involved. I don't know, take that as it resonates. Uranus made me say it. I'm also getting very unique physical features for somebody, especially if you're an Aquarius rising or you have Uranus in the first house. Someone could look otherworldly, mermaid-like, maybe alien-like, unique facial structure, big eyes, an unusual nose or lips, maybe a larger forehead. And I don't mean that in an insulting way, I mean it in the Rihanna kind of way. Like, yes, people say it's bigger, but it works and it's really iconic. With Violet coming up as well, I thought of like striking eyes. I thought of Elizabeth Taylor. Obviously not literal for most of you, but definitely something about having a striking or standout quality. maybe an eye colour that really pops, or something about your face that people just tend to remember. With the star energy, I'm definitely thinking of someone who just naturally stands out, someone with star quality, someone who does things very much their own way or puts their own stamp on everything and kind of ends up being a trendsetter without even trying. Somebody who doesn't know how to blend in. I'm hearing like progressive, innovative, authentic, always a little bit ahead of the curve. Somebody here could be into space, astronomy, aliens, or just like big existential questions. Someone could be great with technology or work in a tech-related field or be a very fast learner. I'm also getting music or film or theatre kid energy, a musician or someone who knows how to play a few different instruments, somebody who studied media or film or music or drama or just deeply loves those worlds, like the kind of person who, when they've watched a film, they have to go and look at the Reddit thread explaining the meaning of the film or something like that. This could be you, it could be your partner, or it could very much be both of you, like a shared interest. Either way, what I want to say right off the bat, so you know whether this is your pile or not, for pile 4, I'm getting that pile 4 is probably the least traditional wedding energy out of all the piles so far. And I want to be clear about what I mean by that, because I know we are all in different circumstances. I'm not saying there are no traditions at all. I mean, the concept of a wedding in and of itself is kind of rooted in tradition to some extent, isn't it? And some of you might come from cultures and families or belief systems where certain elements naturally stay the same, and that's fine. But even then, you put your own stamp on it. Nothing here is done just because that's how it's always been done. So if you are someone who genuinely wants everything traditional, by the book, no deviations whatsoever, I will say this probably isn't your pile, because Aquarius energy, it just doesn't work like that. It's about progression and authenticity and forward movement and doing things in a way that actually aligns with one's values. You and your partner are probably not the type to do outdated things just because people expect it. You like there to be meaning and logic behind something. You like what you do to make sense. You want what you're doing to align with your morals and with your beliefs and with your personal philosophy. And you guys aren't easily pressured into doing something just to fit in. Now, talking about you guys as a couple for a moment, Aquarius always gives me a very independent vibe. And honestly, I feel like one of the most beautiful things about your relationship is that neither of you needed a relationship to feel whole or to feel worthy. I get the sense that both of you were actually pretty content on your own before you met. Maybe one or both of you stayed single for a period of time. Maybe you decided to be celibate for a period. Or maybe you preferred casual connections because you were like, you know what, I'm good with or without someone. And it's not that you weren't romantic. I definitely think you guys are romantic in your own way. But you weren't that kind of hopeless romantic who falls head over heels for absolutely everyone they meet, right? There's a lot of discernment here is what I'm getting. And I keep hearing that phrase, may this love never find me. And it's for you guys, it could be that you'd look at some of the relationships around you at certain points in your life and you just thought, no thanks. When people said, oh, are you still single? I don't know why you're single. You're so pretty, you're so smart, you're so nice. We need to set you up. We need to get you hooked up with someone. You were like, so I can have the relationship that you have? But absolutely not. No thank you. I'm good on my own. You were very much quality over quantity. You knew that if you were going to be with someone, it had to be real, someone who shares your values, someone who matched your freak, someone who didn't expect you to perform a role or fit a mold, someone who didn't treat societal expectations as the ultimate goal that everyone is striving towards. You wanted authenticity and growth and evolution, not people staying together just because of shared history or because of the kids or because of a fear of being alone. And for some of you, it's not that you had a negative view of love. I wouldn't say it was negative, but you did sometimes notice how shallow or performative a lot of relationships that you observed felt. Intellectual and emotional connection matters deeply to you guys. I think both of you. Some of you could even be demi-schmexual. Some of you experience attraction very selectively. And it's you might have picked apart certain, I'm getting romantic tropes that everyone else obsessed over, in books and films and stuff. People would ship certain relationships or really romanticize certain relationships. And you could have been the one who really would intellectualize that and be why do you think this is romantic? This is toxic. This is controlling. This is not cute. Stop romanticizing this. I can imagine that. So yeah, a lot of mainstream romance could have made you cringe. You also could have felt very out of step with what people around you wanted. Like, as just one example, if you are a heterosexual woman surrounded by other heterosexual women and they were talking about how they want a very traditional, like, provider type man, or they want a man with like big muscles and zero emotions, you could have been like, no thanks, like, I want someone emotionally expressive. Maybe I want someone a little bit feminine. Maybe I want a skinny man who cries all the time. Like, not that example. I'm just literally using that example as like a placeholder. Doesn't have to be that one for you. But yeah, like, if you're a guy, a heterosexual guy, and you have heterosexual guy friends who are obsessed with like the hot skinny blonde celebrity, you could be into curvy brunettes, or, you know, whatever your gender identity is, you could be attracted to people who don't fit like conventional beauty standards or something like that. You could have been surrounded by like conventionally attractive people your whole life, I thought, and felt absolutely nothing, because they have to have like a bit of something more to them, is what I'm getting. I think both of you are kind of that way. And that, combined with like seeing certain relationships that felt fake or hollow or not that satisfying, might have made you think like, oh, well, maybe I'm just not that into relationships. Until Balfour, you met your person. And if you haven't met them yet, it's time to be excited. But if you have, you will know this. But yeah, before that, I really do get the sense that some of you genuinely might have thought that you might never settle down, or you said like, I'm never getting married, or, you know, I never want the whole like traditional monogamy partnership thing. And it wasn't really in a sad way, like you weren't really sad about it. It was more matter of fact, like you've not seen anything that would be worth investing in, sort of thing. Like, you'd look at the relationships around you and think, yeah, like, if that's what love looks like, I'm good, actually. Some of you also like couldn't imagine sleeping next to someone every single night for the rest of your life. Even that idea alone, maybe you used to be like, ew, no, like, I'm gonna need my own space, I'm gonna need my own bed, my own little corner of the universe, thank you very much. But yeah, a lot of the relationships you witnessed could have felt more performative or just a bit off, like people were together because of convenience or social pressure or something, not because they actually liked each other or were growing together. And that somehow felt corrupt to you, like a corrupt version of what love was. It made you not want a relationship at all, if that's what relationships were meant to be. You weren't anti-love, it wasn't about love, it's that you were anti-bullshit. Anti, like, people who pretend to be in love but really they don't respect or value each other or something like that. And even if you weren't saying like, oh, I'll never settle down or something like that, I feel like you were still genuinely fine with being alone. Like, you were content, you didn't need a relationship to function or feel worthy or feel complete. Again, like, it's quality over quantity. Maybe you said like, if it happens, but, you know, I'm not forcing it just to tick a box. I'm not settling for less. And then yeah, you met your person, or you will meet your person, and this is someone who matches your freak, someone who is exactly the right flavour of weird, someone who feels like your personal brand of like oddness and curiosity and quirkiness and independence and humour and all of your values rolled into one human being. You just fit each other like a glove. And that is what feels like shifts your views on love. And it's not in this way where you're like, oh, I've met this person and now I suddenly want to be a trad wife or something like that. But it's in this way that's more like, oh, maybe we can build something together, but we can do it on our own terms. Like, we can build a life together and we can mark that with a wedding if we want, and we can celebrate, but we get to decide what that looks like. There's no abandoning your values here. No, like, trying to shapeshift into someone you're not. It's more like love expands you to make room for who you already are, is something that I'm getting. Like, it wouldn't surprise me at all either if this connection started as friends to lovers or through shared circles. I'm getting community, clubs, hobbies, a cause, a spiritual group, online spaces, mutual friends. There's definitely a strong friendship foundation here. Like, you guys actually like each other as people, which I know it shouldn't sound like it should be out of this world, but from things that other couples sometimes say about each other, it can feel like, you know, do you even like each other? But you guys, you enjoy talking to each other. You'd hang out even if romance wasn't on the table. You're not like super duper over the top, all over each other, PDA, performative couple, but you are definitely romantic in your own way. And maybe your love languages don't always look like other people's, is something I'm getting. There's also a message that one or both of you could be neurodivergent. You guys could info dump as a love language. You could analyse films or books together. You could have long intellectual conversations that kind of go in all directions, go nowhere and go everywhere at the same time. You could share niche memes with one another. You could exchange fun facts about random topics. You could bring each other weird little gifts, like rocks you found on a walk, and you could be like, oh, this reminded me of you. Like things only you two would appreciate, like inside jokes. Like other people might not understand why it's meaningful, but you do. And that same energy flows straight into this wedding. You and your partner are firm about your values. If there's a tradition that doesn't sit right with you guys on principle, you're just not doing it. You're just refusing to do it. Even if people say like, it's not that deep, to you it is. So the example I'm thinking of right now is the historical context behind the idea of being like given away by a father. Even though most people don't take that literally anymore, and even though it can be a beautiful moment for some families if that's what they choose, you might be like, no, that doesn't align with my values. And that doesn't mean you don't love your dad and you don't want him to be there. It just means that you want meaning to be intentional. You'd rather create your own symbolism than just blindly repeat something that doesn't feel progressive to you. If that moment would remind you of a time when women were property and you're really, really against that, you might say like, hey, dad, we can still have a special moment. I just don't want it to be like that. And it could be the same with food. Like, these are just random examples, by the way. They don't have to apply. It's just whatever value you have, apply it to that, and like how you don't compromise on your values. But if you're like a vegetarian or vegan or something, and you want your food to be vegetarian that day or something like that, if someone's pressuring you like, oh, but Grandma Ethel is iron deficient and she cannot go one day without steak, your response is basically, Grandma Ethel will survive for a few hours. Like, you're happy to make things enjoyable for people. You're not trying to punish anyone. But I feel like you're definitely not the type of person to compromise on your principles for the sake of keeping everyone happy. You'll provide good food just on your terms. And honestly, if someone were to say like, I don't like this venue, or that's a weird dress, or I wouldn't do that, your energy is very much like, cool, and nobody asked you, Sandra, please pipe down. This wedding stands out from the crowd. I think it's unconventional, it's progressive, it's creative, it's personal, and people love it for the most part, especially with the 9 of Cups. The vibes are genuinely good here, pal 4. You feel emotionally fulfilled and you trust your vision. You trust yourselves. You're not trying to please everyone. You're prioritizing soul, family, and the people who get you and the people who want to support you. And if someone doesn't like it, they don't have to come. Like, truly, I think you're good with that. For some of you, this could be a smaller or more exclusive event. And for others of you, it might be bigger, but still very intentional in terms of who you invite. It feels uniquely you, like you and your significant other. This wedding represents you as people, as individuals. You might get moments during planning where you explain your ideas. And yeah, someone says to you like, I would never do that for a wedding, or that's a bit weird, or I don't see the vision, and you're like, that's fine, I don't need your approval. This is what makes me and my person happy. This is how we want to do it, and it feels right. There's a lot of self-trust here, and I think you're going to be really glad you trusted yourselves, because choosing creativity and expression and authenticity over expectation makes this day deeply satisfying with that 9 of Cups. It's like you stuck to your principle, and that's why it feels so good. You might have been a bit stubborn on things, but it pays off. And yeah, I can absolutely imagine a wedding that's unconventional in the structure. Maybe it's not in a church. Maybe it's not officiated by someone traditional. Maybe there's no religious affiliation at all. Maybe it's spiritual, but your kind of spiritual. Maybe witchy or earth-honouring, symbolic. Maybe the vows are entirely your own. Maybe the officiant is a friend. Maybe the ceremony structure is different. Maybe the location is unexpected, a beach, a forest, a cliff top, a teepee with a fire pit, somewhere rustic, somewhere grounded or earthy or a little bit hippie. Maybe there's a unique aesthetic or theme, something personal, something a bit out there, something about shared interest, like even an alien theme or something, like whatever you and your partner are into. It's like the wedding is kind of branded in that way, but it's like your personal brand. There could be like groovy, funky lights or unusual technology or a quirky outfit or dress code. I'm also getting something about like vintage with a progressive twist, thrifted pieces, colours that aren't just white, maybe whimsical elements, a civil union away from organised religion, environmental considerations like recyclable decor, a buffet or a potluck instead of like a formal 3-course meal, community vibes, a small and warm and intimate gathering, donations to a cause instead of gifts, animals or nature included. Yeah, I think we mentioned a unique dress code, something like that, something that isn't typical. Those are all just random examples, but the point is, this wedding is the signature flavour of you and your partner. And you feel emotionally fulfilled because you didn't bend yourself to fit someone else's idea of what a wedding should be. You built something real on your terms with your person, and that's exactly why this vibe feels so good. And one more thing I forgot to say when we mentioned Uranus, because for some reason I was obsessed with talking about people's butts instead of mentioning this. But Uranus can also point to things happening very suddenly and out of the blue, or in a way nobody expects. So for just a few of you, this could absolutely show up as like a off-the-cuff elopement or a last-minute decision to get hitched, like a very spontaneous, should we do it kind of moment. This could be something that surprises other people or something that happens much faster than anyone anticipated, including you. That won't apply for everyone, but if your wedding or union happens in a way that feels unexpected, unconventional, or impulsive in a good way, that is very on brand for this pile. So with that said, let's move on to question 2. And just to recap, question 2 is what is going through your heart and mind as the wedding approaches. So your thoughts and feelings and actions generally towards your partner, the relationship, or the day itself. Let's move these cards to one side so we can have a look at the next pairing. So from the Unmasked Truths Oracle, we have spreading wings, deep need to be free, creating a loving home, sharing hidden feelings, trust, vulnerable release. And that is clarified by the Queen of Wands. Lovely. Okay, this is so interesting and beautiful to me as a pairing, especially because this spreading wings card, it's literally a caged bird. And to me, that feels symbolic straight away. Like, this feels like how you may have once viewed relationships, especially marriage, because I don't think you ever looked at commitment and thought like, oh my god, I just can't wait to give up my autonomy. Like, if anything, it's the opposite. You might have seen relationships, past ones you were in or ones you witnessed around you, where people became smaller versions of themselves, where their wings got clipped or where their spark dimmed, and that terrified you because you have an innate yearning for freedom and for release. This could have been personal, you know, your own relationships where it always felt like you weren't allowed to shine as brightly as you naturally do, or it could have been more what you observed, you know, watching friends and acquaintances, even family members settle into relationships that felt dull or restrictive, like someone trading in their personality and their passions and their freedom just because that's what you do when you're married or something like that. Maybe you watch people give up hobbies they loved or stop dressing the way they used to or start saying things like, oh, my partner doesn't like it when I do that, or, you know, I can't really do that now that I'm married. And that like hit something deep in you. And I'm getting this really literal example about travel. I think it's because of the bird imagery, so that could be relevant, but I'm thinking of like, let's say you have a friend who always talked about traveling the world with you, and then suddenly they get into a relationship and they settle down, and suddenly it's like, oh, you know, maybe one day, but not right now. And yeah, of course, like, just to be clear, sometimes priorities genuinely change, and that's valid. Like, sometimes somebody might think they want to go traveling and then they don't, and that's fine if that's what they truly want. But what bothered you wasn't necessarily the choice itself, but it was like the pressure behind that choice, like the unspoken expectation that, you know, once you partner up, you're supposed to like shrink your life instead of expand it. So something like traveling is off limits, like you can't go with your friends because you're expected to go with your partner or something like that. I don't know, that's just one random example. And I really feel this particularly strongly about women and motherhood. The expectation to give things up or to soften yourself or to become smaller and quieter and more practical and more like appropriate. This could have really bothered you, like seeing bright, creative, expressive Queen of Wands types of people slowly dim themselves because of societal pressure. And that felt oppressive to you. That did not feel romantic. It felt unfair. And this is where I want to talk very personally for a moment, because this might be something you resonate with deeply too. Because a couple of examples I keep seeing, especially online, are to do with like going out. And I find the discourse around this really interesting, actually. The discourse around what people in committed relationships are supposedly allowed to do versus what's disrespectful. And I think it's different things for different people in different relationships, right? But I think one big one that I see talked about online a lot, and something that seems to be quite divisive in the comments, is whether people who are in a relationship should go to bars or clubs once they are in a relationship. And I'm going to be very honest here, I find that a very bizarre dialogue, because if you trust your partner, I genuinely truly don't understand why this would automatically be an issue. Now, don't get me wrong, I think there's nuance here. If someone sets a personal boundary, I don't want to put myself in situations with alcohol because I know I drink too much, or that environment isn't good for me personally, then that's fair. That's someone taking responsibility for themselves, and that's valid. But a lot of the rhetoric I see isn't that. It's more like people saying, if you go to the club, you don't respect your partner, or, that means you're looking to meet someone and you're looking for attention. And I don't know if this is a cultural thing or what, but a lot of people go to bars or clubs where I'm from just to catch up with friends, to dance and to let loose. Yeah, maybe to have a few drinks, but more to have some girl time or some guy time. And I say that as someone who barely goes out anymore, to be fair. I have a disability, so getting out hasn't been easy the last couple of years. But even so, I still find this expectation quite wild. Yeah, clubs can be a place to meet people if you're single, but it's not a requirement. There are also places people go with friends and with co-workers, on work dues. I've literally been to the club with my family multiple times. And maybe that's my generic British binge drinking culture ass showing there, but it's not inherently a romantic or sexual space. It doesn't have to be, unless you make it so. And then people will say things like, well, if you want to see your friends, why don't you just go to each other's houses? If you're going to the club, you clearly want attention. And it's okay, but I'm in my early 30s right now, and I know this applies to a lot of people around my age. I'm younger as well. Many of my friends have kids now, or they have demanding jobs or responsibilities, and the whole point of catching up is sometimes getting out of the house, away from responsibilities for a couple of hours. And there's no way my friends with kids are going to want to organise babysitters just so they can go and sit in someone else's living room. People deserve to get dressed up and go dancing if they want to, especially if they don't get to do that very often anymore. And then you hear, well, you could just go to a dance class with that person if you want to dance. But let's be real, that's different. Classes are structured, there's commitment, there's cost, there's pressure to attend every week. Sometimes people don't want structured dancing. Sometimes we just want to be silly to old bops that we remember from our teenage years or something like that, and also, why not both? You can love cozy nights at your friend's house, and you can also love getting dressed up and going out. This should not be an issue to me. And it's the same with clothing and self-expression. I'm getting tons of examples now. Suddenly it's, oh, I just prefer someone who dresses modestly. Which, okay, but then why date a baddie who dresses glamorous and then try to change them? Why date someone bold and expressive and confident and then decide that that's a problem? Or the whole I'm not dyeing my hair because my partner prefers it blonde. Sorry, then tell your partner to dye their hair blonde then. What? I would genuinely be concerned if my partner's attraction to me hinged on hair colour. And again, I think it's fine to ask for opinions on big decisions, but there's a massive difference between that and putting your life on hold for somebody else. Oh, and another big one that really gets on my nerves is the whole idea of you can't have friends of the opposite schmecks, that thing. And again, I think nuance matters. Obviously, there's a huge difference between someone suddenly forming a new friendship and prioritizing that person over their partner, pouring all their emotional energy into them instead of their partner, versus having long-standing friendships that are healthy and respectful and platonic and not a threat to the relationship. And for me personally, if a partner tried to enforce that rule, I actually wouldn't be allowed to have a social life at all because I'm bisexual. So that would mean I'm not allowed to have any friends ever or talk to anyone. And that's not healthy. My partner is my best friend, but they should not be my only friend. And I feel the reason I'm saying this is because I feel independence is important to you guys who chose this pile. Having a life outside of your romantic partnership matters. And yeah, I just really feel that's important to you guys. And the reason I'm going off on this tangent is because you might have witnessed a lot of this growing up in maybe your friends' relationships, in acquaintances' relationships, maybe even in your parents' relationship. You may have seen bright, creative, expressive people slowly dim themselves, give up their hobbies, change how they dress, stop chasing their dreams. And you said, if that's what relationships are, I'm not doing that. I'm not settling down if it means clipping my wing. I'm not letting anyone cage me. But then with the right person, everything changed because you realize that with the right partner, you don't lose your freedom, you gain more of it. You don't feel tied down, you don't feel like you've settled, you feel seen and loved for who you are. You don't have to ask permission to be loved the way you are. Your partner just shows up and loves every inch of you without asking you to tone anything down. They are your biggest hype man or woman. They encourage you, they support your creativity. When you get an idea, they don't shut you down. They ask how they can help, and they love how confident you are. They love how you look. They love how you carry yourself, and they would never in a million years ask you to change. And that does something really profound to you. It teaches you that some love doesn't come with strings attached. Some love doesn't require shrinking. Some love lets you exist fully and loudly and boldly without any kind of apology. So if you're an opinionated feminist, your partner doesn't roll their eyes, they show up to the marches with you. If you want to dress in a full face of makeup or an elaborate outfit, they're hyping you up, not saying like, do you have to dress like that? You'll attract too much attention. They're attracted to you because of who you are, not in spite of it. And suddenly love feels freeing instead of restrictive. It feels supportive instead of just being this thing that oppresses you. It doesn't feel limiting. You still have this deep need for independence, but the right person doesn't try and shatter that. They will protect and value it because they value their own independence too. They recognize that you guys are partners and you're teammates and you're each other's hype people. And there's this deep relief in that, because where you once thought home meant being trapped or stuck in one place, now home feels like someone you can explore the world with. It's about expansion. This isn't a relationship where one is keeping the other hostage. You are always moving and creating and evolving and choosing each other with so much freedom. And that's why, as the wedding approaches, what's in your heart isn't fear of losing yourself. It's gratitude and it's trust, and it's this quiet knowing that you were lucky enough to find a love that didn't cage you. It helps you grow bigger wings, is something that I'm getting. So with that said, let's move on to question 3. And question 3 is, what is your partner feeling / thinking about you leading up to / on the day? So their thoughts, their feelings towards you, the relationship, and the wedding overall. Let's pop these cards to one side for now so we can look at the next pairing. So from the True Love Oracle, we have got number 12, the Divine Masculine. And we have got the King of Pentacles, Daddy energy. So I find it really interesting actually that we have got the Divine Masculine, because the conversation around Divine Masculine and Divine Feminine energies has become so misconstrued and so lost in translation that when I hear those terms now, it almost makes me flinch a little bit. I'm never quite sure whether it's about to be something actually grounded and insightful, or whether it's going to be the most harmful patriarchal nonsense I've ever had the displeasure of sitting through. So one of my biggest pet peeves is seeing these concepts, Divine Masculine, Divine Feminine, used as repackaged misogyny. Like, oh, ladies, never text him first, or you're not in your Divine Feminine. No, that's not what that means. That's not what it means. A lot of what's floating around online now feels like Divine Masculine and Divine Feminine being watered down into like podcast bro, alpha male, high value man, high value woman, rhetoric, nonsense, bullshit, and it completely misses the point. These energies are not gendered. They're not biological sex. They are not roles you're meant to perform to be loved. I see them more like yin and yang energy. Everyone has both. I'm really simplifying this because it's not really, I mean, I'm going off on a tangent now, as I always do, but it's not really about that. I'm just like explaining the way I see it so that I can interpret this energy. But yeah, some people tend to lean more naturally into one than the other, and some people thrive when those energies are in balance rather than swinging too far to one extreme. But they are ultimately meant to complement each other, not overpower each other. And that can show up internally or in terms of relationships and how we interact with others, or both. So with that context, what's really coming through here is that your partner is reflecting on either the Divine Masculine energy you bring out in them or the Divine Masculine energy you embody, depending on which archetype resonates more with you. And the key thing about an awakened Divine Masculine is that power and love are not about possession. They're not about control, and they're not about dominance. True power is not something you take, it's something you hold. And it only exists when it's given freely with consent. The moment power has to be obtained through coercion, manipulation, or fear or force, it stops being power and starts being insecurity. And that is what we talk about when we talk about like wounded masculine energy. And we see it all the time in the world. People in positions of influence who could create real change, but instead choose domination and control and fear because they don't feel powerful within themselves. The divine masculine, just like the divine feminine, is about showing up as you are and knowing that your worth and power are intrinsic. It's about provision, and it's about like receptivity and not just a conquest. It's not ownership, it's not restriction. And I do want to say, because this is important, I know I'm simplifying these concepts a lot here because these readings are already long, but when these ideas get watered down online, it does become harmful. Like, again, those alpha male podcasts that are like, don't let your girl do this, you need to show her who's boss. If you let her do XYZ, you're a simp. Don't let her take your power. Or, you know, those so-called femininity podcasts aimed at women that say things like, don't sleep with a man too soon or you're giving away your feminine power. And it's like, no. Respectfully. Well, no, disrespectfully, no. The whole point of personal power is that it's inherent. You define it. Nobody can steal it from you. Again, if power is something you have to manipulate to feel like you've obtained, if it's fleeting, conditional, and dependent on someone else's reactions to you, that is not personal power. That is insecurity dressed up as a temporary sense of control. Real empowerment in relationships comes from how secure you feel in yourself, how confident you are in showing up authentically, regardless of how others interpret you or respond to you. And that's not something that can be bought or sold or traded or taken ever by another person. Again, love should be given freely or not at all. And I really feel like this is something your partner is deeply reflecting on, especially with how independent you guys are. There's this deep sense here of like, I don't have to perform for you. I don't have to control you. I don't have to be something I'm not in order to be chosen. What you share with each other feels secure because it's not built on like manipulation or unspoken rules or anyone pretending to be something they're not. Nobody is saying like, if you do this, I'll withhold this. Nobody is bargaining love. Nobody is shrinking themselves to keep the peace. It's two people saying, this is who I am, take me or leave me, and feeling secure that the other person will always choose them. That's incredibly grounding energy. That's King of Pentacles energy. Your partner feels steady with you. They feel safe. They feel like they're building something solid, something that actually lasts. Not because of obligation or roles or societal expectations, but because you genuinely like each other as you are. There's a sense of wealth here too. It doesn't just have to be financial, but like emotional wealth. Like they've hit the jackpot by finding someone who doesn't ask them to change, who doesn't clip their wings, who doesn't require them to abandon parts of themselves to be loved. And again, this doesn't have to mean that your partner is the masculine one and you're the feminine one. It could be the opposite. It could be fluid. It could shift. What matters is that the energy between you is balanced and respectful and secure. So if your partner is more masculine, this could look like feeling completely free to express emotions with you, not being shamed for vulnerability, not being told to like man up and all that toxic bullshit, not having to suppress softness to feel worthy. If your partner is more feminine, it could look like feeling free to be more ambitious or driven or assertive or goal-orientated without worrying about being too much or emasculating anyone. And this applies if you're in a queer relationship. It's that same freedom. No forced roles, no boxes, no expectations about who's meant to be what. There's a huge amount of respect here for each other's independence and voices and individuality. You don't steal power from one another. You amplify each other's power. You make each other feel more yourselves and not less. Approaching the wedding, your partner feels confident that this connection is built to last because it's actually real. It's not a performance. It's not rooted in tradition for tradition's sake, and it's not driven by that fear of being alone. It's two people choosing each other freely. That's why there's so much calm and steadiness here. That's why there's pride. There's no panicky energy. Your partner knows this isn't going anywhere because this doesn't need to be controlled to survive. It feels like this is one of the most healthy expressions of love that there is. And I love that for you, Power 4. With that said, let's move on to question 4. And question 4 is, what is the energy of the moment when you first see each other? As in, see each other on your special day, your wedding day. So let's move these to one side for now so we can focus on the next pairing. And from the Green Witch Oracle, we have got number 15, Happiness. And clarifying happiness, we have got the Knight of Wands. I think we got the Knight of Wands for this moment in one of the other piles. I could be wrong. I can't remember which pile it was anyway. Yeah, this moment doesn't feel stiff or overly formal at all. Nobody's really trying too hard to like contain themselves. Nobody's really standing there like, okay, compose yourself, be calm, be elegant. The energy is blatantly joyful. You're very obviously happy and you guys aren't really hiding it. There's very much like a kinetic, buzzy, charged energy between you, excitement and passion and momentum. Like you guys can physically feel the pull to get to each other as quickly as possible. There's a strong sense of movement here of wanting to, I'm hearing close the distance, wanting to be near each other, almost wanting to like charge towards one another. If this is a more traditional walking down the aisle moment, I can genuinely see someone kind of speeding up without even realizing it, or, you know, smiling at their person, grinning, eyes locked, doing that little cute scoot up the aisle because they just can't wait to get close. There's no like hesitation or dragging of feet. It's very much like, yep, this is happening, let's go, like with a joyful pep in the step kind of movement. And what really stands out to me is the confidence in this moment. It doesn't feel reluctant. There's no like doubt or no inner voice questioning things. It feels very sure, very grounded in this idea of like, yep, we're doing this. There's also a noticeable lack of self-consciousness, which I think could show up in a few different ways, because for some of you, this could be truly because there are only a handful of guests, or because everyone present is someone you both feel completely safe to be yourselves around. For others, it might be that one or both of you has had a little drink beforehand just to take the edge off. Or honestly, it could just be that you're naturally confident people and being around other people doesn't bother you that much generally. Or, you know, this person just makes you feel so safe and so at ease and so unconscious. Not unconscious, they don't make you unconscious. Hopefully they don't. Anyway, I was going to say so unself-conscious. I don't know if that's a word, but yeah, you make each other feel confident is what I wanted to say. That self-consciousness just doesn't really exist when you guys are together. It kind of feels like the rest of the world fades out a little bit. You're very present in the moment. You're not really thinking about what anyone else thinks. You are just soaked in the joy of the moment. I feel like there's a little bit of laughter and warmth and this sense of like, oh my God, there you are. And this is like a fully embodied happiness. It's real. It's like huge awareness of, oh my God, this is happening right now. Now, the Knight of Wands does bring an element of impulsivity at times. And for some of you, that's literal. This could genuinely be, like I said earlier in the energy check, a union that wasn't planned years in advance. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if for a very small number of you, this was literally way, way impulsive, like eloping in Vegas. This energy of like, should we? And it turns into, yeah, F it, let's do it, like that kind of thing. That won't be for everyone, of course, but even for those of you with like a more planned wedding, there's still this like hyped up, daring energy beforehand. Like you're both amping each other up, almost joking, but not really. Like, oh, should we? Should we? And you both already know the answer. I keep also seeing this image of a couple holding hands and standing at the edge of a cliff. I feel like this is the plot to a murder documentary or something. I don't mean it like that. I mean it like, this isn't going to a dark place, pal 4, don't worry. But they're like stood there looking at each other and smiling. And then like there's water beneath this cliff and they just hold hands and look at each other and they're diving in together. And that can be taken more metaphorically, like diving into marriage, taking the leap, choosing joy over fear. But for some of you, it could even show up a little bit more literally, like maybe doing something unconventional to mark the moment, something a bit adrenaline junkie-ish or thrill-seeking, like skydiving or jumping into the water, or traveling somewhere wild, doing something a bit cheeky or adventurous, thrill-seeking, and not all that traditional to celebrate the union. That could be somebody's like hen or stag party. I think in the US it's called like bachelor, bachelorette party. There's something playful about this though, a little bit reckless in the best way. Not reckless like careless, but reckless like alive, like we trust this, we trust each other, let's go into this head first. The happiness here is very active. It's not just this passive thing, it feels like it moves, it sparks, it pulls you towards one another. So the energy of the first moment you see each other isn't nerve heavy. It's like joyful momentum and it's passion and it's excitement and it's certainty, like two people who are very, very, very ready and willing to jump into this together, and they're not trying to tone themselves down for the moment to be appropriate for other people. With that said, let's move on to question 5, and question 5 is, what does the wedding setting and aesthetic feel like? This can also talk about the emotional atmosphere of the wedding. So let's move these cards to one side for now so we can focus on our next pairing. So from the Oracle of the Fairies, we have transformation. This fairy tells you to surrender to a transformation in your life that's happening for your highest good. Embrace your transformation, the best is yet to come. And that's clarified by the Ten of Swords reversed. Okay, I feel like I'm getting more detail about the emotional atmosphere than I am about one specific aesthetic. And I feel like that's kind of intentional, especially for Pile 4, because this is the pile where individuality and originality are truly everything. And I know this is a collective reading, and I genuinely feel like you all did or will do things so differently that there just isn't one neat category I can put in terms of like the decor or the venue or the styling. And that's kind of the point. Like, but with that Aquarius energy running through this entire reading, yeah, the aesthetic definitely doesn't feel like copy and paste. It doesn't feel something that can be easily replicated or something that's just based on a fleeting trend. I'm getting the word bespoke. It feels bespoke, like something you and your partner either came up with yourselves or you took inspiration from and then you completely made it your own. Even if you pulled ideas from other places, it's like you integrated them in a way that was very niche and personal and very on brand for you guys. Even if that specific brand is hard to define to anyone else, it just makes sense when people see it. So I don't think I can fully say like, oh, it was minimalist or it was rustic or it was elegant, because I don't think there's like a single label that fits. What I can say that is more specific is that something is transformed. So whatever you choose on this day, the venue, the decor, the dress, the suit, the structure of the day, it had potential, but it was your creative spark that turned it into something entirely different. It's like you saw something that others couldn't quite envision yet. You had a feeling, you had this kind of vision, and people around you might have been like, I don't really see how that's going to work, or, you know, that seems like a strange choice for a wedding, or that's not really my thing, but you trusted yourself and then you made something work here. I think we did get something similar in one of the other piles, and I can't remember what it was, but I'm getting this same message again about this strong sense of feeling like you've walked into this space and it feeling really magical, like you've stepped through a portal to another world. Almost this fairy realm energy, which is funny because these are fairy cards, but it's like people commenting afterwards like, oh, you know, I'll be honest, Pile 4, when you first told me about your idea, or you showed me this venue, or you showed me the dress, I didn't get it. But wow, you've turned this into something completely different. It's that kind of transformation, like turning something stiff or structured into something more open and whimsical, turning something plain into something captivating, turning something underestimated into something like really, really, really unforgettable. That transformation card paired with the Ten of Swords reversed definitely reinforces this being like a chapter closing moment. This setting isn't just about hosting a wedding, it's marking the end of an era, but not in a way that you feel oppressed by. It's more like reflection on, you know, that version of my life is complete and I'm ready for what comes next. It's not like I'm giving things up, it's death as in expansion. And I'm saying death because it's the transformation card. It's making me think of Scorpio 8th house, endings, death energy. It's embracing change because you know you're not losing yourself, you're becoming more yourself. And that's a really important distinction for this pile, especially given how much we've talked about independence and freedom. This wedding isn't here to shrink you, it feels like stepping forward with intention. And we mentioned Scorpio, and that Ten of Swords reversed also carries this strong phoenix-like energy. It's rising after something painful, the worst being behind you. And I do think for some of you, this wedding comes after a period where you genuinely didn't think you would heal from something. It could be anything, but some examples are like past relationships, mental health struggles, family estrangement, disillusionment with love, or just believing that marriage or long-term partnership wasn't for you, or that you would never get to this stage. And yet here you are, it's like old beliefs have been shed, old skins have been shed, you've outgrown versions of yourself that were shaped by survival, and this day reflects that. You know, it's not pretending that the past didn't happen, it's saying, you know, that chapter mattered, but it's finished and I'm stepping into something new now. Like, I can finally let this go. And I wonder if we can get some more details on what that is as we go further into the reading. We'll have to see. I don't know what's going to come through here, Pile 4, but yeah. For some of you, this could tie into pushback around the wedding itself, maybe disagreements or boundaries, difficult decisions, or people projecting their expectations onto your day. The energy here is very much about officially closing that door and letting go and moving forward, feeling empowered and at peace with your choices. So even if the aesthetic looks wildly different from one powerful person to another, the vibe is very consistent, and that's that this wedding is a wedding that feels like healing and like liberation. So let's move on to question 6. And question 6 is, what is the energy of the people closest to you on the day? So people in your wedding party or your immediate friends, family, inner circle. So let's pop these cards to one side for now so we can focus on the next pairing. And from the Mermaid's Oracle, we have got guide, a guide, mentor, a trustworthy ally, and we have got the 7 of Swords. So with guide, mentor, trustworthy ally, clarified by the 7 of Swords, and even just with that image of the 2 mermaids on the card, like they're literally leaning in and whispering to each other, this really doesn't feel like a big, loud inner circle. This feels small and intentional, and for a lot of you, it feels like one specific person in particular is being highlighted on the day. So it could be that one bestie, best friend that you have, your ride or die, this person that you trust with absolutely everything. This feels like someone who knows you inside and out, someone who understands how important your independence is and how important it is for you to make your own autonomous decisions. Because with guide energy, you know, it's in the name, it's guiding, it's not forcing. It's not saying like, you're going to do it this way. Guiding is walking alongside someone and saying like, I trust you, I support you, I'm here if you need me while you do this your way. And that's exactly what this person feels like. They're not here to try and like redirect your vision or reshape your plans into something more palatable for other people. They're on board with what you want. They're just kind of there for the journey and for the ride. They're happy to ride alongside you. And there's a huge amount of trust here. This is someone you tell everything to, all your thoughts, doubts, frustrations, excitement. This person knows it all. And I really, really get the sense that this person is extremely observant, definitely someone who notices what's going on around you. They clock tone shifts, they pick up on snarky comments or weird energy, people being fake. And if anyone is talking shit about you, powerful, they know. And more importantly, they don't allow it. Like, they're the kind of person who will quietly shut that down, or they will step in to preserve you without dragging you into it. They're also the person like whispering affirmations in your ear is what I want to say. Like, if you have an idea and someone criticizes it, this person is right there by your side. Like, don't listen to them. They're full of shit. Like, you just do you. We're going to do it our way. Like, if doubt creeps in, they are the person grounding you. They're reminding you who you are and how powerful you are and why you chose this path in the first place. This is someone who's very much like, I've got your back. And I don't want to say this person is like sneaky in a negative way at all, but they are good at strategy. The 7 of Swords here feels like useful intelligence and awareness and knowing how to navigate situations. This could be someone who's good at being like a fly on the wall and getting the overall vibe of a room. This person could be very good at getting the tea, like good at asking the right questions in the right way. And whatever they find out, they bring it back to you so they can help you make informed decisions. I can absolutely see this being the kind of person who, if you're like negotiating with a vendor or dealing with logistics, this person knows exactly how to play it. Like, they can go in and they can ask that person the right things, they can pull some strings, and they can come back to you like, okay, I got us 50% discount, or, you know, I found a loophole in this rule, we can do it this way. They're very good at navigating those behind the scenes moments without like making a fuss. And that's the key thing. Behind the scenes is being highlighted here. They're not like overbearing with it. They're not loud. They're not stepping in like, oh my God, I saved the day, I got a 50% discount. They don't need to be in the spotlight. They're very happy for you to shine, especially on your day. If this is someone in your wedding party, they're not the one like demanding to be in the center of every photo or making the day about themselves. It's not like that. They're just the ones quietly making sure that everything runs smoothly. Even in small moments, the energy is really clear. Like, if you have, for example, a dress mishap, or your dress strap is like slipping off your shoulder, or something's about to go wrong, this is not the person who's going to be yelling across the room like, oh my God, powerful, we can see your nipples. No, like, they'll just slip in next to you and they'll fix it, they'll adjust it, they'll handle it without drawing too much attention, without embarrassing you or making it a big thing. And even if some of you guys have had pushback about doing your wedding your own way, even if there are people who don't get it or who are a bit judgmental or try to steer you back towards something more conventional, you are not alone in pushing back against that. It feels like you have at least one person, or possibly a very small group of people, who fully support your rebellion against convention. And if they have to be a little bit sneaky to help you do things your way, they will be. Like, if there are rules you feel trapped by, or expectations that don't align, or people trying to influence you quietly, this person or these people will find a workaround. They're like, this is a way that we can get past this rule. Their energy is very much like, no, you come first, powerful. Let's do this properly. Let's do this your way. They also know when to keep things close to their chest. You might be selective too about who you share information with, and this person respects that completely. They will help you keep the secrets. They'll help you protect your plans, and they'll help you execute your vision without unnecessary interference. So the energy of the people closest to you on the day is discreet, it's loyal, it's intelligent. You're surrounded by people who don't need to like control the day to feel important. They just want you to feel safe, and they want you to feel free to enjoy it in your way. They're very much part of your team. With that said, let's move on to question 7. And question 7 is, how do your guests experience and remember this wedding? So what do your guests think about the wedding overall? Maybe it's also what you think of your guests, your experiences with them, or just anything about your guests that we need to know. So let's have a look at your next card pairing. And from the Modern Witch Spiritual deck, we have Wisdom, clarified by the High Priestess. Interesting. One of the biggest things guests can't quite forget about this wedding, and one of the things they keep coming back to, is this feeling of knowing that they can't fully put into words. It's something about the atmosphere or the energy in the air, the way the whole day feels in their body rather than in their head is something I'm getting. It's strange because they know that it's special, they feel that it was special, but when they try to explain it to other people afterwards, it's hard to pin it down in tangible terms. So someone might say like, yeah, it was just a really, really cool and powerful day. Or, you know, it was really special. And then whoever they're talking to asks like, oh, cool, like what made it so special? You know, was the food amazing? Was the entertainment really good? And it's not that those things weren't good, they probably were, or they're probably going to be, if this is future tense, but that's not actually the point. That's not really what people are talking about. It's more about the feeling of the day as a whole, the intuitive sense of rightness and the quiet, like, kind of sacredness to the whole thing, like the sense that something meaningful is taking place, even if there's not like big, flashy gestures spilling out all over the place. There's also this feeling that anyone who is invited into this space is part of something, and it's being part of something kind of exclusive. And I don't mean that in like a weird culty kind of way. It's more in the sense that it feels like a privilege. Like if you are invited to this, then it means something. Like this wasn't just a casual event or like a tick box, let's get it out of the way wedding, but something that should be treated with a lot of care and respect, almost like a secret society, but a very gentle, romantic one, like where there's this unspoken rule that's simply, you know, be present, be respectful, honor what's happening here. And what's interesting is that even if guests don't fully know what to expect going in, even if there's some element of mystery around the structure of the day or how things are going to unfold, they trust you, like they trust your discernment, they trust your judgment as a couple. There's this sense of your guest saying like, I don't need to understand every detail, I know this will make sense when I'm there. And that's very much High Priestess. People don't need everything explained to them because they trust that you've already thought it through. The atmosphere itself feels charged, but in a kind of calm, loving way. Like guests can feel the love between you and your partner. It's not about these over-the-top vows or dramatic declarations or grand romantic displays. It's deeper than that. It's something that settles into people rather than like hitting them over the head. And because of that, people might find themselves unexpectedly emotional. Not just like sobbing for obvious reasons, but just feeling like quietly moved without knowing why, like something really touching. I also get the sense that guests are very respectful of the space you've created. People aren't really talking out of turn. They're not trying to overstep. They're not like inserting themselves unnecessarily. And that makes me think that as much as possible, you've been quite intentional about who you invited. It feels like you've chosen people you intuitively trust with this day as a whole, people who know how to go with the flow, people who don't need to interrogate every single choice you make or understand everything intellectually before they're comfortable. So even if you did something that was considered different, something unconventional, there isn't this energy of guests like pestering you or questioning you or demanding reassurance. They don't need proof that they're going to enjoy themselves. They trust that you've already accounted for them. So a really simple example of this is something like, if we go back to that example of having a vegetarian wedding and some of your guests aren't vegetarian, it doesn't have to be that specifically, but the energy is very much like, we trust that you've thought this through. Even if someone has never been to a vegetarian wedding before, they're not like hovering around you asking, like, what exactly is the food? Like, I'm not sure about this. Can I see the menu? Are you sure there's something I'll like? They trust your wisdom. They trust your preparation. They trust that if you've invited them, you've considered their needs. There's also an element of mystery here. Some things might be intentionally kept under wraps until the day itself. There could be a surprise moment or something unexpected that unfolds during the ceremony or celebration, or it could simply be that you didn't over-explain everything in advance. Like, you didn't feel the need to over-communicate. And again, people are okay with that. They sense that not everything needs to be revealed up front. Even something as simple as like dress code, for instance, you might not have laid out rigid instructions. You might have just trusted people to read the vibe or do what works for them. And while that could make some people anxious in other contexts, here, it feels like it works because your guests know you, they know your energy, and they know what makes sense for you, and they trust their own intuition enough to meet you there. So when people look back on this wedding, what stays with them isn't just like a checklist of details, it's the feeling of being part of something meaningful. And yeah, it's just a day that tends to linger in a way that doesn't need explanation. But there's all these little touching moments that make it so unforgettable. Okay, so now we're going to move on to question 8. And question 8 is, what is a significant or unexpected moment that becomes deeply memorable? So let's move these cards to one side so we can look at our next pairing. From the Wise Witch Oracle, we have got herbs. Nature's gifts are abundant. Utilize herbs for healing and magic. And clarifying herbs, we have got the star. Oh, that is beautiful. This unexpected magical moment really centers on how held you feel on the day, powerful, not just by your partner, but actually by the people you have chosen to surround yourselves with. There's something really affirming here about community that keeps coming through. It's about being witnessed and about realizing as well that you are not doing life alone. And what I love about this is that this does not depend on the size of the wedding at all. Whether this is a more organized but slightly unconventional event or something a lot more spontaneous, even an impulsive elopement, followed by like more of an informal celebration later with friends or family, the common thread is who shows up for you. It's not how it looks, it's who shows up for you. What's unexpected is this moment where it really lands in your body. It's this moment where you say, everything I need is right here. With the herbs card saying nature's gifts are abundant, this genuinely feels like an embodied realization of sufficiency. There's no sense of lack here, is what I want to say. There's no sense of like, oh, I wish this person were here, or this will be better if it were bigger or fancier or more impressive. It's more like, wow, this is it. These people, this love and this very moment. For some of you, that might happen when you're looking around at a small group of chosen family. Maybe you're sharing food and stories and drinks and laughter, and you just feel overwhelmed in the best and most hopeful way, because it actually just surprises you and moves you how simple but sincere everything feels. Like realizing, for instance, you didn't need a 7-course meal or a grand venue to make this feel sacred. You just needed your people, the people who heal your soul simply by being present. I keep getting this strong imagery around shared food, especially with that herbs energy. So again, like potluck keeps coming up. Everyone bringing something to the table is what I'm getting. This could be literal or it could be more metaphorical. But there's definitely something about, yeah, this collective contribution vibe where the day feels like co-created rather than just hosted. And that extends to gifts too. I don't see like generic wedding gifts at all. I see deeply thoughtful and intentional offerings, things that feel just so you that it almost makes you emotional, like gifts that couldn't be given to anyone else. It's not about like the cost of these gifts, but it's about the care that's gone into them. Like someone really saw you when they chose this for you. That's coming through. For some of you, there's one particular gift or gesture on the day that feels almost divine, like a message from the universe, something ritualistic and grounding and symbolic, but something that nearly like brings you to tears because of how perfectly aligned it is with who you are and also what you value. It's one of those moments where you just think, how did they know? And it just reinforces that feeling of being like deeply understood and loved. I'm also seeing, for some reason, people sitting in a circle, like sharing stories, very down to earth, very communal, campfire energy vibes that keeps coming through. A sense of like having a tribe, of having soul sisters and brothers. There's like a gathering that feels ancient and timeless rather than just like modern and very transactional. It's like everyone is there because they want to be, not out of obligation. And you really feel that, like you feel celebrated and uplifted and just genuinely supported. There's also strong nature confirmations here, especially water with the star card. So beaches, fresh air, stepping outside. I mean, you chose the Healing Waves Tarot, so that makes sense. I keep seeing someone like stepping away for a moment. Maybe you're alone, maybe you're hand in hand with your partner, but it's like going outside and breathing deeply and looking up at the stars. And instead of feeling like small beneath the vastness of the universe, you actually feel comforted by how big everything is, because it's almost this moment of like how serendipitous it is that I met this person or these people at this exact point in time. There's something very star-like about this moment. It's like faith and hope renewed, restored, trust in divine timing, trusting that you're on the right timeline. Yeah, for some of you, it's a quiet moment of gratitude. Like you are putting your arms out, your eyes are closed, you're just breathing the air in and you're saying thank you to whatever higher power you believe in. Not because everything is perfect, but because it's real and you get to claim it as yours. I'm almost seeing like with the eyes closed and the arms being held out, I'm almost getting like a euphoria, like a high-like feeling. Yeah, but faith restored. And for some of you, this could be based on like a previous worry, because for a few of you, like, I'm not saying this is the case for everyone, but if there is some sense of like estrangement or rejection or a lack of support from like biological family as just one example, whether it's because of identity or partner choice or culture or conditioning, this moment feels incredibly healing, because it's this realization that the people I need are here. Like, you are not lacking, you are not missing anything essential, you are surrounded by love that feels affirming and it's freely given. So if this is, let's say, it's just one example, an LGBTQ plus wedding that wasn't fully accepted by certain family members, or just a union that challenged some kind of expectations in some way, or a path that you were told would be lonely, this moment proves otherwise. You feel held and chosen, you feel like you belong, and that realization doesn't detract from the day, it just elevates it. And yeah, there's this slightly euphoric quality to it, like stepping outside and the air just feels different and it feels hopeful, and you're like, yeah, I'm exactly where I'm meant to be. And that's the unexpected magic here. It's not a single event, but it is just these moments of like that deep embodied knowing that love and community and alignment have found you. Okay, so let's move on to question 9. And question 9 is, what ends up being the best or most meaningful part of the wedding day for you and your partner? So what you and your partner love most about the day. Okay, so from the affirmations of fairy cats, we have music. And clarifying music, we have the Ace of Cups. What I keep getting here really strongly is this message of you don't have to say anything for something to be felt. And music feels like the perfect medium for that, because, you know, it's love and vulnerability without translation. It just is. It says everything without needing words. There's something here about emotion that doesn't need explaining. It's just about experiencing it. So music shows up as the thing that holds the feeling of the day and the thing that lets emotion move freely. And that ties really beautifully into the Ace of Cups, because this is about emotional openness. It's about renewal and connection that overflows naturally. I keep hearing that line, I can't remember what the song is, but make your own kind of music. And honestly, that feels like the theme for this entire pile. It's like the whole day is about you and your partner doing things your way on your terms. Like, sing your own special song. That's you and your partner. You are singing your own song. You're choosing something that means something to you, even if it doesn't mean much to anyone else. And that's the point. What you love most about the day is that it reflects your personal connection, not just like a generic version of romance. Music is such a powerful symbol for that, because music often brings people together in ways that words can't. Like, it speaks straight to the soul. You know, differences dissolve when there's a shared emotional frequency, a shared interest in music. And at the same time, music, as well as being something that bonds people, it can also be something that's incredibly personal and niche, like our taste in music. people bond deeply over very specific tastes or very specific references, and that feels so on brand for you and your partner. So there are kind of like 2 layers to this here, and one is that private layer. It's those moments where you and your partner share a look and you think like, nobody understands this but us. And it's, you know, those inside jokes, those niche references, weird little quirks, the things that belong only to you and aren't meant to be explained or shared with anyone else. Music becomes shorthand for that. It's like a song comes on and you just can look into each other's eyes and know, like saying anything would just ruin it. I can really see a moment like that. Like you're on the dance floor or you're standing close somewhere and then your song comes on and nobody needs to speak, but you're just looking at each other and you're feeling everything all at once. And words would actually cheapen the moment. So you don't say anything, you let the music do what it does best. And this feels especially true if you are not the most overtly romantic couple in the traditional sense, but you feel things deeply. Music becomes that language that holds those feelings. It's how you say, you know, this reminded me of you, just like you might share playlists or memes or references or random things, and you might say like, this is so you. It's that old school mixtape energy. If you guys were together in the 90s, you probably made each other mixtapes, or if you're younger than that, that is something that you would do. Maybe it's like a playlist or something. But yeah, it's very personal. But yeah, the other layer to this is more communal. And that's music as something that brings everyone into alignment for a moment, whether that's everyone singing together or dancing together or just being in the same emotional space. If one of you is a musician or a songwriter or a poet or creative, this could be literal, like someone performing or your partner writing something for you, or a collaborative creative moment that feels really special. But for some of you, this could be just saying like, oh my God, we chose the best playlist. Like that playlist was bomb. The music just hits. It's perfect. It reflects us. And I feel like you guys love that you don't censor yourselves. If let's say you're into alternative kind of music, or whether you're into like metal or hip hop or emo or screamo music, something that's not like typical wedding music, it's like, we don't care. Like, this is our day. If we want to play this, we will. And you don't shut down your taste to fit a theme, because the theme is you and it wouldn't make sense not to play that song. The freedom is part of what makes the day meaningful. It could even be like entertainment you have hired, like your favorite band or tribute band playing, or a song that defined a chapter of your life, or just the overall vibe the music creates and how aligned it feels to who you are as individuals and as a couple. It feels like something where years later you'll still be thinking like, damn, that playlist was bomb, or like, this was my favorite part of the day when we were dancing to this song, or when you read that poem that you wrote about me, or something like that. I don't know, but yeah, it means a lot to you both. With that said, let's move on to the final question, question 10. And question 10 is, what do you need to be aware of, focus on, or release to have the best possible wedding experience? So let's move these cards to the side and we're going to finish up with question 10. So from the Believe in Your Own Magic Oracle, we've got number 11, Sun, paint the sun back into your sky, and clarifying Sun, we have got the Page of Cups. Okay, more than any kind of like specific instruction, this pairing feels like an acknowledgement. It's this big cosmic nod that says, you are allowed to be who you want to be and do the things you want to do just because. There doesn't have to be a justification. There doesn't have to be a lesson. There doesn't have to be a struggle narrative attached to your happiness. Your wedding, your union, your love can simply be about joy, connection, and celebration. You get to define it, and that is enough. And I also really feel this as reassurance that it's okay to feel multiple things at once about your big day, and some of you need to hear that. Happiness doesn't cancel out grief, and confidence you feel about your partner and the relationship doesn't erase sensitivity that you might feel about other areas. And choosing yourself doesn't mean that you were never hurt either. Like, all of those things can coexist, and that doesn't make you confused or inconsistent. It makes you human. And you don't have to be an Aquarius for this to resonate at all. But the energy I'm getting is very Aquarian. And honestly, I say this with a lot of affection, because some of the best people I know have strong Aquarius placements. Aquarius energy is incredible at standing firm in values. It's brilliant at saying like, nope, this doesn't align, I'm doing it my way, and detaching when something or someone isn't healthy. You know, it's the water bearer holding the emotions of the collective without drowning itself, and that's a strength. But sometimes, and this won't apply to everyone, But sometimes that same strength can turn into emotional bypassing, sometimes out of stubbornness. And it's this thing where someone is like, I've decided I don't care anymore, so therefore I don't. It's like, I shouldn't care, so I won't. And sometimes that's true. Sometimes you really don't care anymore because you've already processed it. And if that's you, this message isn't here to tell you something else or to dig anything up. But for others, there is a subtle difference between detaching and processing. Sometimes the not caring can't actually happen without first letting yourself admit, yeah, that hurt, like that sucked, or I wish things were different, or I didn't expect it to go this way. You know, air sign energy can be incredibly intelligent and perceptive, but there can be a tendency to kind of logic your way out of emotions instead of letting yourself feel them long enough for them to move through you. So this card combination is saying it's okay to do both. Like, it's okay to be confident that you're doing the right thing for yourself and to be vulnerable about the fact that something might still sting. It's okay to say, I'm choosing my partner and my values and my future, whilst also admitting, you know, it sucks that this person couldn't come on this journey with me, or it sucks that this happened. That honesty is what actually lets you repaint your sky. It's not pretending that the clouds were never there. And a really clear example that is coming through, and this is just one example, is to do with that family disapproval. So let's say, for instance, going back to that example we used earlier, it doesn't have to be, but if this is an LGBTQ plus wedding and parents or relatives have refused to attend or support, someone with strong principles like you guys might very naturally say, well, fine, I don't want a homophobe at my wedding anyway. And that boundary is valid, full stop. But it's also okay with your partner, with chosen family, with a trusted friend, to break down and say, I'm actually devastated that the people who raised me feel this way. I wish they could be here. I wish things were different. I wish they had more supportive views. That doesn't mean you're betraying your partner. It doesn't mean you're doubting your choice. It means you're acknowledging something real so it doesn't stay trapped inside you forever. And for anyone listening and thinking like, why should I cry over people who don't support me? You don't have to. Maybe you genuinely don't care. Maybe you've already moved through it, and that's absolutely fine. This message is more for the people who do still feel something but have told themselves that they shouldn't and therefore they won't. Some of you may even feel like acknowledging those feelings is disloyal, like if you admit sadness or sensitivity around certain people, it would somehow undermine the love you have for your partner or the life you're building together. But the truth is, your partner understands. They know these dynamics are complex. They know you can't always switch feelings off just because you've chosen a new path. Love isn't that simplistic. So the guidance here, it's not overly strict. It's a soft way of saying, like, let yourself feel what you feel. Don't imprison yourself in emotional silence. But also don't let old pain dim the light you're allowed to step into now. You are not here to sit in a dark room proving how independent you are and how much you don't care. You're also here to like open the curtains and let the light in and add in some colour. Don't have everything millennial grey. You're allowed to repaint your life the way you want it to look. You can be sensitive and you can be tender, but you can also be strong and independent. Those things can coexist. And yeah, painting the sun back into your sky, it doesn't mean pretending that it's not grey sometimes or that it never rains, but it's deciding that you get to put the colour in anyway, even on those days where it's grey. So that's what I'm getting for you, pal 4, and that's where I'm going to leave you today, my loves. Thank you so much for being here and for spending this time with me. If this reading resonated, the best ways to support a small channel like mine are to like, comment, hype, share and subscribe. Whatever you feel called to do, it genuinely is the easiest and most meaningful way to support me. And on a personal note, I really truly love hearing from you guys. I love reading your comments and hearing about your ever-evolving love stories and your journeys and just how these messages land for you guys. So thank you again. I'm sending you lots of love. Take care of yourselves and I'll see you in the next reading, pal 4. Hi Pal 5 Collective. If you chose the Final Rose Tarot and you chose the Typewriter sticker, and you chose Pal 5, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. This reading is titled Your Love Story, The Wedding, all about the big day with your person, Valentine's special. If you would like details regarding everything this reading will entail, please check out my introduction. I go through absolutely everything there. I will also leave some details in the pinned comment below for your reference. I really recommend checking at least one of those out so you know what to expect from this reading today. With that said, just a brief recap. I wanted to do a special Valentine's Day romantic reading, and I thought, what is more romantic than an organised list? So we're going through 10 specific questions, all about your wedding day to your person, your future spouse or your soulmate, however you prefer to label your connections. So here is the full list. If you want to pause the screen, you can do. But I will also remind you of the questions as we move through them. I do go through this list more thoroughly in the intro, and I go into what we're covering in each question in more detail. So again, check that out if you want more details. But whether you are currently single, or you're committed, or you're already married, or whether you've been married several times and your spouses keep perishing under mysterious circumstances, this reading is for you. So without any further hesitation, let's get started and take a look at the first question, which will act as the energy check portion. So this will be a bit longer than the other sections, just so you can figure out whether or not this is your pile. But question number 1 is essentially, yes, an energy check, but also asking what is the overall vibe and emotional atmosphere of your wedding day. So the details that come through could be random specific confirmations about you as an individual, your partner, or your future partner, if you've not met them yet, the relationship as a whole, the dynamics between you guys, or the vibe of the wedding generally. So obviously for those of you where you have met your person, you will know if this is you and them. And if you haven't met your person, if it doesn't sound at all like you or anyone you can see yourself being with, or it doesn't sound like a wedding you would ever want, that's just a sign to maybe choose a different pile today. With that said, let's move your little typewriter out the way for now so we can focus on the first couple of cards. So from the Blooming Cats Tarot, which I'm using as an oracle card, we have got Scorpio, intuitive, loyal, protective, jealous, abrasive, secretive. And clarifying Scorpio, we have got the 9 of Rings, influencer, and that is the 9 of Pentacles. Okay, straight away, I'm getting that this pile definitely has depth and intensity. This doesn't feel like a light, a breezy surface level energy or connection at all. Whether we're talking about you as individuals or your partner or the relationship dynamic or the wedding day itself, there's definitely something here that is like felt on that deep level. People don't just casually tend to drift into your orbit. There's a definite magnetism here. But let's go through the confirmations first because there are a lot. So Scorpio season, October 23rd to November 21st could be relevant. That could be a birthday, an engagement date, a wedding day, an anniversary, or some key moment in your love story. I'm also picking up strongly on like cusp energy. There's debate in the astrological community about whether or not cusps exist. I'm not commenting on whether cusps astrologically are real or not, but some of you could be born on that cusp of like Libra Scorpio or Scorpio Sagittarius, or that could be your partner. That's just for somebody. If it applies, you will know, but it doesn't have to be. I am getting heavy water sign energy. So of course, Scorpio, although you don't have to be for this to be your pile, this is more to represent energy. Also Pisces and Cancer in your chart, your partner's chart, or your synastry. I'm also really, really drawn to Mars placements or Mars synastry because Mars rules Scorpio as well as Pluto, of course. So Pluto, I guess, could be relevant too. There's a lot of passion here, but also like I'm definitely seeing protectiveness and just a lot of emotional force behind this connection. You know, the major arcana card associated with Scorpio is Death, which is flipping huge. Like that speaks to major transformation, endings, rebirths, glow-ups, shedding old skins. For some of you, something significant has recently ended before this wedding chapter begins, or maybe just before you meet this person. For a smaller number of you, there could even be a literal passing away that has shaped how you view love and commitment and time. This actually feels like a pile where like you truly know how to appreciate the people you love because you understand impermanence. And because of that, you love more deeply. And the example that's springing to my mind right now, this can even show up in like how we appreciate others day to day, because I'm thinking of how like, if I'm having a crap day where I really, really don't want to leave the house to take my dogs on a walk and the weather outside is awful, it's chucking it down, like I just cannot think of anything worse. I always think to myself like, oh, but dogs are only here for such a short time. Like we get such limited time with them and I want them to enjoy it and I want to show them that I appreciate them, and it always forces me out of the house when I think that way. So there could be something about that here, like a real sense of appreciation. Stones coming through are topaz and citrine, confidence, vitality, and personal power. Colours are red and black. Someone here could look very good in black or red. I'm getting red lipstick or black winged liner. dark or striking aesthetics. I'm seeing a leather jacket. Somebody could have dyed their hair red. I'm also seeing tattoos, you or your partner. There's something coming through strongly about your self-expression. Some of you guys could be Scorpio rising. The numbers 1, 2, and 9 are relevant. I would also like to add the number 8 because usually Scorpio is associated with the 8th house. That could be a life path number, an angel number, a date, or a reoccurring synchronicity for you. Flowers like geranium and honeysuckle. I'm also really randomly getting red roses, which I know is like, I guess, a generic romance flower, but I'm getting something about like a specific preserved red rose. I'm also seeing a black rose. So for somebody, this feels symbolic, something about roses. But yeah, let's talk about the actual vibe. Let's talk about the vibe, because as individual people, I see both of you as very magnetic. And when I say magnetic, I don't mean there's always like a super obvious reason why, because it's not just about being attractive, although I'm sure you are. It's more that people are just like drawn to you in ways they can't quite explain. There's this gravitational pull. Something about you makes people want to come closer. And I feel like this has always been your power. And I think your partner has this too. So this could have shown up as you being inexplicably drawn to each other, or one of you saying, oh, like I just don't know what it is about this person, but I keep coming back, or I'm not usually like this. This isn't usually my type. And yet there's something about them. There's something layered there. And, you know, even with every conversation you guys have, even the mundane ones, it feels like there's always more going on underneath, is what I want to say. Like everything has a double meaning. There's always tension. There's always a sense that something just deeper is always going on beneath the surface. There's undeniable chemistry here. And even if both of you are people who don't usually open up incredibly easily, maybe you're naturally cautious, a bit mistrustful, or a bit suspicious of other people's intentions, with this person, it feels safe. It feels like coming home. It's like emotional depth is not only allowed, but it's openly shared. And I think that's because you guys feel things at the same depth. I feel like loyalty is huge for you and this person, and I get the sense that maybe before this relationship, you may have thought you'd experience deep connections, but it always seemed like you were the more loyal one. Like you were the one who showed up, you were the one who stayed committed, and maybe other people didn't match that energy. You found that people who said they would be loyal to you in friendships, relationships, whatever, would be flighty or inconsistent in the end, or not willing to go all in. And then you met someone who matched you, someone who loves as deeply as you do, with like the same, I want to say ferocity, the same intensity. And it's like once you're committed, you're in it for the long haul. There's very much a ride or die energy here. I'm hearing things that are very dramatic right now. I'm hearing till the very end and till death do us part, which is literally like in wedding vows. And yeah, like it is dramatic, but it's not in a bad way. It's just having big feelings and being safe expressing them. There's something a little extra about this connection though. I don't mean extra in a bad way. I don't mean it like attention seeking, but I think being a bit extra is kind of part of your love language at times, like purposefully dramatic, very passionate, very expressive. This could have been an instantaneous deep connection that felt like almost transformational and otherworldly. You might have gotten deep very quickly with this person, potentially talking about trauma, sharing vulnerable things, because it just felt healing. And I wouldn't be surprised if people around you said things like, you know, don't you think this is all a bit intense? Or, oh, you guys are so extra, like it's not going to last. But it did, or it does, because you guys aren't toxic, you're just intense people when it comes to love, like all or nothing people. When you love with your whole heart. And I don't see this as being like a love bombing kind of way. It doesn't feel like hot and cold. It's like a merging and an intertwining of souls. It's a genuine want to like vocalize commitment because you've finally found someone who can hold all of you. Or what other people think is too much is actually you expressing things that were maybe hidden for a long time, and things your inner child needed to hear. And finally, you can speak that aloud to another person. And when I say like being dramatic on purpose, I don't know why, but I kept thinking of those interviews of like Megan Fox and Machine Gun Kelly. And I'm not comparing you to them, because I don't think that was like an incredibly good example of a healthy dynamic. And I'm not saying your relationship is like that, but I'm more thinking of how people reacted to the intensity. But it feels like a lot of the things that they said, they knew they were famous people doing interviews, and they kind of knew what they were saying and how certain things might come across. So I don't know how much was just them like playing around with it. But you know, the whole like blood stuff, and people, like when I see interviews of Megan Fox and Machine Gun Kelly, in the comments people would always say like, I thought it's just too much, like that's so extra, or like people would say everything I know about this couple I know against my will, like we need to keep some things private. And I'm not saying you're anything like that, like you would cause that kind of reaction, literally. It's more metaphorical. It's more like you guys aren't afraid to be intimate and express closeness. And I guess some people are uncomfortable with that because they don't experience that or they don't want to. But you and your partner can tell each other absolutely everything. There's no judgment. Things other people would like never share with their spouse. And sometimes the humour is dark, or sometimes it's playfully dramatic, or just like saying things like, I would die for you, or I'd fight for you, or it's us against the world. Like, even when the world isn't against you, it's that Mars energy, very much like, I will protect this, I will go to the ends of the earth to protect this. Very dramatic. Yeah, I'm definitely getting a relationship where you guys can literally tell each other absolutely everything. And I don't mean that in a cliche way. I mean, it genuinely feels sometimes like this person lives inside your body. Like, they can see into your brain. They understand you so clearly and so viscerally that it almost feels uncanny at times. You don't have to explain yourself. You don't have to translate your emotions. You don't have to soften anything to make it more palatable. You just exist and they get it. And that's something that really sets this connection apart, because I feel like other people around you like would treat you sometimes as if you were too much with the things you said, like, oh, it's going too far now, or something like that, maybe with the jokes you tell, or I don't know, like you'd share something vulnerable and then they'd say like, oh, that's a bit deep, or something like that. I don't know. But people could say to you like, oh, you know, there's some things that should be kept private between spouses. Like, I would never share that with my partner, or, you know, some thoughts are just mine. And you and your partner are kind of like, why? Like, what do you mean? Like, there's nothing I would say behind their back that I wouldn't say to their face, that kind of thing. It's not saying that you don't deserve your own independent thoughts. That's not what this is about. But it's more like, if you had a thought that was slightly weird, you wouldn't be afraid to share it with them. Like, because this is my person, you know, there's no judgment here. There's nothing I could say that would make this person recoil or pull away. And there's something so freeing in that. It's knowing you can tell someone anything and still be held with love and respect. And yeah, when I say dramatic, again, I don't mean it in an unhealthy way. I think this is just that Mars expression of energy coming through, like, and of course Pluto as well. But, you know, Mars is the planet of like fight and war and passion and action. So it creates this feeling of like, I'll fight for you, even if nobody else is fighting with you. But that's just the vibe you guys give. Like, you're standing up for the connection, and you're sometimes in this very private, intimate bubble together, which I know sounds strange when we talked about you being like extra and dramatic, but I feel like when it comes to the serious stuff, you guys are very like protective of your connection, and it's like other people are standing outside of it. And maybe they're like, you know, Pal Vibe, nobody is asking you to go to war here. Like, what do you mean? But for you guys, it's not literal, it's symbolic. It's that sense of like, if I ever need to stand up for this relationship, I will. Like, both of you would, because there's loyalty here that runs really deep. And I don't know why, because the 8th house doesn't necessarily cover this directly, but I keep thinking of 12th house themes as well, like hidden enemies. And I don't mean that in a paranoid way. I mean it more in terms of this underlying sense that both of you, in terms of this relationship, are like, nobody is getting in our way, like nobody is coming between this. And that's what I mean by being ready to fight. Not fight people, but fight for the relationship if it ever needs protecting, because ultimately the connection comes first. So yeah, it feels like both of you are private when you need to be. You overshare the funny parts, but you don't overshare the more sacred parts. What's shared between you as intimate partners stays between you. You share everything with each other and you trust each other with everything. And with that 8th house energy, there's something about shared resources here too. So that could be like practically. But yeah, very much this sense of like, you're in this together. And yeah, it feels like you met or you will meet this person at a pivotal moment in your life, like the ending of a chapter or the beginning of a new one. Definite Phoenix energy, glow up energy. You might have met or will meet when you've just ended a job or a relationship, or when you start something new, or when you've moved somewhere new, or when your life is kind of in this weird in-between space where things are changing, but it's like it's not fully settled yet. You might meet them right at a turning point. There is a slightly spicy confirmation that's coming through, and this won't be for everyone, but for some of you, there could be an element of power play in terms of physical intimacy. I'm getting power, control, surrender, but The key thing here is safety. So this isn't about like dominance in a harmful way. It's more about trust. It's about feeling like there is nobody you trust more with your life and with your body and with your spirit than this person. And they feel the same about you. So the chemistry is intense, the passion is intense, and again, there's something about Mars coming through. It can actually feel almost like transcendent at times, like a high. Someone in this connection could also be a little bit jealous or protective. But again, I'm not channeling like any toxic or controlling energies right now. It's more like what's mine is mine and I'm proud of it. So it could show up in little public affirmations, for example, like an arm around the waist, a hand squeeze, pulling someone in, subtle things that just say, this is my person. Not in a way where you're like accusing strangers of flirting with your partner when they're just literally taking your partner's coffee order, but in a way that feels like, I'm just proud to be with this person and I'm proud that they're mine. And I actually feel like you guys like that. You like knowing your partner is proud of you. You like knowing you're not a secret. You like knowing that they're not afraid to show how deeply they care. And it's always done respectfully, never in a way that crosses your personal boundaries. And of course, only in ways you've consented to and ways that you enjoy. So it doesn't feel isolating or possessive. It's just like pride and safety and mutual choice. Yeah, there could be some kind of bonding over shared experiences. I wanted to say trauma bond, but I know that word kind of gets thrown around, and it's not necessarily a trauma bond, but like a deep understanding. You guys get each other. You've overcome a lot as individuals. And through this relationship, there's been a lot of transformation and healing as well. You've maybe helped each other heal old wounds, old defense mechanisms, old coping strategies. You see each other on a level that other people don't, and that's why the loyalty is so fierce. I'm also seeing both of you having like serious black cat energy, observant, perceptive, psychologically aware, curious about people, curious about the hidden layers of life, interested in things like the meaning of life, taboo topics, occult themes, or just stuff that people don't normally talk about on the surface. I can literally see you from like the first date getting into these really deep conversations and not holding back at all, like just talking for hours and not getting bored, feeling really energized by depth rather than drained by it. And I can see you going the extra mile for each other in really sweet ways with that typewriter energy. I'm seeing long paragraphs, thoughtful messages, not just like, oh, good morning, good night text, but really intentional communication. Maybe long romantic texts, paragraphs, messages that feel like mini love letters. That won't be for everyone, that's just one example, but it's that energy of like effort, like I really mean this. Overall, I see two people who don't necessarily trust the world, but you trust each other completely. You've got each other's backs, you can do anything together and enjoy it, whether it's deep conversations or comfortable silence, or being out with friends or being alone together. And people notice as well, like people might actually tell you guys that you go well together, that you look like you belong together, or that it's nice to see a couple in love like that. There's this sense that you're clearly very much in sync. You often know what the other person needs without being asked. There's a lot of feeling here, there's a lot of big emotion, big heart energy. And at the wedding itself, I see you feeling like the richest people on the planet, regardless of how expensive or inexpensive the day actually is. Because you just feel lucky, like you've found your person, you've built this life together, and you're grateful for what you've been through individually and together because it brought you to this moment. This love feels abundant and successful and deep and real and raw. Like, I want to say like nothing you've experienced before, but you really feel it in your bones as well. Like, this is the right person. I keep hearing that. This is the person. And the wedding doesn't feel rushed. It doesn't feel pressured. It's not like, oh, let's get married because we should. It feels deliberate and intentional. Like with that 9 of Pentacles energy, it could even be a slow build, like taking time to plan, taking time to save money, taking time to get it just right. And when you do it in a way that fits you. Because this is something you've worked hard for and it hasn't just been handed to you. It's like you healed, you grew, you transformed, you built something strong. And when it feels solid and safe and secure, then that's when you're both like, we've done the work, now we're ready for the next step. So the wedding becomes this natural evolution of the relationship. One thing becoming something different and transforming because the timing is right. Maybe there was a time you just couldn't imagine having something this stable and abundant. And now you're here and you're content. You're no longer reaching for something outside of yourself. This is real life love. It's the kind that includes ups and downs, intensity, breakthroughs, quiet moments, but you still choose each other. It's very much like in sickness and in health. Some of you may have already lived that. Like you've seen each other at your worst and your best and you still choose each other. And yeah, there's something about the humor between you guys being kind of dramatic. I'm seeing someone ask like, oh, if I unalived somebody, I'm sorry I have to say it like that, if I unalived somebody, would you help me hide the body? And the other person just immediately being like, of course, like no questions asked. And it's not because they condone harm, but because the underlying message is like, I've got you, I'll protect you, you're my person. Like if you needed me to do something, I'd do it. I'm also hearing, would you still love me if I was a worm? And the answer is yes. Yes, they would. In any life, in any form, they would love you. And yeah, I want to be clear, like none of this is about staying in something harmful. Obviously, everyone is entitled to personal boundaries and their own autonomy. Unconditional love doesn't mean tolerating behaviour that is bad. But this is about devotion that isn't fickle, is what I want to say. It's love that isn't flighty. It's love that actually shows up long term. Like caring for each other through illness, supporting each other through career changes or financial ups and downs. Life doing what life does, and two people still coming together and saying like, I'm here and we're in this together. And that's what makes both of you feel confident. Somebody sees all of you and loves you for who you truly are, and you're not yearning anymore because you found the connection you were looking for. I do want to add something about obsession here, and again, I don't mean that in like a super scary or unhealthy way. I mean it more like genuinely, no matter how long you guys are together, you are still like completely head over heels obsessed with each other. It always feels like there are new layers to uncover no matter what. This doesn't feel like a relationship where anyone gets bored, because it feels like you're constantly growing and transforming and evolving alongside one another. Like there's always something new to learn. It's that kind of connection where you still find yourself discovering things about each other and thinking like, oh wow, I didn't even know that about you, or I didn't realise you felt that way, and it only pulls you closer. It feels like there's always another layer to peel back, another mystery, another depth. And because of that, the attraction doesn't fade, it only intensifies over time. I'm also getting this sense of being very all over each other, especially in private. Like physical touch and words of affirmation feel like really strong love languages here. It's very tactile and very expressive, very like, I need to be close to you, I need to touch you, I need to show you how much I care. And interestingly, for some of you, it's not actually just you who feels this intensity. Other people who orbit you are kind of obsessed with your relationship too. And that won't apply for everyone, but I do feel like some people are genuinely like fascinated by your dynamic. They could ask questions and be very curious, sometimes a bit too curious, like asking who does what in your relationship or how certain things work between you, or even wanting to know intimate details, either about your emotional bond or your physical life. It's almost like people see your connection as something to study, like, what is it about them? There's some level of intrigue there. And looping back to that like trauma bond thing we spoke about, I want to clarify that when I say that, I don't necessarily mean trauma with a big T. It doesn't have to be like identical childhoods or identical experiences. It could be parallel experiences or shared themes, like similar wounds that may be expressed differently. So maybe themes of like bullying or body image struggles or complicated family dynamics or divorce or addiction issues, whether that's personal or in the family. It doesn't have to be any one of these specifically, but it just feels like whatever issues you guys have had, it feels like you understand each other because you've walked through similar fields, even if the details weren't exactly the same. These are often topics other people find uncomfortable or taboo, but for you, they're just like readily understood and you don't have to over-explain. You guys don't have to justify why something affected you the way it did. There's just this quiet recognition of like, yeah, it's okay, I get it. And that creates a depth of empathy that's really hard to fake, and it's part of why this bond feels very unshakable. Okay, so let's move on to question 2. Question 1 was a bit of a long section. Hopefully you know whether or not it resonates. But question 2 is, what is going through your mind and heart as the wedding approaches? So let's move these cards to one side so we can move on to the next pairing. From the Unmasked Truths Oracle, we have got new heights, having success together, different perspectives, drifting away slowly, views, rising destiny, and clarifying new heights. We have got the 10 of Rings, which is the 10 of Pentacles, hometowns. I'm hearing that song, is it by Adele? Hometown by Adele. That could be relevant for somebody. But yeah, this is really such a beautiful mix of elevation and grounding at the same time. Very interesting pairing. With new heights, that hot air balloon imagery, there's a strong sense of perspective shifting as the wedding approaches. For some of you, this could even be literal. I wouldn't actually be surprised if there's something about literally being up high connected to this union. So a hot air balloon ride, a proposal with a view, a message written in the sky, will you marry me? Or a mountain or cliff top setting, a chairlift at a ski resort, flying somewhere meaningful, traveling for the wedding or honeymoon. I'm also seeing a helicopter. Yeah, planes or airports feel relevant here. Visiting hometowns, family roots. These are confirmations, by the way, rather than actual requirements, so just take what resonates. But whether this is literal or symbolic, the feeling here is the same. You are closer to the clouds now. Metaphorically, this feels like you slowly lifting up and being able to look back at where you've been and realizing just how far you've come. And you're not spiraling or rushing things, you're just rising, and there's a calmness in that, and there's an intention to it. And when we bring in the Ten of Pentacles, everything lands safely. Because yeah, you're ascending, but you're also landing somewhere solid. Because the Ten of Pentacles brings in themes of roots, legacy, family, stability, long-term security, and emotional wealth. So what's going through your heart as the wedding approaches isn't just excitement, it's this deep feeling of home. Not necessarily as a physical place, though for some of you it is, but more a sense of belonging, a sense of like, this is where I'm meant to be. And I'm getting that for some of you, before meeting this person, there could have been a feeling of drifting. Not in like a lost way, like I'm not saying you feel lost without a relationship, but more like everything else in your life was like elevating and aligning. But romantic relationships just weren't meeting you on the level that you were at. They just didn't match your depth or your capacity to love or the future you envisioned for yourself. And then you met this person and something clicked. It felt aligned, it felt destined. And it's like leading up to the wedding, I feel like you're really reflecting on that, on how the next step doesn't feel like settling down in this limiting way, like settling for mediocrity. It feels like stepping up into the next level, like it's an expansion, like there's suddenly so much more you can see from up here. That's the beauty of that hot air balloon imagery. When you're higher up, you have a completely different vantage point. You can see what's possible now. You can see the road ahead. You can see how each stage of life builds on the last. It's dreamy, but it's not like delusional. It's very much real. And that's where the Ten of Pentacles really grounds it, because this isn't just like a dream anymore. This is something you can grasp. It's something you're actively building together. And there's a real sense of pride in that. Like, look at what we've made. It's knowing the success didn't just fall into your lap. You actually earned it. For some of you, it's emotional success. And for others, it could be literal, like building a business together, creating generational wealth, planning a family, or laying foundations for this kind of future that feels abundant and feels secure. It's definite power couple energy, but it's also like just having a family legacy, chosen family, or redefining what stability looks like for you. I also want to just acknowledge the different perspectives of that piece of New Heights, because for a small number of you, there may be one area where you and your partner see things slightly differently. Maybe it's around family or values or wedding logistics. But this doesn't feel threatening, but it is a reminder to stay mindful of compromise, especially with Scorpio energy in the mix. And I say this lovingly as a Scorpio myself. Sometimes disagreement can feel like a threat to our values, rather than just a difference shaped by upbringing or by personal experience. And this card feels like a reminder that even when you guys don't see absolutely eye to eye on something, ultimately you are still on the same team. It's still you and them against the world, not you versus each other. Quality time feels really important here, staying close, making time for date nights, touch, cuddling, checking in with each other's days, not doing that thing where you kind of like slip into parallel lives when things get busy. Independence still matters, but connection keeps this bond very much alive, so that's really important. There's also something here about families and hometowns. You might be spending more time with each other's families leading up to the wedding, maybe meeting siblings, grandparents, aunties, uncles, cousins, or just people who shaped your partner's childhood. Maybe you're staying at each other's parents' homes, maybe you're integrating into each other's worlds more deeply than before. So this is a very, very specific example for just a few of you, but with New Heights and the Ten of Pentacles together, I'm also getting something about the proposal, and maybe something surprisingly traditional that potentially even you didn't know about until later, because I'm getting this example of like, let's say your partner proposed or will be proposing. They could have arranged to meet with your family behind your back, asking for your dad's permission or something like that, or going ring shopping with your mum or a sibling or another family member, or even being given a ring that already belonged to someone in your family, like an heirloom, and using that to propose. And you might not find out about any of that until after the fact, but when you do, you actually find it really sweet. And what's funny is, because you guys are very tapped in, because you notice everything, I can imagine your partner being determined to keep this a secret, but you may be clocking that something's off. So for example, they could say like, oh, I'm just going for a drive. And you could be thinking, I'm seeing that meme, is it the Cardi B meme that's like, that's suspicious. You're like, that's weird. You never go for a drive at this time. Or them just being slightly evasive when you ask what they were doing, and you're kind of like, why are you being shady with me right now? And then later you realize, oh, they were being shady because they were trying to do something romantic. Like they were planning something meaningful by looping my family in and trying to surprise me. And suddenly it just all makes sense. And yeah, that feels very on brand for this pal because you don't miss a trick, but there are still moments where you guys surprise each other in the best possible way. With that said, let's move on to question 3. And question 3 is, what is your partner feeling / thinking about you leading up to / on the day? So let's pop these cards to one side so we can look at our next pairing. From the True Love Oracle, we have got number 33, soulmates, clarified by number 9 in the moment, which I think is meant to represent the Hermit card. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is in this deck. Okay, cool. One thing I really want to flag here is the number 33, because I don't know why, that is just calling to me with the Soulmates card. I think it's quite a significant angel number. Maybe we can have a look at what that means. But yeah, someone could be 33 years old at the time of this meeting or an engagement or the wedding itself, or 33 could show up as a date, a house number, a recurring number you keep seeing, or something that's followed you around at like key moments in this connection. But yeah, energetically, 33, I believe it's a master number. It's often linked to spiritual awakening and compassion and creativity and like being guided by something bigger than yourself. So when I see this alongside soulmates and that hermit energy, it really reinforces the idea that this relationship has been a catalyst for growth, especially for your partner. This lead up to the wedding feels in some ways like a big spiritual awakening moment for them. And it's not in a super dramatic, like movie montage kind of way, but more this internal nudge of like, wow, like I'm actually on the right track, that sort of thing. There's a deep sense of alignment, like things finally make sense, like pieces of their life that never quite clicked before suddenly do. With soulmates, I mean, there's not much I can say about this actually because it's pretty obvious, isn't it? Like how they feel about you, they're calling you their soulmate, like there is nobody else for your person. And I don't say that lightly. It genuinely feels like they've never been loved like this before and they've never experienced a connection this profound before. And when that happens, especially if you've lived a life where relationships were fine or even good, but never this level, it can trigger a lot of introspection. For some of them, and I don't want this to sound like overly dramatic because it won't apply to everyone, but there's this feeling of like them saying, I didn't think I'd ever be here, or I didn't think I'd find someone I felt this deeply about. And it's not because they were like pessimistic, but again, because nothing had ever mirrored their depth back to them in this way before. And then when you suddenly meet someone who can meet you there, who can actually hold that level of emotional, spiritual, and intellectual intimacy, it changes you from the inside out. And it's not that like, I'm saying their past partners were bad necessarily, or I mean, some of them could have been, they could have been in toxic relationships before, but if that's not the case, it's not that past partners were wrong as people, but they just weren't the right people for your person like you are. And maybe the opportunity to explore some of these layers just never really existed before. Like you guys talk so deeply, you reflect, you question things, you see each other, and that alone can be a huge catalyst for transformation. So I wouldn't be surprised if your partner seems quieter around this time, or more inwards or introspective, or they need moments alone. And this isn't them distancing, it's not doubt, it's more about them reflecting and searching themselves. And honestly, it feels quite healthy. They feel like they've met their match, like two sides of the same coin, almost telepathic at times. They sometimes wonder if you're inside their brain because you just finish each other's sentences, or you just always know what the other is thinking or feeling without it needing to be said. There is a definite sense of soul family energy here, like you didn't just meet randomly, you found each other. I'm hearing again, you found each other again, or you found each other for a reason. What I also really love about this pairing is that your partner is not wanting to rush things. This does not feel like someone who proposes because everyone else says that they should. This is not like, oh, we've been together long enough, I guess it's time. This is definitely not a shut up ring. When they do something, they do it because it means something to them, because they've thought about it, because it aligns with what they truly want. This person moves at their own pace, on their own terms, and they care deeply about intention. Honestly, they probably get irritated when people try to tell them what they should be doing. They need to arrive at decisions themselves. So if they go a bit inwards around this time, it's probably because they're reflecting on how far they've come, individually and with you, and what this relationship has taught them, and how much you've shown them about themselves even. There's also a strong sense that they've learned from you, like you've taught them something, maybe about emotional expression or vulnerability or communication or self-acceptance. Maybe one of you is like more expressive than the other, and the other used to bottle things up, and this relationship has kind of softened that. Maybe you process emotions differently and you've shown each other new, healthier ways of being. Whatever it is, they're really, really grateful for it. They feel like there's a purpose to this connection, like it isn't just accidental. Like you came into each other's lives to show one another something important. Even if they can't articulate it perfectly, they absolutely feel it. So if they're staying in more or needing space to think or doing their own thing a little bit, it's not because they're pulling away, it's because this is the first time they've really had something worth sitting with and something worth reflecting on. And with these cards, the certainty is there and the love is there and the commitment is there. They're just taking a moment to fully understand how profound it is. And there's a visual detail that speaks to this on the Soulmates card. Like if you look at this card, the two butterfly fairies have the same colours on their wings, but the patterns and the proportions of those colours are different. Like it's the same palette, just expressed differently. And I love that because it really mirrors this dynamic. This feels like two people who aren't made of the same stuff, but it doesn't manifest in identical ways. You might process things differently. You might express things differently. One of you might be more outwards and the other more inwards. One might speak more and the other might observe more. But underneath, the core is the same. And I think that's why this feels so profound for your partner, because it's not just like attraction, it's deep soul recognition. It's seeing yourself reflected back, but in a way that still feels complementary rather than identical. Like, oh, you get me, even if we express it differently. That feeling of being deeply understood without having to explain yourself, or someone recognizing your inner world because theirs is built from the same colours, just arranged differently. And that adds this extra layer of safety and intimacy to this connection. And that's something that's really hard to find. And I think they're very grateful for that, Pile 5. With that said, let's move on to question 4. And question 4 is, what is the energy of the moment when you first see each other on the wedding day, your special day? So from the Green Witch Oracle, we have got number 26, Continuance Apple. And clarifying that, we have got the proposal, the 10 of Flutes, which is the 10 of Cups. Very fitting card to get for a reading about a wedding. With Continuance, there is a feeling of, I want to say inevitability, but in the most romantic possible way. Like, there's this sense that an understanding that when two people love each other the way that you do, this is just the natural progression. It just makes sense. Like, of course, this is where we are. It feels very much like picking back up where you left off. And I don't mean that in like a boring way at all. I mean it in a very comforting and grounded way where seeing this person always brings you back into your body. It's that feeling of like, ah, there you are. The same emotional comfort and safety you feel every single time you're near them is present here, even if the day itself is special. If you saw each other the day before the wedding, and I know traditionally you're not meant to see each other like the night before the wedding, so let's say the day before, it would have been that same feeling. This is the person who makes everything feel okay, the person who feels like home always. And honestly, I'm not really getting a lot of wedding nerves here. What I get more strongly is relief, almost like, oh, thank God we're back together now. So for some of you, if you had to be apart the night before because of tradition, that might have actually been quite difficult. I wouldn't be surprised if since you met this person, you really don't like sleeping alone because you're so used to like sharing space with them and energy and thoughts and stories that maybe being separated even for just a night felt kind of unnatural. So when you lock eyes on the day, there's this release like, okay, we're so back, we can breathe again. The apple imagery feels really important here because I'm thinking of when you cut an apple in half and it forms that little heart shape in the center. That's what this feels like two halves of the same whole. There's such a strong belonging energy that's coming through. When this person isn't around, it can genuinely feel like something is missing. Not in like a codependent way, but just in a very real, like, this is the person I want to tell everything to kind of way. So you could find yourselves constantly thinking when something happens in your individual lives, you're like, I can't wait to tell them about this, or I wonder what they'd say about this. So if the night before the wedding you weren't able to do that, on the day when you finally see each other, it's almost like, oh, right, thank God, like I can talk to you again. And yeah, the moment is emotional, but it's not overwhelming in a chaotic way. It's just this sense of like, we were always supposed to end up here. And seeing each other just solidifies that. It's an extension. It's like, we made the right choice. Of course we're doing this. especially when I look at that 10 of Cups with the proposal. There's something very specific about the period between the proposal and this moment. This does not feel, like I said, like a shut up ring situation at all. This feels like every step from proposing to planning to committing was chosen consciously, again and again. Like, this is what we want. This is the continuation of how we express devotion to each other. And there's a strong echo of the proposal itself too. Something about seeing each other for the first time brings you right back to that moment. You know, the look on their face or the depth in their eyes, the emotion, the happiness, the feeling of being chosen. Even if your proposal was more low-key or more casual, the feeling was significant and it resurfaces here. The sense of like, this is my person and I'm just so happy. With this being Cups energy, emotions can overflow. Some of you might cry, they might cry, but it's pure joy. It's the awareness that this is a moment you'll look back on forever. There's also gratitude here, a really strong sense of being grateful that what's in the heart gets to be shown in these tangible ways. If your partner, for example, saved up for a ring or planned this really carefully or had help from family, there's this feeling of them being like, oh, I finally get to show you how much you mean to me. And I think the look on your face and your happiness is a real reward for them. And I'm not saying that because I think like material things prove love. They don't, of course. But because I think it feels good for them to be able to express devotion outwardly when for a long time it may have had to live quietly inside. Like if they had to keep something a secret about the ring that they got you or something like that. The apple also makes me think of planting a seed. I'm getting like flashes of the past, present and future all at once. There's this sense of like, look at everything that's led us here and look at what we're about to grow. That emotion doesn't just stay between you two either. It seems to radiate outwards. I see family or chosen family, maybe in the front row, completely feeling all those feelings with you. Like when you laugh, they laugh. When you cry, they cry. I'm seeing people dabbing their eyes, smiling through tears. For some of you, if you already have children, that emotion is amplified. Like, look at these little seeds we've already created together. And it all kind of converges in this moment. And I really do think this is something you guys will replay in your mind again and again and again. I can see beautiful photographs being taken, ones that genuinely capture the look of love on your faces, that overwhelmed homecoming kind of love. You look like a family. You feel like you found your place. And more than anything, there's just this certainty that it doesn't end here, like it only grows from here. So this isn't the peak, it's a continuation. So let's move on to our next question, which is question number 5. What does the wedding setting and aesthetic feel like? This can also represent the emotional energy. So let's have a look at what we pulled for you, pile 5. So from the Oracle of the Fairies, we have go outside. It's time to go outside. Tune into the powerful peace of nature, wherever you are, and feel at one with your habitat. Clarified by 8 of Rings, Camera Guy, which is the 8 of Pentacles. So this wedding, it feels like there's air and space and light. Even if the ceremony or reception is technically indoors, it feels like there are open windows, like doors flung wide, lots of natural light pouring in, nothing claustrophobic. It feels breathable. And for a lot of you, this is genuinely an outdoor or semi-outdoor wedding, somewhere surrounded by nature, gardens, countryside, forest, beach, vineyard, mountains, lakes. I'm really drawn to the sound of running water, actually, like a stream, a fountain or waterfall nearby, or waves in the distance. And there's something about the view. I feel like this place is picturesque, like stupidly beautiful. The kind of backdrop where every single photo looks unreal without even trying. Like with the 8 of Rings Camera Guy card, it feels like the environment is doing half the work for you. Like in terms of the lighting and the scenery, the way the sun sits in the sky at a certain time of day, golden hour vibes are huge here as well, like all the sun setting behind you, or the light reflecting off the water, or even if it's snowy, like snow falling softly and making everything look cinematic. Again, not every example will apply, but the feeling is that this place photographs beautifully and effortlessly. I'm really drawn to the fairy on this card as well, and her aura, like the way her dress flows, the light behind her, the softness. This could translate into the way you show up on the day. I'm seeing long, loose hair, natural movement, flowing fabrics, maybe an off-the-shoulder dress, something that shows the collarbone or the decollage, a long train, flower crowns or flowers woven into hair for some of you. And even if none of those specifics land, the energy here is the same. Like you look radiant, you look glowing, you don't look overdone. I feel like people are commenting on how beautiful you look in a very natural and effortless way. Makeup feels complimentary rather than super heavy. It's enhancing what's already there rather than masking it. There's something about you photographing really well, like the camera adores you. And I feel like it's partly because you look comfortable, you look relaxed, you look in your element, like you're not trying to be anyone else. Florals feel really important too, so real flowers or bouquets with texture, flowers in the background, maybe guests wearing floral prints, or bridesmaids with flowers in their hair. Nature could absolutely be a part of the visual story here, not just as like a decoration, but as part of the atmosphere. Now with the Eight of Pentacles, whilst the day looks effortless, it definitely isn't careless. There has been so much thought behind the scenes, so much trial and error, refinement, a lot of patience. I feel like you guys didn't just pick the first option and call it a day. Whether it's the photographer or the makeup artist or the dress or the catering, there's a sense of research, like hours spent scrolling and comparing, sitting with things, trying them out, tweaking them, saying, I like this, but can we just adjust this? And not settling until something feels right. So as one example, maybe during the makeup trials, you were like, it's nearly there, but not quite. Let's try something differently. So you go back and refine it. Or, dress fittings were beautiful, but you want just one tiny change. Or, menu tastings where it would be easy to say, oh yeah, it's fine, it's good enough, but instead you asked to try something else, or you asked to add something because you want it to feel perfect. This also applies to the people you've chosen to help you, vendors, creatives, staff. It feels like you've either gone out of your way to find people who are genuinely excellent at what they do, or you've worked very closely with them to get things just right. There's a lot of mutual respect here, collaboration and dedication to a craft. For a small number of you, especially with that earlier influencer energy and the camera guy showing up again, I wouldn't be surprised if you've hired not only a photographer and videographer, but also someone specifically to capture content. So short form videos, behind the scenes moments, candid clips. And even if other people might say oh, isn't that overkill? Do you need both? You're glad you did it because it captures different layers of the day. It's like the best of both worlds. There are also some really wholesome personal touches, maybe family members or friends helping to create things, table details, handmade items, little gifts for guests, little goodie bags, thoughtful extras that don't scream for attention but just add meaning, things people notice later and they're like, oh wow, that's really sweet. I also keep getting little sensory details like the hum of insects, bees around flowers, that gentle outdoor buzz. It feels alive but grounded at the same time. And I do want to mention this as a piece of gentle guidance. If at any point during planning you find yourself spiraling, hyperfixating, staying up until 4 a.m. looking at flower arrangements or table settings, this card is literally telling you to go outside, touch grass, get some air, ground yourself. You're someone who, when you care about something, you care deeply, you might research endlessly and fully immerse yourself in it and try to get it perfect. And that's beautiful and it will pay off, but you're also allowed to rest. The big message here is that the process matters to you. You're not rushing, but please rest in the process. Please take your time. Yes, you can treat this as something sacred and meaningful, but take some time out too. And when you do that, everything will come together just beautifully. So let's move on to question 6, which is what is the energy of the people closest to you on the day? So this is about your immediate wedding party, your inner circle, your family, your closest friends, people like that. So from the Mermaid Oracle, we have divination, prophecy, fate, destiny, future, fortune. And clarifying divination, we have the host, which I think is the Hierophant. So what really stands out to me here is that this absolutely does not feel like a wedding where people are included out of obligation. This doesn't feel like, oh, well, I have to ask them because they're my sister, or it would be awkward not to include them. Even if someone is your sister or your family by blood, that's not the reason they're standing beside you. They are there because it feels aligned, it feels purposeful, it feels like, of course it's you. The people closest to you on this day don't feel interchangeable, they feel chosen, not just by you, but by fate itself. There's this strong sense that these are people who were always meant to be with you for moments like this. So long-term friends who have known you since you were kids, people who have watched you grow and change and get your heart broken and then rebuild yourself. I wouldn't be surprised if there's kind of an emotional moment where someone says something like, do you remember when we were 6 and we used to play pretend weddings? Or, I always knew I'd be here for this. There's this thread of nostalgia, but it's in a really sweet way, like a life coming full circle kind of moment. I'm also getting that for some of you, you've become genuinely close to your partner's family, not in a sort of polite surface level way, but real closeness, like a mother-in-law or sister-in-law who actually feels like a friend. someone where it feels completely natural for them to be part of your inner circle or even your wedding party, not because it looks good or ticks a box, but because it just feels right. And I can almost hear someone saying to you, I'm so glad you're my daughter-in-law, or I'm so happy you're part of this family now, and that moment really lands in your chest. There's also a very specific emotional moment coming through that's to do with someone getting a bit more vulnerable than usual, and I don't know why, but I keep picking up on liquids, which makes me think maybe they've had a drink or two, just something that's enough to like loosen the tongue up a little bit. Because I'm picturing someone looking at you very intently, maybe holding your hand, and their eyes are a little bit glossy, and they're saying something they've clearly thought for a long time but never said out loud. And it could be something about your partner, like, oh, I used to worry they'd never find someone who truly understood them, but then you came along. Or I used to pray they'd meet someone like you. It might even feel a bit intense in the moment, like you're thinking, okay, wow, like this is getting deep, but it is completely sincere. If it's someone from your side, like a parent or sibling or a best friend, it could be them saying, you know, I've seen you go through heartbreak, and seeing you like this, so happy with this person, I just know that it's right. Or, you know, a friend saying to you, like, you two are such couple goals, and you brushing it off at first, only for them to double down and say, like, no, I mean it. Like, being around you two makes me believe in love again. I want what you have. It's maybe a bit dramatic, but it's also very real, very raw. With that host energy, I also get the sense that someone in your close circle might naturally take on this role of guiding and holding the structure of the day. They could be the person quietly telling guests where to go, what's happening next, gathering people up when it's time for something meaningful, saying like, oh, you can sit over there, or we're heading this way now. This person could be helping the day flow. I'm also getting a sense of lineage and tradition here. Someone might share a family tradition with you, something like, oh, in our family we always do this when someone gets married, and they want to include you in it. Or they're telling you about customs or rituals or symbolic gestures. They're welcoming you into something that's bigger than just the two of you. Even if it's not religious in like a traditional sense, there's a feeling of blessing here. Someone saying they're thankful to whatever kind of higher power they believe in that you found each other. There could also be a comment on like lineage in terms of children. Like somebody could make a little quip like, oh, you'd make such beautiful children. Or they're like, oh, so when are the babies coming? You know how people say that kind of thing? It's not always appropriate, but like you will know if that's an extra confirmation for you if you know someone who would say that. And yeah, even if you roll your eyes or laugh it off, I feel like there's a lot of warmth and intention there. It's something about welcoming you into the lineage and into the long-term picture. Almost like, oh, you're one of us now. That's what I'm getting. I'm also picking up on some kind of advice energy. It's not in a preachy way, but it's kind of gentle guidance. Like, so maybe someone who's been married a long time might say something to you on the day like, oh, if I can give you one piece of advice, or, you know, this is what I've learned in my relationship after all these years. It could be simple or it could be heartfelt, but I do feel like it's given with genuine care and experience behind it. So let's move on to question 7, which is how do your guests experience and remember this wedding? So this is all about other guests, not just your inner circle, how they experience the day, and maybe how you experience your guests too. We have got from the Modern Spiritual deck, we've got Grace. And Grace is clarified by the producer plant, which I think that's the Magician. Definitely carries Magician energy to me. And this is a really interesting pairing because it speaks to both elegance and like some kind of cleverness. But yeah, starting with Grace, the image of the vase on the card, or some kind of pottery, it immediately makes me think of like how much effort has gone into crafting this day. So something here has been shaped carefully and slowly and with purpose, and the payoff is very obvious. Guests can feel that this wasn't just like thrown together. And like pottery, it's beautiful because it's been worked at. I think that guests are really noticing the details here. They're clocking the little things. It might be the table settings or the way things are arranged, the decor choices, or even the venue itself. There could be a lot to take in visually. People could be saying things like, oh, that's a nice touch, or I love that the couple thought of this. It feels intricate, like every element was chosen with care. This could also point to something that's slightly handmade or intentionally styled. Not necessarily full DIY for everyone, but there is a resourcefulness here, again, that Magician energy. It's about taking what you have and creating something beautiful with it. So maybe you've taken natural elements or simple materials or sentimental items and you've turned them into something really striking. Guests might comment on a particular decoration and be surprised to learn that it was homemade or curated by you. or from a small business, or pieced together with meaning rather than just money, and that actually makes it more impressive. It's like the difference between seeing AI art versus like seeing a painting that's been worked over. There's also something about the overall grace of the people there. Guests themselves may show up in a very elegant way. There could be a dress code or a colour palette, or just an unspoken understanding of the elegance of the vibe, and most people really honour it. The room feels cohesive and elevated. But then we bring in the producer plan, and this is where things get fun, because this feels like a little sneaky wink from Spirit. There's a little plot twist energy in this. I don't see it as chaotic, just something a bit unexpected. So for some of you, this could be a very light-hearted surprise that guests remember fondly. Like if, for example, you do have a dress code, like we mentioned, and everyone has dressed in alignment with that dress code, and then there's that one person who clearly just did not read the invite, like some random uncle shows up in a Hawaiian shirt and it's just completely off theme, and it could become this funny moment that people laugh about later, like, did you see what that person was wearing? But it doesn't feel disruptive, it's just kind of a added humorous moment. For others, this feels like a genuinely sweet surprise, maybe something behind the scenes that you didn't know about, but it makes you really emotional in the best way. Like someone you desperately wanted there, maybe initially telling you they couldn't make it, maybe they couldn't afford the flight or they couldn't get time off work, and you had accepted that. Then it turns out your family or your partner's family quietly organised it behind the scenes, like booked the ticket for that person, pulled some strings, and on the day you open the door or you turn around and they're there, and you're shocked but you're overjoyed, and it becomes one of those moments you never ever forget. Or it could be the other way around even, like something you and your partner have planned to surprise the guests and they don't know about it. So maybe a surprise performance, a band or singer you didn't tell anyone about, a moment of unexpected entertainment, or a cheeky little prank, something playful that makes people go, wait, what? What's happening right now? And then, oh my god, this is so cool, like a magic trick. So whatever it is, this is very magician energy, something revealed at just the right moment, a kind of peekaboo moment, a plot twist, and guests talk about it long after the date is over and it becomes a huge part of your wedding story. It's this moment that's like, oh my god, do you remember when that happened? But there's like admiration and humour with it. So let's move on to question 8, and question 8 is, what is a significant or unexpected moment that becomes deeply memorable? So from the Wise Witch Oracle, we have got wisdom. Wisdom is your heritage, seek knowledge and preserve it. And that is clarified by Ace of Roses, first impressions, and that is the Ace of Wands, by the way. The more I sit with this specific pairing, the more it feels like this moment is about something being preserved forever. I'm getting something about literally like a preserved rose, but when I tune into the word preserved as a whole, I immediately think of something being written down, recorded, captured, documented. This could be a guest book, a handwritten note or card. It could be a letter, a speech that's been carefully written, or even something that ends up caught on camera, but it's something you'll be able to revisit years from now. Maybe a wedding video you rewatch, or a page you reread, a line that sticks with you. It doesn't feel fleeting, it feels like wisdom being archived. There's also something here about kept knowledge, like someone has been holding onto a story, a realization or a truth for a really long time, and this is finally the right moment to share it. It doesn't feel like in a dramatic reveal kind of way, but in a way that feels perfectly timed, almost like I've always known this and now it feels like a good time to say it, like this is the perfect event to say it. And with heritage and first impressions coming together, I'm really getting this sense of looking back and forward at the same time. Like, this is where we started and this is where we ended up. And the moment that becomes memorable is realizing how much ground you guys have covered. And for some of you, this shows up through a speech. So for example, a parent, a grandparent, the best man, the maid of honor, someone telling a story about your childhood or your partner's childhood, something you maybe don't even remember yourself. Like, for example, maybe your dad is sharing a moment from when you were little, something you said once that you were too young to know would come true, and now here you are. And suddenly that little throwaway childhood line becomes this incredibly touching full circle moment. Or this could be your partner's family sharing something about them, an anecdote from their younger years, something they used to say, and you're hearing it for the first time, and somehow it links perfectly to who they are now, and to you, and to this union. And it hits you in that quiet way where you're smiling, but you're also trying not to cry. For others, this feels very like first impressions coded, like a best man or a close friend saying, when they came back from their first date with you, they said, I think this is the one. And you never ever knew that they said that. Or maybe they shared a specific detail your partner noticed about you early on, or something sweet or specific or deeply complimentary that was never ever said to you directly at the time. And it's like hearing it now in front of everyone lands differently. It feels very affirming. And again, this could also be something written rather than spoken, maybe a guest book entry that just stops you in your tracks, a card that feels unusually thoughtful or something very creative and inspired, not just like generic wedding well wishes, but words that feel aimed directly at your soul. And with that Ace of Wands energy, there's something about it that feels like funny or just electric, like someone's telling a story and you're kind of thinking like, okay, like where is this going? And then suddenly it all ties back to the present moment and you're like, wow, that was actually really beautiful. But there might be some cheekiness or humour to it, maybe a playful or slightly spicy comment, or someone joking about like how inseparable you and your person are, or how you're always like glued together, how you couldn't keep your hands off each other even early on. Something that makes you blush but also laugh. Maybe you kind of put your head in your hands for a second, but it feels affectionate and like a celebration. It doesn't feel embarrassing or anything. I'm seeing like somebody's shoulders shake from laughing, so that could apply. I also keep getting this image of you and everyone, to be honest, completely hooked on whatever is being said or written. Like you're sitting up straighter, you're leaning in, wanting to catch every word. It gives you a burst of energy, like, oh, I better listen to this. Like, what are they saying right now? And that's the Ace of Wands. It's that engagement and inspiration and presence. This could be someone who's a really good storyteller. And it feels like something where like the moment is just preserved forever. You'll still remember exactly how it felt when you first heard it, even years from now when you reflect on it. So we're going to move on to question 9. And question 9 is, what ends up being the best or most meaningful part of the wedding day for you and your partner? So from the affirmations of fairy cats, we have family, which is really cute. And clarifying family, we have opening up, which I believe is supposed to represent the strength card. But yeah, what you and your partner end up loving most about the wedding day is family. And I want to be really clear because that can mean different things for different people. It can be biological family, or it could be chosen family. It can be a mix of both. But at its core, this is about the strength of family bonds showing up on the day and the feeling of that love being truly felt and lived in real time. What stands out most isn't just that people are there, it's the way they are there. There is compassion in the room. There's gentleness. There's a sense of being held. It's that feeling of belonging that comes from having your close circle around you, all the people you love, all in one place, intentionally included in something that really matters. And I feel like this hits differently precisely because this day is yours. There's something very unique about a day that's centered around you and your partner. And I understand that, like, yes, weddings can be stressful for that exact reason, because when it's your day, there can be that pressure to host or to check in on everyone, to make sure that people are doing okay. But there's also something incredibly beautiful about it. It reminds me of milestone birthday, like an 18th or 21st or 30th, the kind of birthday where you actually throw an event because it marks something important. And you can have a great time at someone else's party. You can laugh, you can meet interesting people, you can enjoy the atmosphere. And sometimes it's even easier because you don't have to worry about organising anything. But something just hits differently when it's your own celebration. Like at someone else's party, you might gravitate towards certain people and then kind of avoid others. You might think like, yeah, those people over there aren't really my vibe. There's always a sense of navigating the room. But on this day, one of the things you and your partner loves most is looking around and realising, like, I belong with everyone here. This is our celebration. We curated this. Like, every person in this room matters to us. There's nobody you feel out of place with. And that can be overwhelming in the best way. It's that feeling of like, all these people showed up for us. And because of that, a lot of self-consciousness just drops away. You don't feel like you have to perform or over-explain yourself, because the people you've chosen to be there have a lot of grace for you. These aren't people you need to be like on for. These are people you can be real with. It's that feeling of turning around, and it's like wherever you look, there's someone who loves you. You turn one way and there's support. You turn another way and there is someone familiar, a familiar and warm face. You turn again and there's like this feeling of safety. It's like, oh, it's just my family. So you can feel safe saying like, oh, I'm a bit nervous right now, or I feel really emotional, or oh my God, I'm sweating right now. And instead of judgment, you get reassurance. You get people propping you up. And again, when I say family, this doesn't have to mean blood relatives. For some of you, it absolutely does. But for others of you, it's chosen family. You know, friends who feel like home, people who have seen you grow, people who know your heart. But whatever form it takes, you and your partner really love seeing these worlds come together. There's something especially heartwarming, I think, about watching both sides interact, if that applies, particularly if they don't normally get the chance to. So for example, if your families live in different states or countries, seeing both your parents laugh together, chat, or just bond together can feel really emotional. Or it could be your close friends and your partner's close friends mingling, getting along, making each other laugh, just vibing. People who wouldn't normally cross paths, but now they're connected through you. If there are kids at the wedding, that adds another layer, like seeing children from different sides of the family running around together, playing, being joyful. Or if you already have children together, one of the most meaningful parts of the day could be seeing them included, like dressed up and present and part of the celebration, watching them celebrate this moment with you and giving each other this look, like, look at this family we've built. And for some of you, this day also marks that feeling of becoming like a proper family in a way that really lands emotionally. Maybe someone is changing their surname, like the first time you get to sign your new surname or something could be relevant. Maybe, you know, the names finally match. If you have kids already, maybe it just feels more official now in a way that brings this deep sense of like unity and pride, like being a team, being a unit. Ultimately, what you and your partner love most is feeling safe enough to open your hearts fully. It's being surrounded by people you don't have to armor up around. It's feeling free to cry, to laugh, to be moved, and knowing you're supported from all sides. The strength and opening up energy really comes through here. It's a day where you don't feel like you're standing alone. You feel like you're embraced on all sides by family. That is what I'm getting. Okay, let's move on to our final question, which is, what do you need to be aware of, focus on, or release to have the best possible wedding experience? So from the Believe in Your Own Magic Oracle, we have number 8, wings. You never needed those wings to fly. I'm clarifying that. We have the 9 of Mirrors, which is the 9 of Swords, blindsided. What you're being asked to be aware of is the fact that you already have everything you need. You don't need permission. You don't need extra validation. You don't need to become a different version of yourself to handle this day properly. You don't need to over-prepare or brace for impact or stay guarded just in case something goes wrong. You are not under-prepared for this moment. This feels especially relevant for people who tend to be emotionally perceptive and intuitive, or people who have lived a life where good things were often followed by disappointment. The 9 of Swords energy can show up as that kind of like hyper alert state, the part of you that scans for problems and anticipates disruption, or like is subconsciously waiting for the other shoe to drop. And it's not because you're pessimistic, but maybe it's because you've learned to protect yourself, especially for my people with anxiety, intrusive thoughts, OCD, anything like that. The people who get in thought spirals, people who sometimes jump to worst case scenarios, or who mentally rehearse everything that could go wrong as a way to feel safe. And I want to be really clear here, this isn't me being dismissive and saying like, oh, it's not really happening, so you'll be fine. That's not the point. Like, anxiety is very real in the body. Even if the feared thing isn't actually happening, your nervous system experiences it as if it is, which is exactly why anxiety can be so paralyzing. You know, if it were just a case of like a worrying thought, people could simply get over it, but that's not how it works. So nothing here is meant to like invalidate what you feel, but what this card pairing is doing is offering reassurance and perspective. And it's something you might want to return to when you feel yourself spiraling, especially during like wedding planning, for instance, because the 9 of Swords is often like the culmination of catastrophizing. Like, one small thing goes wrong and suddenly your mind is off to the races. You're like, this is a disaster, this is a bad sign, everything is ruined, I knew something would go wrong, that kind of thought loop. And the guidance here is clear. Like, you don't need to get carried away with that. Some of what your mind is telling you is imagined, and that doesn't mean it doesn't feel real, but it does mean you don't need to let it define the meaning of what's happening. With you never needed those wings to fly, it feels like Spirit is saying, you are not fragile. You are not going to fall apart if something is imperfect. You're not going to lose your footing if something unexpected happens. That's life. You've done it before. You can always land on your feet. You always have. You don't need everything to be 1000% perfect all of the time for this day to be beautiful, meaningful, or successful. There could be minor surprises. That is just life. Something out of the blue, something not going exactly to plan, something that throws you off for one moment. But even if that happens, you're not actually blindsided in the way you fear. You are far more adaptable and capable and grounded, Pal 5, than your anxious thoughts give you credit for. This kind of ties back to me to that Eight of Pentacles energy we saw earlier, like the hyperfixation on detail, wanting everything to be just right, which makes total sense because it's a special day and it matters to you. But sometimes that same attention to detail can turn into catastrophizing when one tiny thing doesn't go as planned. Like, for example, staying up all night stressing over a minor issue and your body reacting like the world is ending. There's also something here about getting so hyper-focused that your mind actually starts playing tricks on you, especially when you've been staring at the same thing for too long without proper rest or breaks. Sometimes our brains try to fill in gaps that don't exist, and I'm getting this really specific example of it being like 4 a.m. and you can't sleep, and suddenly your brain convinces you that you've spelt something wrong on your wedding invitations. Like, you see the typo in your mind's eye, and you're like, oh my god, have I just had hundreds of invitations printed with the same spelling mistake on all of them? And it feels so real. You're convinced that you physically get out of bed to check, only to realize everything is completely fine. Like, you didn't spell anything wrong and you spiraled over something that was never actually true. That's the kind of anxiety this card is pointing to. Not because you're silly or dramatic, but maybe because sometimes you're overtired or overfocused and you need a pause. This card pairing is basically saying pause, breathe, ground. Not everything is a sign of imminent disaster. Not everything means something bigger. Sometimes it's just a minor thing. Like, just because one detail doesn't work out doesn't mean your day is doomed or that you shouldn't be getting married. Feelings are not facts. Not to sound like Ben Shapiro, but feelings are not facts, and feelings are not always intuition. Sometimes they're just anxiety from a dysregulated nervous system or a mind that is in need of rest. I can see literal examples here, like maybe you had your heart set on a very specific bouquet and suddenly it's out of stock, and some of you would be like, no, that was the bouquet, that was my bouquet, and now my whole aesthetic is ruined, and there's this like mini meltdown and maybe a little bit of a cry. And honestly, that's okay. Like, you're allowed to be disappointed by minor disappointing things, but this message is saying you do not need that exact bouquet to have the perfect wedding. Like, yes, let yourself be upset for a moment, and then look at the alternatives, because something better or more aligned is available. Or maybe a vendor you loved suddenly has to cancel. Your makeup artist gets sick, the photographer can't make it, and you feel blindsided because you were depending on them, and your mind goes straight to like, I'll never find somebody else, this is a disaster. But then the very next day, you find someone even better and everything clicks into place. That is the energy here. Things can happen out of the blue that you can't control, and that doesn't mean you're doomed. It means you will adapt as you always have done. You will land on your feet as you always have done. These things are nice to have, but they are not the foundation. The foundation is you, your partner, and your shared love, and that is absolutely unshakable. Pile 5. At the end of the day, this wedding is really going to lift you. You're going to feel on top of the world, like you are flying, like you are on cloud 9, and like nothing could bring you down. So do not let yourself get trapped in those overwhelm cycles of like what ifs and worst case scenarios. When you notice yourself spiraling, this is your reminder to ground yourself back into your body. You don't need wings to fly. You are already soaring. And very randomly, there is a confirmation about a castle coming through. So take that if it means something for you. But yeah, that's the overall message. Release the need to brace, focus on presence, and let the day unfold, because it's going to be absolutely beautiful, Pal 5, even if it isn't perfect 1000% of the time. But I think it will be perfect for you and your person. And I think you're going to have the best day. So that's what I'm getting for you, Pal 5, and that's where I'm going to leave you today, my loves. I just want to say thank you so much for being here and for spending this time with me. If this reading resonated, the best ways to support a small channel like mine are to like, comment, hype, subscribe, and share. Whatever you feel called to do. It genuinely is the easiest and most meaningful way to support me. And on a personal note, I really truly love hearing from you guys. I love reading your comments and hearing about your ever evolving love stories. I love hearing about your journeys and how these messages land for you. So thank you again. I'm sending you lots of love. Please take care of yourselves, and I'll see you in the next reading, Pal 5.